Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? Good to see everybody. Man, yes. Welcome, everyone, to Bridge the Divide. I am JL, if this is your first time here, and this is the this is the pre-show before we do our Discord stage. We've kind of renamed it, we've rebranded in 2023. So it used to be, can you convince us a God exists? Now it is the Theist Helpline. So that was a choice that the group made. So, but yeah, we do this every 2 weeks. We took a break for the holidays, and we did this. But now we do this every 2 weeks. It's our first one in 2023, where we will discuss, talk with theists about what they believe and why, and hear their arguments and their evidence, and determine where they're coming from, and all that other cool stuff. So we never know what can happen. It can always be kind of interesting. To hear the things that we hear, interesting arguments. People go to the Kalam, people go to the teleological argument, or sometimes we talk with people who believe that everyone is infected with parasites, and those parasites control our minds. So, you never know what we're gonna run into. So, good to see everyone. Good morning. I know it's early on a Sunday, but I'm glad to see y'all hanging out here. I actually have the Discord open, and there's actually there's a couple people that are just flipping out that just hate us, just hate us for running these stages. But good to see everyone. Let's see who all is here. Who do we have in the chat today? I see Charlie Owen was here really early. So you dudes get a cubicle each. Damn you, Orange. Good to see you, Charlie Owen. Repo Sandman as well. Good to see you. Turtle Moves is here. Says, can I interest you in a copy of the Watchtower? I'm good, bud. I actually think I have a copy right here somewhere. Frayed Edges, good to see you. Member of the Godless Army, thanks so much for being here. And let me see here. Sam I Am is here. Good to see you, Sam I Am. Says, I can't stay to watch, but I hit the like and left a comment for the algorithm. Thank you so much, Sam. I appreciate those interactions. Those interactions really, really help with the algorithm. And, of course, smash that like button. I appreciate that. Gavlar Hand of Zod, member of the Godless Army, is here. Says, hey, happy Sunday, everyone. Good to see you, Gavlar, as well as Cindy Sue and Mystique Tina Jones, both members of the Godless Army. Good to see you both. And Charlie Welch, the only man, Welchie, the only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, Charlie. Thanks so much for hanging out. Also a member of the Godless Army. Janice Farmer is here. Good to see you, Janice. Oh, there's some crying Tangelo emojis. Speaking of which, those emojis, if you are interested in supporting the channel here, you can become a member of the Godless Army, which is all the members that help to support this channel. And you get access. I'm going to put the banner up. And, of course, being a member of the Godless Army gives you access to all of the cool custom emojis that I make for you, and, of course, the channel badge. I'm looking in 2023 at doing something different and adding more stuff to kind of make it worth more people's while. I'm looking at what it is. I'm kind of measuring that out because I understand that not a lot of people, that people want to support, and sometimes and I'm totally grateful for all the support that I get, but I don't want to start doing a bunch of stuff within I would have to invariably increase cost and like this. So I want to keep it as low as possible while still giving everybody all the content that they really, really like and the stuff that they really enjoy. So I'm trying to find a way to do that, slowly but surely working my way through that, of making being a member of the Godless Army a bit more fun. Probably early look at content, so I'll be dropping videos early for the Godless Army, so you guys have first dibs, and then of course it going live to the channel. I'm looking into that stuff and some other things as well. And pretty soon, hopefully, YouTube will allow me to connect the Bridge the Divide store to which is on Teespring to the actual channel, so you don't so you can just see what's available there. I'm adding more stuff to the Bridge the Divide store as well. Right now, there's only 2 T-shirts on there. There's this Bridge the Divide shirt, and then of course I have a joke shirt on there as well. So, which I think is kind of funny, and but I'm going to be adding more stuff as well that has the Bridge the Divide logo and all kinds of other stuff. So look forward to that. But if you'd like to, the link is down in the description. It's 99 cents per month. I don't see that changing anytime soon, and that, of course, gets you the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge, which is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. See how I did that? So thank you all so much for that support. I really, really do appreciate it. Let me see. Who else we got here in the house today? I saw we had Charlie. Yep, and then we got Mighty Possums here. It says, hey, JL and all. Feels like it's been forever since the last one of these. It has been. It's been a minute since we did one. We took a few weeks off for the holidays so that people could get through Christmas and New Year's without having to worry about it because things fell on weekends. So, but now we're here. So I'm glad to be a part of it. We're glad to finally get this going again. Let me see who else we got. Doxy McSnitchy's here. Says pen and paper at the ready to take down names Appreciate that, Doxy. Thanks so much. And I see Behemoth is here. It's too bad most Christians don't know or would ever come into a stream like this. Well, it's true. I don't get a lot of Christians who will come into my streams. The ones that do and kind of make their presence known are typically typically, not always, but typically kind of antagonistic. But they're always welcome. You know, everybody's welcome to come into my stream if they have questions for me, if they have questions they want to post to the panel because they don't want to be in the Discord. I totally get that. So, you know, it's totally up to them. And if anybody wants, I can do this. I'm going to post up the link to the Discord, which is the politics server, in the live chat. So if you would want to join, if you want to join and you want to join the Discord server and you want to come into the channel or you want to come into the panel, you can come up and you can ask us questions and talk to us directly if you want to do that. So that's down there in the live chat. Let's see who else is here. Lars is here. Good to see you, Lars. Hope you all are having, says hello, everyone. Hope you all are having a good day. Thank you so much, Lars. Appreciate that. Turing Test 2, a member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much, Turing Test. Says hello, all. Good to see you. Look at the trees is here. Good to see you. Look at the trees. One of my favorite arguments. Facty is here. Good to see you, Facty. Says hey, y'all. Good to see you, Facty. Thanks so much for being here. And Happy New Year to you, Lars. Thank you very much. Dr. Nimrod is not 40, also a member of the Godless Army. There's those amazing emojis that I make for you. I'm glad that you enjoy those. My favorite in there, I have a couple favorites, like Crying Otangelo and Heil Greg. I'm really proud of the Heil Greg one. And I have a couple more coming up as well. I have a Sagan emoji that's in the that's ready to go once we hit the next threshold. So I have more emojis coming up very, very soon. As soon as we hit those membership milestones. Trude Hell is here. Good to see you, Trude Hell. Says, greetings all. How may I be of service? Good to see you, Trude. Thank you so much. You hanging out is all the service you need. Is all the service I need. Appreciate you being here. And let me see. I am doing well, Janice Farmer. Thank you very much. Ooh, that sucks. I'm trying to get over the log allergy. I hope you're feeling better very, very soon. Sorsha Red Hair is here. Good to see you, Sorsha. A member of the Godless Army says hello, JL and everybody. Good to see you. Peter Flemberg as well. Good to see you. Happy New Year's to you. Let me see here. Who else we got? Nocturnal Lux is here. Good to see you, Nocturnal Lux. Thanks so much for being here. 2AHD Cat, who apparently farted. It's a natural thing. Don't be ashamed. Good to see you, 2AHD, a member of the Godless Army. David Skut is here. Or Sh. Good to see you. Says hello, friends. Speaking of which, my puppers are in the front having breakfast right now. Good to see you, David. Let me see. There we go. Javier Hara is here. Good to see you, Javier. Says I'm not here. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to. Apparently I'm talking to nobody. But good to see you, bud. Milena Hoffman as well says, howdy, folks. Got a few minutes left. Good to see you, Milena. Thanks so much for hanging out with us this morning. Tom Roberson, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Jay Vers as well. Cindy Sue, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. And I think, there's the Sun Express. Thanks so much for being here. So where'd the turtles go? I don't know. But apparently they're all the way down. Good to see you, Sun Express. Thanks so much for being here as well. And of course, there's Mystique with Mystique Tina Jones with all of the with a bunch of the cool emojis that I make for you. So I hope you all dig those. We never know. You never know. Maybe Otangelo will be in. Who knows? Because he typically pops in. So I hope everyone is doing well in the this opening of 2023. I hope everyone enjoyed the video. My latest video, the part 2 of Tom Brown, the look at Tom Brown out of El Paso. I hope you all dug that I dropped on Friday. My next video drops on Tuesday. I'm going to try and get into a regular schedule. Most likely, it's looking like Tuesdays and Fridays, because that's what I can make work with my duties over at Week in Horror. So, which is of course the horror podcast that I run with my filmmaker friends every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central at youtube.com/weekinhorror. So we have that going on as well. There's so much stuff. I mean, my schedule is just nuts. The stuff that I have to deal with every single day. But yeah. Oh, who knows what we're going to have today. So let me pop over here and check out. See, we got the Theist Helpline going on. I'm going to pop in there so that they can add me to the stage. Morning, Randolph. Good to see you. Currently, I'm doing the pre-show over here, so I'm going to mute for a second, but just wanted to pop in. Yeah, so yes, got the new channel art. Awesome. Oh, right, yeah. That was Randall and Taco are currently in there right now. We have a couple of people that are in the audience, just a handful of people, but that will probably blow up quite a bit. Oh man, oh man, oh man. So, Captain Welshie's here. Good to see you, Captain Welshie. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. One of the big supporters over at Week in Horror. Appreciate that. So, what is I mean, it's 2023. It's a brand new year. And as I stated before in my previous video, I have some interesting things planned for the year. I have some stuff that I want to do, some videos that I want to make. I want to kind of branch off into kind of like larger form content, doing possibly series, doing longer take stuff, and I definitely want to do a little bit more traveling around the country and examining stuff. Hopefully, at some point, well, I see that the interactions on the channel are increasing as the channel as this channel as Bridge the Divide gets larger and larger. I'm noticing I'm getting a lot more Christians interacting, which is good. I'm hoping to eventually be able to take part in more debates, either on here this channel or over on another neutral channel. Fingers crossed. I hope I do. The last official debate I did was against that Eric Cherry guy. That did not go well. That was when it was co-moderated by MC Toon and Schrodinger's cat, Mrs. Schrodinger. I'm so glad I got to hang out with. I'm so glad I got to hang out with him that one time. So he was such a cool dude. So, but yeah, it's pretty much just been hanging out, and you can. Sorcerer Red Hair brings up. I've been binge watching the Four Beardsmen on your channel and PhD Tony channel, Bridge the Divide. Yes, so that is a big thing that we are planning on doing. One of the other things, we have so much stuff so many plans we have for 2023. We are definitely bringing back and trying to cement a schedule for the Four Beardsmen. The difficulty, of course, is that Johnny and I are both here in the States, and of course, PhD Tony's in Australia, and Irish is in Ireland. So coordinating schedules can be somewhat difficult, especially given that we have stuff that we do outside of this that takes up a lot of our time. So finding those windows is going to be difficult, but we intend to do it. We're going to find a solid time when we can all four of us get together and we can do the stuff that we used to do, and that's one of the big things we want to bring. Oh, sorry, somebody messaged me. Hey, what's up? Oh yeah, I'm doing the pre-show over on my channel. Cool. So we definitely plan on bringing that back in 2023 and making a real consistent thing of it. So we know people really, really loved having the four of us together and watching the four of us together. So it was always a blast doing it. I loved it. It was one of the highlights of my Sundays when we used to do it back on those days. So I'm looking forward to that. Tom Robertson says, I'm still waiting for the debate on ketchup or catsup. Which should it be and why? I think that it's dictated by region. So both are correct, depending upon the region that you're in. So you have to be in one region, it's one way, one region, it's another way. It's similar to saying like Coke and pop. So where I used to live, it was Coke. If you were referring to, or soda. If you were referring to a soda, usually people would just say Coke, or they would just say soda. But the further north you go, the more prevalent it becomes that they call it pop. And I still am not in the habit of, I don't call it that, I never will call it that. But yeah. He says so much for that debate. That's funny. So yeah, other than that, it's so we're looking forward to bringing back the Four Beardsmen, and of course we got Week in Horror every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central. I'm looking forward to bringing more stuff here, more stuff, probably more traveling, and I'm trying to coordinate schedules and stuff so that I can be out there and go out on the road. And I have some interesting stuff planned, and I don't want to spoil too much, but I think it'll be really, really cool. So other than that, it's pretty much not to mention we have a couple of projects that are currently in the works that we can't talk too much about over Week in Horror and here at Bridge the Divide, that large productions that we can't wait to bring you. So 2023 is going to be a stellar year. It's going to be a lot of amazing stuff. Looking forward to it. Not to mention, I'm hoping very soon to hit 5,000 on the channel. That would be really awesome if I did. So slowly but surely, I think I can get there. I just need to keep putting the content out regularly. I think it'll be a lot. So it'll be a lot. It's going to be a fun journey. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to each and every one of you. All right. So we got about 10 minutes before we go live over at the Discord stage. Looks like Randolph and Taco are hanging out up there before we do the intro. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and set this up. And I gotta make sure the audio is good. There we go. I want to make sure I got that. And we will remove that for the time being. Oh. Oh, thank you. Angela brought me something. That was very nice of her. Oh, let me see. All right, let's see who else we got here. See, Laura says, this is probably too big of a question to ask now, but I was wondering, what is the simplest way would you explain atheism to someone who is young or very new out of faith? All right, actually, it's not too big of a question to ask. So there are a number of ways that you can approach the term atheism. Okay, so you can go with the standard kind of colloquial definition that virtually generally everybody accepts. You can go with the more kind of what I feel is more convoluted out of the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. So the easiest way to come at this, especially just coming out when you say that you're an atheist, is you go with the etymological definition of atheism. It's theism, it's atheism. So a prefix meaning no or none, and then theism meaning gods or belief in gods. So you can literally just say you're an atheist because you do not believe in the existence of God or gods. That's it. The important thing is to remember that not believing in them is not the same as making the positive claim that none exist. That is the first big kind of that's the first big kind of sleight of hand that I think, to put it in analogous terms, that Christians will often throw at atheists, especially new atheists, because they'll say, I don't believe in a god or gods. And then they'll interpret that as you stating unequivocally that there are no gods or gods. And that is not necessary. That is not what it entails. That entails that you've looked at the claim, you've looked at the evidence, and you have rationally come to the conclusion that the belief in a god or gods is unwarranted. So you're not convinced. And therefore you are an atheist because you do not hold that belief. It is not the same as stating that a particular god or all gods or gods do not exist. You simply don't believe in them. So stating the positive claim that a god or gods do not exist is completely different. So that's one important thing to take. So I would say take it from the Plotto is here. Good to see you, bud. Member of the Godless Army says, I'm your good old deity. Bow to me or not. So yeah, I would. Oh, and Emmanuel Friedman is here. Good to see you. Says, I'm a leprechaunist. Nice. So I would definitely go with, as far as for ease of it, I would definitely go with the. That's where I kind of started with, was the etymological definition, in that, and it's kind of what I hold to because it's the easiest to understand. It goes by the etymology of the word, and it's just that you do not hold a belief in God or gods. Simple, easy as that. Now, when they get into your arguments, that's where things can get difficult, and that's where, it's like understanding these things and studying these things so you have a really firm grasp of them as to how you reason yourself to that point. And then, for example, right now, I am currently in the middle of a conversation with this theist on Facebook, who presented himself as wanting to have a very good. He was like, I want to have a good conversation. I wanted to have a conversation with an atheist about what they, why they don't believe in gods, blah 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 blah. And I said, okay, fantastic. Well, this is how I define myself, an atheist. And he was like, well, that's acceptable. And I was like, well, I could have been snarky, but I wasn't. But nonetheless, he wanted to engage, and now he wants me to give him my standard definition for what a god is. I have no standard definition for what a god is. None. I don't believe in one. So, because I have no standard definition, he has to give me his. But he's refusing to do so. So, because he needs to make the positive claim that this thing exists, and then we can address that particular God. So, this is where it gets kind of muddy. This is kind of stuff that we do here on this stage. But I hope that answers your question. Make sure Lars, I hope that answers your question. So, definitely. Who else? Mr. Twitch is here. Good to see you, Mr. Twitch. Gregory Nitsky is here as well. Says, good to see you. Let me see. Pancake Great is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. And, Yatia versus Graboid. That would be a weird fight. It'd be a seriously weird fight. Let me see. And, my pleasure, Lars. Absolutely my pleasure. Thank you very, very much. All right, we got about 5 minutes before we go live. Cindy Sue says, Brian Blessed or JL playing God. Brian Blessed would do it so much better. That man led the Eagle Men. Or, the Hawk Men, or, I can't remember what they were from Flash Gordon. Brian Blessed is, the end-all, be-all. I could never hope to be Brian Blessed. I could be a dim shadow of Brian Blessed. Because that man was basted in scotch and roasted over fire of just, animosity. That man was just amazing. I love Brian Blessed. Oh, let me see here. Plot hole. JL, what's the meaning of life? What is the meaning of life? To destroy your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of the women. I honestly don't know. The meaning of life, obviously, that's the joke answer. The meaning of life, of course, is subjective. Individuals can choose their meaning for themselves, and no one should hand one to you, because a dictated meaning is meaningless. Angel Rivera is here. Good to see you, Angel Rivera, member of the Godless Army. Says, JL does pay God. Have you not seen the illustration of God JL uses that, looks just like him with a crown? Oh, that's the God from Monty Python. I use that so much. I use the God from Monty Python, and there are meme images that I use a lot. And I use the God from Monty Python, and I use the God Monty Python, and I use Buddy Christ, and God, there's a bunch that I've reused consistently. Oh, Plotto says, JL, you lose 42. My age is today. Wow, 42. Sometimes I forget, Plotto, that I'm older than you. I do. Sometimes I forget it because you have 4 kids. So, and I have none. So, and I'm, you look at my office and everything. Sometimes I forget that I'm older than you, bud. Bow to your elder. Melena Hoffman says, life as such has no meaning. That shouldn't stop you from leading a meaningful life. This is pretty true. That these things are subjectively determined does not mean that they don't exist. Does not mean that meaning does not exist. Life in itself, inherently, in the scope of the cosmos, has no meaning or value. It's just life. Life is an emergent property of the universe. Life goes extinct as much as it comes up. So eventually we'll go extinct, and eventually there will come a point in the future when life will no longer be possible on this planet, and this planet will be a barren rock in space, the way there are trillions of other barren rocks in space, and maybe eventually one day they'll have the opportunity to produce life, or to have life emerge on them, because if the circumstances are correct. But yeah, life has meaning because we give it meaning, because we say this is the meaning for it. It doesn't mean that just because it's subjectively determined doesn't mean it doesn't exist, because it exists for us, and then when we die, then that meaning goes with us, and other people determine their meaning for themselves. This whole idea that human beings are somehow inherently special, this confirmation bias that we're inherently special, is one of the leading causes of many of the problems we have in our society. And yeah, there's a big happy birthday, plot hole. I said happy birthday on Facebook, so I know you got it. Mr. Twit says, what's 6 times 7? 42. It's weird whenever you get asked a really simple math question, and then you can pause and you got to think about it, because you don't want to spout out an answer and then be wrong. So 7 times 6, or 7 times 7, 7 times 8. So, let me see here. And Pancake Great says, I like the phrase, it doesn't matter that it doesn't matter. Yeah. And it's true, Janice Farmer. We are helping it go blank faster. Absolutely. Mr. Twitch, you belong on a stage. All right. Well, we're going live in just a minute. Let's pop over there and see what's a happening. And I see Otangelo is in the audience.
You started it. I didn't start it. You started it.
You always started, Peter.
No. This time I didn't. Yeah, so the gag is I go on Amy's stream, and when she does her outro and lists everyone that she wants to thank, I have my soundboard with a ding for every thing listed in her.
We gotta get focused on the show here. I'm just gonna start it now.
All right, I got it started.
Okay.
I'm going to go move to the channels. You do your thing. I'll be right back.
That's right. He who must not be named has been summoned. So get those crying Otangelo emojis.
Good morning,
ready.
everyone, and welcome to the Theist Helpline for 2023. We have a new name for our show here. We've been almost a year without a name for our show all this time, and we finally got it figured out. So, what we have is just wanted to say I hope everybody's having a good new year so far, and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. There's a group of us here who are not quite sure whether a goddess or a god exists. Perhaps you can help convince one of us.
Have a good birthday, plot hole.
Let's see. The people who are in our show include on our panel is Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, "Sending Love." She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Amy Newman. T-Jump, or Tom Jump is his full name, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality and so on. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/tjump. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show who joins us once in a blue moon, it seems. We need to get him on more often. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates, including quite a few debates that Darth Dawkins has partaken in. His YouTube channel is included in the YouTube description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. His YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/JLWarren. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, and I'm the president of the Canadian Atheists. I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking, and I have concerns about oppression, which is a threat to freedom everywhere. The Canadian Atheists website is at www.canadianatheists.ca, and my YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's spelled Randolph, R-A-N-D-O-L-F, no matter what autocorrect tells you. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological academic biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. He's the only person on our stage who's not just an atheist. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Arn Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/GonnaGoForIt. Taco is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Happy New Year, everyone. Does anybody have anything you wanted to announce or say before we commence with our program?
Just a Happy New Year right back
hey,
at
Stroke
you,
Assaulter.
and to everyone
Good to
in
see
the
you.
audience and the panel.
Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone. Hopefully you enjoy the new logo we're using. No, I guess it's not logo, but the new photo we're using. It's pretty sweet. Worked hard on that.
Pretty freaking awesome.
All right, everyone ready to get started?
Oh yeah.
Anytime.
Let's bring it on.
I see Russia Defender is in the audience, ready to go. So let's pull him up here. What's going on, man?
Yo, you know what's crazy, bro? T-Jump is I think he's like the worst panelist, so I'm happy he's not here today. So can we get some W God in chat?
Okay, so we're not going to commence with commentary about our panel members like that, but if you have something you'd like to present, we're happy to hear your argument.
Yeah, perfect. I got an argument. So today I will be presenting the perfect argument for the God of Islam. I'll do the Islam stuff later. I'll just start with God, right? Like the evidence for like a creator. So first, this is the evidence called efficient cause. And it goes like this, basically. Nothing is the efficient cause of itself. If A is the efficient cause of B, then if A is absent, so is B. Efficient causes are ordered from first cause through intermediate causes to ultimate effect. By 2 and 3, if there is no first cause, there cannot be any ultimate effect. But there are effects, therefore, there must be a first cause for all of them, and that first cause must be Allah.
Why would it be Allah and not some other deity or even a goddess? Why must it be Allah?
Or the
Because there must be
cosmos.
one God. There must be a first cause for everything.
So one, how do you rule out the possibility of there being multiple deities working together and that it has to be just one?
Because every single thing, right, in existence, because then if there's multiple gods, right, at some point one has to exist before the other. So it still doesn't solve the problem, right? You have to start at the beginning before anything. Now, if you want to say God is like split up, it is the one thing, like that's the Trinity, and some people can believe in that, but there's still one God in the end of the day. So you can't have like multiple gods.
Well,
I'm not talking about Trinity. I'm talking about multiple deities.
Russia,
atheism.
Russia.
And-
Randolph.
It's not possible.
Randolph has a good point, because you're saying that one thing that essentially the God had like existed always, right? So it's either
Right.
one of two things: either the God has always existed, and that's what's there, or you could also argue that there are multiple things that have always existed, like a pantheon that has always existed, with each God
That's just
handling
not
it.
possible.
No, there was
No, because if one can exist always, then
No, that's not true, bro. That's not true.
Well, there's one point that you made that I'm having trouble with, where you're
Okay, go
making.
ahead, my son. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you've made a claim that it's not possible for, in effect, that for multiple deities to have come about at exactly the same point at the same
Right.
time. How do you justify that? Because as far as I'm aware, there's nothing in logic or physics or reality that prevents multiple things from happening at exactly the same moment.
Well,
in
here's the
time.
problem. The problem is you're viewing this through your like human brain, right? You're using logic and physics and reason, but God is beyond logic, bro. God is beyond all physics. Like he created that, bro. That's his creation.
oh, then
So that's the
then,
first
then,
aspect.
then Russia.
Do you not have a human brain?
Yeah.
Oh, what kind of brain do you
But I
have?
learned from God, and God knows.
That was
so
my
I'm
question
learning from
too.
God, bro.
Well, then can I ask you a quick question, Russia?
Go ahead, bro. Go
Is
ahead.
God a logical being?
Of course,
Okay, so the laws of logic apply to God.
he's the originator of logic, bro.
Russia. So do the laws of logic apply to God?
No, the laws of logic are an invention of man.
So God is not a logical being.
There are no laws of logic, bro. That's just a philosophical term. It
There
doesn't
are
exist
laws
in
of
reality.
no, Russia.
That
There
doesn't
are
exist in material reality, bro.
Russia. Stop interrupting. There are laws of
You're making
logic.
bad points, bro. So I have to interrupt.
Russia. There are laws of logic. You just said God created logic.
God
So-
created logic, but there's no laws, bro. Like it's not. Like a
Okay,
book.
so
There's
if
no
God
laws of
created
logic.
if God created logic, does logic apply to God?
Nope.
Is
So
God
God can be
is
God and
hang
not
on,
God?
hang on, Peter. Is God itself and everything else is not God?
What do you mean?
For example, so God is itself, correct? There is God, and God
Yeah.
is itself, right? Okay, great.
Absolutely.
So everything else that is not God is not God, correct? Like, for example, like
Yeah, of
I
course.
am not God. So God has an identity that is different from my identity. So
Yes,
for
absolutely.
so A equals A, and A is not equal to not A. Okay, great.
Right.
So the laws of logic do apply to God.
No, I'm saying that it doesn't apply in the sense that for instance, like if you drop a pen, right, and it's gonna fall, right? That's gravity, right? But with God, God isn't bound by those rules of material reality. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, no,
I'm saying
hang
he's
on,
not
hang
bound
on,
by
no,
logic.
Russia.
I'm saying he's not bound by
Russia,
material
hang on a
reality.
second. So you're saying the laws of logic do not apply to God?
The term laws of logic was made up by atheists, bro. It's not a real term.
Russia. No, actually, they were not. Okay, they weren't. But I'm just
Bro,
that's irrelevant to the point.
atheists and the Christians
Russia,
who made that up, bro.
Russia, that's irrelevant to the point. Do the laws of logic apply to God?
Logic applies to God, but the laws of logic is a made-up atheist term.
But no, it doesn't matter if they're made up. You just said that the laws of logic. That doesn't matter if they're interpreted
There's no
by.
such thing as the laws of logic, bro.
But you just said God created
logic.
logic. But you just said God created. But Russia, you just said that God created logic.
Yeah, of course he did.
Okay, so then it exists because God created it.
Of course he did.
So now I'm
Yeah.
asking you: do the laws of logic apply to God?
No such thing as the laws of logic, bro.
Okay, you say there's no such thing as laws. Can I just ask you 3 questions?
Go
Is
ahead.
Everything that
Go ahead, my daughter. Go ahead.
Is everything that is? If you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Is everything that isn't?
Absolutely.
Can something be something and not be something at the same time?
No, you can't have like a married bachelor, no.
There we go. Laws of logic.
Okay,
So
so
Actually,
okay, so hang on.
Question.
Hang on a sec. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. So Russia, Amy just went to where I was going with that. Okay? So the question is, can God be itself? Can God exist and not exist simultaneously?
Yeah, of course you can.
So the laws of logic do not apply to God. God can both exist and not exist simultaneously, which means
Yes.
God is then illogical and incoherent, which means our position is justified.
Yeah, but your 3-pound brain can't comprehend God, bro. God's beyond your fucking atheist nerd culture.
Russia, one
That's the
question.
reality.
That's special
Russia,
pleading. That's
one
special
question.
pleading, dude.
The claim.
Hang on,
you just-
we're not doing this insulting stuff today, man. I'm
Oh,
gonna pull you
wow.
back up here in a second, but if you're gonna insult people rather than have a conversation, we're gonna move on to Otangelo.
I do want to address the married bachelor point.
Yeah, I want to address just one single point, really short.
Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
Okay, so
That's
Russia,
the benefit of logic.
the
right
claim
there.
you
Like,
just
it's
made is
already,
that
that was
God
easy.
is God.
Hey, John Rapp, good
but
to
he's
see you,
also
bud.
not
Dirkalos, good to see you as well.
No, I'm saying God can both go into
No,
materiality.
no.
He can also leave it.
No, if the laws of logic do not apply to God, then he is God, but he's also not God at the same time.
No, God's always God, bro.
So if that is the case, then the laws of logic apply to God.
Bro, the laws of logic is a terminology
Bro,
you keep
the
using.
laws of
I'm
logic
rejecting your
means that
terminology.
something cannot be A and not A at the same time. If you claim that God can be A and not A at the same time, he can be God and not God at the same time. So I will be going from this point on that God is not God because that's one of the options.
No, that's not an
Thank
option,
you.
bro.
That is an option.
Russia,
according to
you can't have it both ways. You can't state that God created the laws of logic and therefore the laws of logic exist, but then the laws of logic do not exist because atheists use it to show how God is illogical and incoherent.
Exactly. The laws of logic is a terminology made up by atheists to try to discredit God, bro.
Where do you think the classical where do you think the classical laws of logic came from?
From a bunch of nerds running around on reading books.
Okay,
Can I ask you a question?
I'm
Can I
kind
ask
of
you-
done. I'm kind of done with
Yeah,
this.
Warren,
So.
can you name 10 books?
Is anybody else willing to help him, or does
Yeah,
nobody
I
want to
I
help him?
I don't need help, bro. I don't need help.
Well, can we
I don't
just
need
go
help.
back to the
He
causes because
might
there
need
is.
help.
Let's go back to the
Reading a
causes,
book.
bro.
Yes.
Let's go back.
Well, you said that there was efficient cause and first cause. You also claimed the first cause was Allah. How do you differentiate between efficient and a first cause?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I assume that by efficient cause you mean everything in reality, and by first cause you mean God.
Right, exactly. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's just special pleading, though.
How is that special pleading?
So, what is the characteristic of a first cause? How do you separate an efficient cause from a first cause?
I'll tell you. Those which are within material reality, within the laws of physics, within all of the aspects of the world, that is within efficient causes. But God is outside of space and time, bro. Space and time is what the efficient causes are.
Is God real?
Yes.
Then he's part of reality.
Absolutely.
Okay, so God is not the primary. Reality is. Thank you.
Bro, this is material reality, bro.
This is why you need to learn a little logic, Russia Defender,
Bro,
because
You also-
you're
you-
hanging yourself with a little bit of rope we're just
Oh, more
giving
energy
you.
today. I like that. Trying to teach them today.
You also kind
Well
of need to
done,
learn
Peter.
physics. So
Well done, Peter.
Yes.
Let me just read you this, bro.
It's easy. It's easy.
If a cause exists and that is within material reality, bro, God is infinite, right? So infinite reality is much more greater than just material reality. That's what I'm saying.
what do you
So
mean
God
by
is greater than
infinite?
everything, bro.
What do you mean by infinite? And that's a big if. That's a big if.
There's
But
no if, bro. There's no if.
You
Take
just
the F
said
out.
if, Russia. You just said if in the beginning of your statement.
When?
What you just read, you opened with
That's
if.
not true. Nope. That's not true.
Read the statement again.
I'll read it again. I said that material reality is not greater than infinite
That is
reality.
not.
Nice
That's what
edit.
I said, bro. Yeah.
I love that edit.
Okay, that was a big if, Russia. But granting that,
Right.
oh, I mean, I laughed
You
my
ran out
ass
of ideas,
off.
bro.
I laughed my ass off, and I completely, forgot where I was.
Bro, your brain just got broken, man.
I'll just finish my.
This dude's hilarious.
I'm already fine with having reality before God. That means
Okay.
that God is not the primary cause of anything.
Right.
We only know of a material reality. We don't know of any first causes. We don't know of any, quote, ultimate reality, because as far as we can tell, this is ultimate reality.
Well, no, I understand you. That's a good perspective, right? Because in this world, we don't experience a reality outside of ours. But what I'm saying is, if this material reality exists and everything, whether you're pouring water on the floor or whatever, happened at a certain time, then there has to be a time before everything outside of material reality. And I'm saying that's God, and that's just simple. It's as simple as that.
That's a claim you're making, and you have no evidence
It's not
to
a
back
claim,
it
bro.
up.
It's a fact.
No, it's not. If it's a fact of reality, then you could demonstrate it to be a fact. Then we could use that
Okay,
data.
that's good. If you
Russia,
prove that's
Russia,
that
stop
that's the
interrupting. Russia. If it was a fact of reality, then we could use that data to explain other things. We could use that data to make predictions about reality, and those predictions would come true with incredible accuracy. There wouldn't be any variables, or there would be no subjective determinations about the attributes of this thing. You cannot even define this thing in a particular way that justifies it over every other interpretation in the
Okay,
world.
let me ask you a question. Do you know who Conor McGregor is?
Yes, I know who Conor McGregor is.
You know who Khabib is, right? Khabib?
The name is familiar.
He's a Muslim MMA fighter. The point is that he beat Conor McGregor, right? And he proved that Islam is a greater religion, and that's evidence right there, because that's material reality. That's testing it.
No, it's
Muslim
not.
wins.
No, it's not. That's one person beating another fighter.
Yeah,
That doesn't
proves
prove
Islam,
anything.
bro.
That proves that he beat Conor McGregor. That's it. That doesn't prove that what he
No, it
believes
proves
is
God
true.
with him.
No, it
It
doesn't.
proves that you're,
Yes, it
it
does.
proves that you're trolling and that we.
That's
don't
confident.
take you
That's
seriously.
literally that's straight up.
You don't understand my argument, bro.
No, we do understand your
You just made
argument.
a claim. You just said you need
Russia,
to test material
Russia.
reality, right? So
Yes,
just
I
give you a
can.
test.
Yes, I can. Because why do you think the term "any given Sunday" exists? Any given Sunday. Are you familiar with that term?
No.
Okay, that's a sports term. Any given Sunday, any team can beat any other team because just given the right circumstances or given the right opportunity. There are teams that have been completely blown out, the underdogs that have completely blown out the favored victor, and they were Christian, and majority of those players were probably Christian. Does that mean the Christian God is the correct God?
No, that's luck, bro.
So how do you differentiate between them being luck and Khabib beating
I'll
Conor
tell you.
McGregor with Allah existing? How do you
I'll tell
differentiate
you.
between those two?
It depends. It depends on how high profile it is, right?
No,
Like, any team
no,
can randomly beat
it
him
does
in like
not.
a Tuesday game. But that was like one of the most
think we're done
important
with this
fights
guy.
in, like MMA history, and that proved that Khabib, he follows the. If you want to talk about
Does
logic, bro,
anybody else
I
What about
do
the
have.
law?
in the panel want to help him? Or?
Well, I just wanted to make one comment about the married bachelor claim. I would say, I actually favor the idea of a married bachelor being a logical, realistic possibility. Consider this. To a polygamist with 2 wives and a fiance, being a married bachelor is a normal thing.
how is that a normal thing, bro?
I want to add one more thing into.
Just a sec. Polygamy.
Go ahead.
Are you familiar with polygamy?
Yeah, polygamy is good.
Okay, so I just used that to defend my position that being a married bachelor is a realistic possibility.
How?
A married bachelor would be like, for a polygamist, they could have 2 wives and 1 fiance. Therefore, they're both married and a bachelor at the same time.
No, that makes no sense. If you're married, you can't be a bachelor, bro.
You know what your problem is.
Do you understand
Russia,
what you just
Russia,
said, bro? You just fucking fell on your face, bro.
Russia. You know what your problem is. You need
Go
to
ahead, my
learn
son. Go ahead,
logic.
Tell
I'm not your son.
I know you want to be TJ
I might,
today. You want
I
to
might
be
be
high
old
energy. I
enough
like
to
that.
be your
Taco,
dad, but I would
can we deuce this
channel
cat and
Darth.
move on to the next?
Yeah, sure. It's been 20 minutes.
One
Thank you for
thing.
coming
One
up.
thing.
Go ahead.
Hold on. One thing. Your problem is that you, at the beginning of this chat, you said Allah is your teacher. Had the laws of logic applied to Allah, then he would have been your teacher. Now he's both your teacher and he's not your teacher, and you've been only
Yo, you're
paying
just
attention.
rambling, dude. You're
and
making no
you've been
sense.
only paying attention when he was not a teacher. Oh man.
Just want to add on one last thing, which is that scientists, physicists, don't tend to look in terms of efficient and first cause. They have moved on from philosophers. So far, we can go as far back as the singularity in Planck time of the Big Bang. There may be something beyond that, because a lot of young Earth creationists get confused. They think that we believe that something came from nothing. That is not true. We can only go as far back as the 3 things that I just explained. There may be something beyond that, like a cosmos, and what's up with Tangelo? But a cosmos would just be a bigger natural thing nesting our universes.
Here we
And
go.
that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, Tangelo,
Okay.
your mic, by the way, was making a ton of background noise. So I
Yeah, you got a
muted
lot of
very
static.
quickly.
Otangelo, welcome. Happy New Year to you. And what have you got for us today?
Hey, Rib Tick.
Oh, you've got a lot of
bud.
you've got a lot of background.
The microwave background.
That was a great demonstration of microwave background radiation, Otangelo. You've got a hiss in the background with your microphone.
I'm gonna get
I thought he fix his audio and come back when he's enabled
Yeah.
his translation.
Yeah, the CMBR is really messing with him.
Yeah,
Right.
you can barely hear him.
I love Peter.
Cornholio.
Peter, that was
Whoa.
brilliant. The microwave background radiation.
Yeah.
Hello,
I have to
Cornholio,
thank
welcome.
Amy for bringing it up.
Hey, Ed, Luck, and
just
Bill,
in
good to
time.
see you, bud.
Sir Cornholio, welcome.
Welcome, brothers
What would
and
you like to
sisters
talk
of
about?
atheist brothers and sisters.
Can you turn up your mic a little bit?
Oh,
your
can you
your
hear me?
volume is really low.
Oh, is that better?
That's better.
That's good.
Okay. So as I said, welcome, my brothers and sisters of atheism. So I had a question for you. So in regards to the idea of atheism, like I know there's different types of atheists, of course. I mean, when I say that, like I guess it's in terms of like, would you say? I mean, this is going to be specified to most people on the panel. Everyone on the panel. This question is: are you open to people's religion? Meaning, do you accept them for who they are and what they practice, and do you respect that, or do you think
Yes.
what they
Before-
practice is false?
Just before we go into that,
my best friend is a Christian, and together we actually make stuff for churches. I last year I made an altar for a Christian church, so I think that's kind of respecting people.
before we get into quizzing the panel, could you just briefly say what your position is or something? 'Cause we could go on
It was
for a
just
long
more.
time.
It was just mainly. I mean, my position is just mainly a question of like how you think of like other religion, and do you give respect?
But the question you asked has nothing to do with atheism.
No,
No, I
The
know.
question you asked,
Hang on.
the question you
Okay.
asked has something to do with anti-theism, which is also not applicable when you talk to people, because you will still respect the people. You just won't respect.
Hey, Sumi, good to
religion
see you.
as
Thanks so much
such.
for being here.
I think Cornholio was identifying implicitly that he's an atheist. He called us fellow atheists earlier. I'm going to assume that's what you meant. Please
Yes.
correct me if. Okay, all
Yes.
right, thank you. So that answers X's question.
Thanks.
I just wanted to say, like you're saying, there's different types of atheists. There's basically the way
Yes, demons.
most people that I encounter look at it, and myself included, is that atheism baseline fundamental means we don't believe in any goddesses or gods. And now there are many people who will add more to that for themselves, but this is the common denominator that applies to all atheists. So some will take a position there are no deities, and that would be like an anti-theistic position, or there's different terms to describe that depending on which camp you're in. But that still is included under the umbrella term atheist, or atheism as a classification. But yeah, as far as respect for religions, I don't have particular respect for ideas, but I do respect the individuals for being individuals. And I may not agree with their views, but I think it's very important to have the respectful dialogue and be respectful to other people, because you can get a lot further in life this way.
Just to jump off what I agree with both what Peter and Randolph were saying, and to continue on anti-theism, most people, guess theists, will think that that will mean that, well, we are against them. And it's that we are actually, in my opinion, most of us are against the institutions, are against the religions, and then the belief systems as a whole. And so we have to love our theist brothers and sisters. They are who we are trying to, there really is no other word, because I view many of these cults, and so we're trying to save them. So we have to love them. We have to realize that they're not any less, often more intelligent on subjects, especially if it's the field that they have trained in. And so we need to love them and hate the religions.
But why do you have to hate
And
religion?
follow further on with that. Some people hate the religions because of how they've been imposed on people they know or themselves throughout their lives. But I guess I forgot where I was going to go with this. Let me see.
Well, to agree.
Oh, I know. Sorry, JL. Just give me a second.
No, go ahead.
So, one of the problems I've encountered is one of the challenges. I guess I should use that word instead. Is there's a lot of religious people who don't see their religion, as separate from themselves, and so when somebody does critique any of the ideas of their religion, some of them, not all, but some of them will take it personally and get upset about it. Myself, as an atheist, people poke fun at atheism all the time. It doesn't bother me personally. To me, atheism is a concept. The religions are collections of ideas and concepts. Theism is a concept. So, these are separate from us. We can live by certain rules, like in our societies, we live by certain laws and whatnot that are part of society, and certain cultural norms, like not running around naked in the streets all the time and things like that, because we want to do well in society. When people start, when people are, it's more difficult to converse with somebody and really challenge their ideas if they're internalizing and personalizing the ideas as part of themselves, and that's something that I find quite a few people struggle with. So it's, as soon as people can look at all these different concepts and ideas as separate from themselves, like imagine the concept of color. Most people, I don't know anybody who does, but I think people don't internalize that. And they don't consider the concept of color with the color spectrum and all this kind of scientific red, green, blue, etc., the basics as themselves. So if somebody goes and was to poke fun at the color green, for example, then they're not going to take it personally. And what
it's a good point. Second best, Bob.
Good to see you, is that with religion, people will kind of be able to step back from it and look at it a little bit more as a separate thing instead of as part of themselves. I think we'll get a lot more progress in the world if we can do this. And a person doesn't have to give up their religion in order to do this.
I would agree. I agree with Randolph, Amy, and Peter there. I myself, I will go hard in the paint to defend anybody's right to believe what they want to believe. So
Yes,
I think it's everyone's right. I'm a big proponent of bodily autonomy, and that goes to not only what you can choose to do with your body, but of course what you can choose to think, believe, feel, and no one can dictate that for you. So, my biggest issue is that while I support this absolutely, my biggest problem is that I have seen firsthand, and I know many of us on this stage have seen firsthand the psychological and societal harm that organized religion in and of itself can cause, and how cults and offshoots and all these kinds of things, because ostensibly these are organizations that are predicated on an irrational belief of things. And typically they support that by dictating to their followers what information they can and cannot take in, what they can and cannot feel, what they can and cannot think, because it's essentially organizations of control that dictate how humans should behave and take away that autonomy. That's when I have a problem with it. When the organization says that you cannot learn this thing, or you cannot do this, or they espouse things like going to college just indoctrinates you and stuff like that, and they eschew everything that makes the human experience great in order to justify this one particular position. That's what I have a real problem with. If there was an end to evangelism, an end to proselytization, an end to this, okay, then I myself really wouldn't have a problem with that, because they would keep their religion to themselves. They can believe it they want. They wouldn't grift people out of money. They wouldn't prey upon the vulnerable and the destitute, the desperate. They wouldn't attack those that have. They wouldn't prey on those who have diseases and replace people who have addictions and replace one addiction with another. So there's a lot of problems there. The idea that someone believes in something that is irrational is not necessarily a bad thing in and of itself, but the things that it leads to, the irrational behaviors it leads to, that's what I have a problem with. And my goal is to help individuals to recognize how these irrational beliefs can lead to irrational behaviors. And because we all live on this planet together, we all share space, then we need to understand that our irrational behaviors affect others directly and indirectly. And so when we can address that and kind of pull back on the irrational behaviors, maybe pull back on the irrational belief a little bit, then we'll begin to see this issue that we're creating for ourselves, and that will help to better bridge the societal divides that are created by these things. That's my goal. That's what I understand. So yeah.
I could not only agree. I just want to point out that it's not that, because you asked why hate religion, and the reason why I think that very specific religions should be scorned is because they come with them a lot of old practices that seem to be harmful to society, seem to be anti a lot of the values that we have now. My joke is always, if you are using the word family to attack other families, then you are actually anti-family. And so it's not that we should, once again, you should not be prejudiced towards someone Jewish, towards someone Christian, towards someone Muslim, Hindu, a Jain. You should not. Chances are the Jains are not building different battalions to try and invade each other. However, I just want to do a final concur of what J.L. Warren said, which is just, how much superstition do you want to accept? A little bit of superstition may
Blue, good to see you.
Have a detrimental effect on your life, but if you accept a little, you may accept something else, which means you may accept something else after that, and then after a while, your entire epistemological toolkit, all of the tools that you're using are faulty.
I'm into that.
I'd say
I would agree.
A good analogy to this. A good analogy to this are people who and this is going to sound odd and come out of left field, but a good analogy to this that going off of what Amy said, is that there are people out there that believe Bigfoot exists, okay, or believe that cryptids exist. Okay, that's great. They can believe that. I don't believe that these things exist. There's no evidence for them. There's either misidentification or just wishful thinking in that respect. But nonetheless, there are people that believe that Bigfoot exists. But you don't see the Church of Bigfoot out there, pulling money from people to try and to justify the belief in Bigfoot and like the doctrine of Bigfoot. What they're doing is they're actually out there in the field trying to prove this thing exists. They're out there like trying to collect evidence and trying to do this. A lot of them are hoaxes and a lot of them are debunked as fake, but there are people out there legitimately trying to do the science to just say, hey, we think this thing exists, let's go out and prove it. I have a lot of respect for that because that's the way it should be. Is like they believe it, but they're out there trying to prove it so that they can prove it to everybody else. So I think that's an interesting line, the difference between two sets of people that believe a thing exists that there's no evidence for, but one of them is actively trying to find the scientific evidence to demonstrate this thing exists and prove it. The other ones are just like, nope, you just got to believe it. That's problematic to me. So Christians be more like Bigfoot enthusiasts.
Hey, special thanks to Sir Cornholio for joining us and causing this deep conversation. I think IX wanted to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to say I agree with, everyone said good points. I especially agree. My position, kind of like Amy was getting on at the end, is that there's a danger in analogy. You don't hate your friend for stopping him from drinking and driving. Now, you may not lay hands on him if he tries, or if he's in the habit of it, or talks about having done it in the past or planning to do it in the future. You may not physically get into an altercation with
Mystique,
him.
I'm gonna have to
You're
look
going
into
to criticize him or try to nudge him or encourage him or offer to drive him or her or whatever. Teach them how to use Uber. You're going to do everything you can in your power to try to encourage safer, more responsible, or rational behavior on the part of people that you see in a habit of dangerously irrational and faulty epistemology in the way that they form their beliefs and act on them. But I do want to also correct, you said that there is no Bigfoot church. One Google search shows that you blasphemed against the Bigfoot church, which says that the wisdom of the first Sasquatch can be found only by those who seek the coming of the second. And it's bigfootchurch.com. Shout outs to bigfootchurch.com.
I wanna take it up for JL because he made a valid point. The people that are out trying to prove that Bigfoot exists, people like that are currently in Australia trying to prove that there are still thylacines. If they succeed, that would be pretty cool. I hope
That'd be pretty neat. Yeah, I did not. I have new information. I didn't realize there was a Church of Bigfoot. I am blown away by this. My live chat just informed me as well. I was like, "There's a. I have to look into this. I do." So,
JL, I'm not even surprised. I didn't know, but I'm pretty sure that there's a church for anything you want if you just look hard enough.
Hey,
What's it cost?
The link didn't work. Can you say it again? Maybe I got it wrong.
Oh, well, the website on the Instagram says bigfootchurch.com, but you can just search Bigfoot Church on Instagram. That's where I found the link. Maybe
Okay. Yeah. That their website's down.
Oh, yeah, the website's down. Yeah. Sure, they're just waiting for
We
the
just
right donations.
crashed their website.
You could rebuild Bigfoot Church.
I think Bigfoot got into the server room, and so they're trying to repair everything now.
I was just gonna say Bigfoot either stomped on it or the Loch Ness monster has been munching on server parts.
What's going on, Otangelo?
Good morning, Otangelo. Happy New Year. How's your audio working? Much better.
good to see you, God equals.
But we can't hear your voice.
I was about to say, how could you say something so daring and yet so true?
Well, you went from being affected by the CMBR to within a Faraday cage. So
All right,
we got to find a happy
exit
medium.
out of the room and then rejoin the room, Otangelo, and I'll pull you back up.
Randolph, I have to criticize you. The fact that we can't hear Otangelo, you shouldn't say that that is much better.
Well, hindsight is 20/20.
Sorry.
Good morning, Otangelo. Welcome
Hey, Charlie
back.
Owen, good to see you.
Maybe Otangelo needs to reboot his computer. We'll make a space for you when you come back.
Yep.
Just
Don't
make
know what's
sure
going on there.
that you're...
Hey, some old
I
dude,
have
good
the
to see you,
Jeopardy
bud. Member of the Godless
ready,
Army.
just in case, if it's needed.
Welcome. What have you got
Timeless.
today?
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters.
Assalamu
I wanted
alaikum.
to talk about like the Russian defender. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
Russian offender. Russian
Yes.
offender. I like it already.
Okay, just to be clear,
Yeah.
we'd prefer to talk about his ideas rather than him.
Yeah, of course. Of
That's
course.
what you
Yeah.
mean. Okay. Just
Yeah,
wanted to-
absolutely. Yeah, no, none of that. Yeah. You guys were talking about laws of logic, and you were kind of getting it against the belief of God, right?
Well,
Yeah.
the
No.
issue was that he had stated that God created the laws of logic, and then when he was asked, "Do the laws of logic apply to God?" then he would say that the laws of logic don't exist. So there was some sort of, we was trying to get him to suss out like where the reconciliation is there, like where the laws of logic begin and end and God begins, and we were presenting the argument that if God has an identity, that God is God and everything else is not God, and God is separate from those things because God is God and everything, like I am not God, then A equals A and A is not equal to not A. So therefore the laws of logic do apply to God. Therefore, how could it create something that then in turn applies to itself? There's that, and if they don't apply to it, then God is illogically incoherent. That was the whole point, is how he wasn't able to reconcile this.
I'd also like to point out it would mean that theist and atheist should both be right, because it would mean God can be and not be at the same time. It would be kind of incoherent.
Right. But the thing is, what you guys are talking about, right? Well, like laws of logic and how to identify it. Those are all human, concepts. These are man-made, right? This is a way for a person to understand it on a human perspective. You know what I mean?
Sort of. So
logic are a language
Yeah.
that describes what we actually see. So it's not a human concept.
It's an articulation.
It's reality.
It's an articulation of our observations. So
Okay,
a thing is itself. So we what we do is we look at the universe, or we look at the world, and we say a thing is itself and is not itself. So an apple is an apple and an apple is not an orange. So to make these differentiations, to make these distinctions between things, then we articulate them as the laws of logic. A thing is itself, a thing is not itself, and if a thing is this, then this follows it, so on and so forth. So the classical laws of logic are, I consider, one of the biggest breakthroughs in articulating the universe as we observe it in human history, is the way that we can make distinctions between objects that allow us to articulate what we observe, and in a logically coherent sense. And so the idea is, if the laws of logic do not apply to God, and God by virtue can both be and not be simultaneously, then the concept itself is incoherent and therefore can be rejected. But if the laws of logic do apply to God and God cannot operate outside the laws of logic, that means the laws of logic supersede God, and we need only appeal to that, and God is simply this kind of middleman arbiter that subjectively or arbitrarily determines things within the scope of that. But that means that we can just appeal to the nature of the universe and not the nature of God. So there's a problem there. Right.
But the thing is, when we think of God, right, God is a divine power, right? When we see what God does in the history, right, we think of them as miracles, because God is something beyond human comprehension. You know what I mean? So you can't really put the laws of logic to identify God. You can't apply that. You can't apply it to God.
We can because they automatically apply. Just by invoking that a thing exists in any kind of state. If you state that a thing exists, you, by virtue of that statement, you automatically invoke all three classical laws of logic. They're automatically invoked just by stating that the thing exists, because you're saying it exists as opposed to not exist. You're saying that it is itself, and it is, because it is itself, it is not anything else. Mm-hmm. Okay,
right.
so
you're
that's where you're running into. But here's the problem: is that at one point in human history, God itself, by virtue of what the religions believe, by going by what they believe, God was not in this state. It was not outside the realm of reality. God, according to Christians, God walked amongst human beings at one point. God literally had conversations with Adam and Eve and other people. And so God operated very much in this reality. This whole concept of God existing outside of time and space and being out and being out there and undetectable and essentially meeting all the criteria of non-existence, this is a relatively new determination about God. And the reason this was thought up was because we started looking for evidence that this thing exists, and we found none. We started looking at the universe and saying, well, if the God exists, what would we expect to see? And if no God exists, what would we expect to see? And we started looking and we started realizing that the universe looks very much like if there is no God, because we see the entailments of this thing's existence. So the problem is that this whole concept is like, oh no, God is spaceless and timeless and outside reality and operates through miracles. Well, this is all just emotional appeal, because it's an unfalsifiable claim. You're saying it's outside of reality, therefore it's not testable. We can't make predictions with it. It provides no useful information in explaining anything about the universe, especially in the face of better hypotheses that adhere to a stricter stricter methodologies. So the problem is that God has been pushed to the edge of the board to the point that it's literally just a metaphysical concept that you can choose to believe in or not believe in based upon, for whatever reason. Now, we can logic that these things don't exist.
Right.
Okay, but to justify that it does is just an emotional appeal.
Okay, so...
But I also, well, before you do respond, I just want to
go ahead.
point out that the laws of logic are tautologies. We are just saying them so that we are not crazy. Like J.L. Warren, we have been... prescribing them, well, it's really a description, I guess. Either way, we have discovered this for the past thousands of years. When it comes to science, we don't tend to use that sort of language. It tends to be philosophical circles. And in fact, I would say the majority would be theological circles. They tend to re-explain the laws of logic so that they can set up a lot of cosmological arguments. And so it's weird to come in and say, like, the atheists are obsessed. He in fact said that the atheists created the laws of logic, which is just silly. But still sending love out to him. But the laws of logic tend to be an obsession
Aaron,
with theists at this point. Atheists will explain it to our theist counterparts, but I don't understand what them not existing. You don't have to convince us that they don't exist for them to talk about a God. Because to me, it just leads to incoherence. But once again, welcome to Jump, and right back to you, Timeless.
All right, so okay. Let's. I want to put out a statement. Okay, let's imagine. Let's just scrap everything that we just talked about. Let's think of human concepts, right? So, let's say we were thousands and thousands of years ago. We were undeveloped educationally, and we didn't know about space, right? We did not know that space existed. Now, what we knew is that gravity did exist, right? When you jump, you go back down on Earth. You go back down on the floor. You don't just keep flying up. So what happens is you free fall, and we're able to witness that. Ever since mankind has started, we're able to witness that free fall does exist. You jump and you go back down, right? And at the process of you going back down is free fall, and that's a human concept. Now, say you're in the middle of space, you're isolated, far away from any gravitational pull. You're not free falling, because free fall does not truly exist in the majority view. What happens is you're just floating. You're not really moving at all. You have no energy towards you. You're just staying in place. So if I were to go to you and I were to tell you, this exists, and you would say, okay, well, does it apply with the laws of logic? It would not apply with the laws of logic, because free falling is the only thing that you're mentally able to process, because that's the only thing that you're able to witness in the present time.
Timeless. There's a little flaw in your plan, because there's nowhere in the universe where there is no gravity.
Wait, you said it wouldn't apply.
It can be so little that the effects barely show, and you need instruments to measure them, but there still would be influence of gravity no matter where you are in space.
Wait, would free fall be a contradiction though?
So just to clarify, is he saying that the laws of logic don't apply to God? That's what he's arguing?
Yeah, they don't apply to God. They don't apply to things that we can't understand humanly at the present time right now. So
God
okay, so
exists.
Peter,
Timeless,
let's say
quick question to solve this. Is Allah also Mary, the mother of Jesus?
sorry, can you
Is Allah also the Mary, the mother of Jesus?
No.
So Timeless, what he's asking is
Then
Timeless.
the
What
laws
he's
of
asking.
logic apply to Allah.
It sounded like he wasn't grabbing it. The problem is you just said that the laws of logic don't apply to God. Okay, that's fine. You can hold that position. The laws of logic do not apply to God. This means that A equals A is not equal to not A. That these don't apply to this God that you're asserting. Okay.
But
what this logically entails is that God can both exist and not exist simultaneously. God is both God and not God simultaneously.
Exactly.
Because you have defined it this way, it is logically incoherent.
All right, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna reword myself. It's not that it doesn't apply; it's that it can't apply. You cannot apply it to God.
Okay, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
God
The same entailment.
No. It's that God is God, but
Timeless. The
If
same.
God is God, then the laws of logic apply to him.
Timeless.
the laws of logic is a human concept, just like how you see free fall. That is a human concept.
Timeless. Stop. When you state that a thing exists, you automatically invoke the laws of logic, because you are stating that it exists as opposed to not existing. All right? So the thing, you've already invoked them just by stating that, which means that the laws of logic do apply to God, if this thing even exists. If it exists by virtue of its own existence, that means it is itself, and it is not anything that is not God. Which means that it is God. There is a distinction between what is God and what is JL, and what is T-Jump, and what is Peter, and what is the planet, and what is the moon, so on and so forth. So you cannot state that the laws of logic don't apply to this thing while also stating that it does exist. These are contradictory positions that lead to logical incoherence.
Okay, fine. Let me say that God is God and nothing else is not God. All right. Let me say that it does apply.
Okay.
But what then? How does this prove me wrong?
Because it
What's your
demonstrates.
argument?
Most theists use the laws of logic. They try to use it against us. To try and come in here and say the laws of logic are something that atheists try to put forward as why God doesn't exist, in my opinion, is silly. I've never seen an atheist do that.
Well,
let me help you. Let me help you out.
Sorry, just a sec. It's an interesting progression from the earlier claim by somebody else that their laws of logic are just made up by people and have nothing to do with God, and now to say what Amy just highlighted. It's interesting how things move around so much with this.
All right, Timeless, what's your argument? What is your original claim?
My original claim is that how can you apply something that's human made to something that's divine? Because we had a person earlier that claimed that God exists, and then someone here from the panel used the laws of logic, and we're not able to identify it properly.
Timeless. It's not human made. It is how we describe.
No, it is.
Reality.
Peter. Who's we? Who's we? We are humans.
Human beings.
God is not human. Sorry, do you think God is not human made?
Guys.
Sorry, do you think God is not human made?
Can I give this a shot? Can you guys all stop for a minute and just?
I wanted to just finish. Maybe I can help Timeless out.
You guys can go ahead.
What you are looking for is that the laws of logic have to apply to God. Otherwise, he is not God. That's one. But what you're looking for is that God might be able to suspend the laws of logic when interacting with reality. If you go from that standpoint, you could actually make an argument. But the moment you say that the laws of logic do not apply to God, then God is not God, and we're already done.
All right, fine. Let's say that. Let's just say that I said before. Let's say that the laws of logic do apply to God, and God is God itself. But how does that prove that God does not exist? Because someone here used it.
It doesn't.
Right. So why did you say
it doesn't prove that God exists. It also doesn't prove that God does exist.
How does it
That's
not
the problem.
One sec,
and
one
that's the
sec, one sec,
problem
Peter,
that
one sec,
You're,
one sec,
you're,
one
you're,
sec. You
you're
guys-
faced with here, and this is what we would
Oh my
like you
God.
to do is bring us something so that we could accept that God exists.
Okay, so Timeless, you said that your original claim was that you can't use human concepts to describe God, the divine, right?
Right,
That's
yeah.
what you said?
Yeah.
So if I can make up a human concept that says, here is the divine and here is the not divine, it's
Mhm.
using a concept to differentiate things, right? So I can say the divine, the word divine,
Mhm.
describes divine things, and the word not divine describes the not divine things, right?
hmm
So I can make up a concept like the word divine and apply it to the divine things, can't I?
Yeah, but that's just a word.
Right. So that's a human concept.
You're describing it. No. You're describing it. What I mean is that you can't. For example, you can't use a math question in order to solve.
What T-Jump
Wait,
is
no,
saying
Peter,
is
Peter,
that
let him
if-
finish.
if
Peter,
you-
Peter,
if you
Peter,
don't
Peter,
have
let him finish.
human
No,
concepts
Peter,
to
stop, Peter,
describe
stop, Peter,
God,
stop. Holy shit,
can't
stop, Peter,
describe
Peter,
God-
shut
God.
up. Peter, stop. Let him finish. Timeless, go ahead.
So you can't use a math question in order to find God. You can't use the laws of logic, which are laws placed by humans to define God. God is a miracle. God is a divine thing, right? Right. The things that He does are miracles to us.
Interesting
Wait, no,
question.
Peter,
How
shut up.
do you
Peter, shut
define
up.
God?
Peter, shut up. Let him finish. Holy shit, Peter.
So my definition of God is divine, because everything that we've seen that may be out of the abnormal or out of the human concept of just being
Well,
able
give
to
us
understand.
your
Oh my God!
definition.
Somebody mute Peter. Stop
Peter, do you
interrupting
not
him.
hear T-Jump talking with him? Give him a moment, man.
So
Just was
For
curious about
example-
the
Stop
definition for
talking.
God.
Just stop talking, Peter.
for example, like let's say that how
2023
So I
Prophet
just want to clarify. Are you
Moses.
saying that you can't use human concepts like logic and math to prove God? Is that your argument?
You can't use any human concept to prove God. Yeah, you can say that, oh, God is divine, but divine is a descriptive word. It's just you're just saying what's going on. You know what I mean? But you can't apply law. You can't apply laws and
Hey, Witch of Heart, good to
formulas
see
to
you.
understand what God is.
Thanks
God
so
is
much-
divine.
thanks
God
so
is
much for being here.
Everything that God does is a miracle to us. We don't understand it. We can't understand it. We can't comprehend it. Can you comprehend how Mary was a virgin? No, you can't. You can't. Can you comprehend how?
Wait, I can comprehend those just fine. So like we can use human evidence to show God exists just fine. So like if I say, God, I believe in you, please give me a gold brick, and a gold brick appears in front of me, that would be great evidence of a God. So I don't understand why you think you can't use human reasoning to justify the belief God exists. So I mean, it sounds like you're arguing for our side because we kind of agree that yeah, there's no evidence of a God, but it's possible to provide evidence of a God using human reasoning.
No, there's absolutely evidence that there's a God. Everywhere is evidence that there's a God. Everything that we do is evidence that there's a God.
That
Wait,
makes
I
no
thought you just
sense.
said. I thought
Okay,
you just
so-
said that we can't use human reasoning to indicate the divine, but all of the evidence is human reasoning to indicate the divine.
Sorry, can you repeat what you said?
So your original argument was that we can't use human concepts to indicate the divine, but evidence is human concepts, right? So if there's evidence of the divine, that means we're using human concepts to indicate the divine.
No, evidence is the miracles that happens within humans. Like you can't
But we have to
split.
interpret those, right? We have to be like, here's a miracle, and this miracle was done under these circumstances, which
Yep.
indicates God, right?
So okay, so what I think what your meaning of comprehending them is literally just witnessing it happen, right? Is that what you mean?
No, because I can witness it happen and not understand that it was done by. Are you Muslim? So
Yeah.
Allah. So
Yeah.
I can see a miracle happen.
Right.
If I don't actually
Aaron,
understand
that's
the
funny.
backstory of the Quran, I don't understand who Muhammad is. I don't understand the context in which the miracle happened. Just seeing a miracle doesn't indicate who or what did it, right? So to understand that this miracle was done and it was done by Allah, you have to know who Allah is. You have to know the story of the Quran. You have to show that this miracle correlates to the Quran, and all of those things are human logical concepts that we use to build evidence.
Which
Right.
is why I asked for the definition of his God, because I would be really curious what a definition of God would be without using human concepts.
Okay, so
So
definition of
that was
definition of God would be a divine entity that we cannot understand. So what T Jump said.
what is divine?
Divine, exactly. We can't describe divine.
No,
You
no,
can't
no,
describe
no. What do you mean when you say the word divine?
something
beyond
abnormal.
human comprehension, that's what
Beyond,
he means.
yeah, like abnormal. Like you can't.
Yeah,
You can't
but
calculate it,
timeless.
you can't-
But timeless. You just contradicted yourself. If we can't understand it, then we can't call it divine, because divine is a human concept.
No.
Oh,
Divine
you
is
can-
just
you
a
can do that, you can do
description.
that. So that's like,
Divine is
hold on.
description of a human concept that we don't understand.
So timeless is fine
It's
to
not.
do this. It's like dark energy or dark matter. We can put a label on some category that we don't understand just fine. So if he's saying
Right.
divine is all of the things beyond human comprehension, so I imagine
Mhm.
he'd formally put it like divine is all the things that it's not even possible for humans to understand but still exist,
Exactly.
or something like that.
Right. So we're just putting a label on it, but we can't really calculate it. We can't really understand why it happened, how it happened, because, let's use Mary the Virgin, right?
Oh,
You
wait.
can't.
So that's really interesting. So if we can't understand how or why it happened,
Right. Yeah.
then why do you think God did it? So if we can't understand, say a miracle happens in front of you, and you
Mhm.
can't understand what caused it, and could just be a natural process you don't know
Mhm.
about, right?
Yeah. That's why there's holy texts that prove on why it happened, who did it. We know why it happened and who did it because of the holy.
Are the
Text.
holy texts, are they written down by humans?
They are written down
the
by
holy
humans,
texts-
delivered.
Do the holy texts contain human concepts?
The holy texts contain descriptions of how it happened to humans.
Do they contain human concepts?
Okay, can you elaborate? What do you mean?
Like
They made of words.
marriage, punishment,
Mhm.
slavery, man, woman, things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. According to you, that wasn't possible.
That was impossible to what? Bro, a divine entity can do anything. A divine
so
entity can
if
talk
we-
for
if
all
we see a
time.
miracle-
You said you can't define God and you can't figure out anything
Right.
about God with
So-
using human
Right.
concept. And now you say we need to go to the scriptures, who the only thing human scriptures
Exactly.
do is give you human concepts in
Peter?
order to describe your God. So you're already contradicting yourself. Either
No.
we can or we cannot use
Peter,
human
I have
concepts.
the perfect answer. Perfect answer for that. Why would a divine entity communicate with their own creation in a way that they cannot understand? Do you know what I mean? That's why the scriptures and the holy texts, they communicate with us
does
with
that,
comprehension.
I agree. And if it does that, then we can define God using human concepts.
Okay, then, but
Because
timeless.
the God
but,
has provided us with the human concepts
Mhm.
that we need as a tool to define what the God is
But-
and what
Right,
He
but
wants.
specifically the miracles that God has done.
yeah,
We
but
cannot.
timeless. There's a lot of issues here. For one, I have no idea what you're defining as a miracle, or how you differentiate between a miracle and a natural process
Perfect.
and a natural process that you don't have an understanding for.
Can I give you an example?
Hang on a sec. Two, you're referencing holy texts. I'm assuming like the Quran, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That gives explanations for particular things. So you're saying that this unknowable, ununderstandable entity is speaking coherently with human beings to describe certain effects in the world that we observe. But then this book was 1900 years old. And then today we look
1400.
back and we understand that they got much of that wrong. So, for example, there is no identification of germs in the Quran, or the germ theory of disease. All right. So, or no concept of cells,
Right. Why would a
but
divine-
hang on a sec. But if that was the truth, if cells existed, or say if germs exist, and the reason why people got cholera and dysentery and died from this at the age of 30, because they for whatever reason, then you'd think that Allah would dictate that was what was going on, but that's not what was going on. So why was it articulating incorrect things in the past?
How is it describing incorrect things? Like where did it say that it was saying incorrect things? Because I don't find anything incorrect.
Okay, for example, one thing that we understand is that an interpretation of people who were once thought to be an interpretation of schizophrenia, it was once probably in the ancient world interpreted to be demonic possession, or the maybe fairies or changelings and stuff like this.
Sure.
So Like, for example, like, you know, that's how like changelings are probably what changeling the changeling children are probably used to describe autism, like way back in the day. Like all of a sudden the child changed. So that perfectly describes autism. But schizophrenia, extreme schizophrenia, could be interpreted as being possessed by something, seeing things that are not there, hearing things that don't exist, acting in extremely irrational ways, extremely aberrant behavior. Now, we know that it's not demonic possession. We know that it's mental illness. Okay, we understand why it happens. We understand that there's a genetic corollary. We understand what's going on in the brain when these things take place. So why would the Bible refer to demonic possession and make no differentiation with mental illness?
I'm Muslim, I'm not Christian.
Oh, so why would the Quran do this? Why would the Quran speak of demons and demonic possession, but it would not talk about mental illness? And why wouldn't Allah dictate to us how to differentiate between someone who is just mentally ill and someone who is legitimately affected by a demon?
Right. Would you like me to use Prophet Muhammad for an example? Because he was.
No, I'm asking you, why didn't Allah choose to make that differentiation so that we could make better determinations about how to help people in the real world?
Because that is irrelevant to your faith to him. That is irrelevant to your loyalty to him. Why does he have to tell you something that is not going to help your relationship with God himself?
Because treating someone who is mentally ill like they are demonically possessed does not help that person. And if we help people and we get them better,
Quran never states that you're demonically possessed if you're mentally ill.
It makes no differentiation between the two. It never actually says anything about mental illness.
Right.
It talks about demonic possession, but not about mental illness.
Because demonic possession is demonic possession is something to do with divine, something to do with.
Okay, but how could people 1900 years ago tell the difference between a schizophrenic and someone who's demonically possessed? If all they're going off of is the Quran.
Sorry. Okay. So you're saying basically is how can we know whether someone is schizophrenic or just demonically possessed?
No, I'm asking you why. I'm saying Allah, by the way you've defined it, would know the difference between a demonically possessed person and a schizophrenic person. So why wouldn't Allah tell people how to differentiate between the mentally ill and the demonically possessed so that we could help them better? Because the tactics used to help demonically possessed people will not work on a mentally ill person. And the tactics used to help a mentally ill person won't work on a person who is demonically possessed. So that's an important distinction to make if demons exist. So why wouldn't Allah tell us how to do that correctly?
All right, so say he does mention that, right?
But he doesn't.
No, but say he does. Let's say in a world where he does, right?
Okay.
How would that affect the relationship to a person to God? How would that help you believing in God?
That would be that entity giving human beings a better understanding of reality than what they currently had. That would mean that would be at least one indicator that it is giving us that it itself is able to give us a better understanding of reality.
All right.
Okay, respond time unless someone asks you a question.
So, sorry, what were you saying, Amy?
After you respond, I'm sure you want to respond to JL, but after that, I just want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
So that would be an indicator that this God can give us information that we didn't currently have, that can help us to better assist one another and better understand its nature and relationship to us. But it doesn't do that.
Because God is not an entity there to serve you, brother. He's your creator. He does not care whether you want more medical studies from God himself. He does not care about that.
That's not what. That's not. No.
You're asking
Timeless. You're jumping. No, Timeless. You're jumping past this. I'm saying that Allah knows the differentiation. Okay? So Allah knew the differentiation when it passed down the Quran. Human beings did not know the differentiation. So why would Allah give human beings misleading information? Because if Allah does not exist and human beings were just coming up with this themselves, then it would make sense that mentally ill people would be determined to be demonically possessed because we didn't understand mental illness. But Allah does understand mental illness because Allah, by your definition, knows all true propositions, and therefore it would understand, which means if it didn't pass this information along, then it was being deliberately misleading. Okay? And if the God is being deliberately misleading, then why the hell would I ever worship it? Because I'd never be able to tell if it was lying or not lying to me.
Right. So, okay, I have a question for you, Warren, that's relevant to your...
Allah
Cheers.
is
Well,
the greatest of all deceivers.
Before you ask that question, can I just
I was just
know,
going to say that, Taco.
Sorry, what did you say? Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
Does God want us to know that they exist at all?
At a certain extent, yes. That's why it's a test, right?
Well,
at a certain extent.
That's funny you said that. I normally ask people, like, the question right after that was going to be about your holy book, and the question right after that was going to be, is this all a test? But you got me right there. So, I dislike the notion. It could be a test. I think that's really odd that we have to go by a holy book now. But prophets and people at the time, when the prophets were living, they all got first-hand interaction with God. But it just, don't you think it seems odd that now that we have cell phones and technology that can actually record miracles, that miracles have become much more lame and tame, and it's not the type of stuff that we actually see in the Quran? And why this test? Because it just seems like God is being coy, because if you read the Quran, he really, 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 really does not like disbelievers. Like, he'll make, the Christians and the Jews secondhand citizens. He's like, whatever. But he really dislikes disbelievers. So I don't get this
Amy,
test.
can I expand on your question before he answers?
Sure, because that is my question.
Just a little a qualifying question for you, Timeless. Is Allah all-knowing?
Is Allah, sorry, what?
Is Allah all-knowing?
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? Like,
Is it
Does he
omniscient?
know everything?
Does it know all?
Does he
Does it
know
know
everything?
all true propositions?
absolutely. And just before you continue,
Okay,
let me just answer.
Timeless. Hold on. I just needed a yes or no. If he knows all true propositions, why does he need to test us?
So why does he need to? Sorry, what?
Why does he need to test us if he already has the answer?
Well, because if you go to someone and he tells you, oh yeah, you stole that car, for example, right? You wouldn't know yourself if you stole something. You know what I mean? You have to actually do the action.
Allah wouldn't know either.
Go back to Amy's question. What was your question?
Yeah, sorry. Let me just answer Amy's question first. Amy, so you said that, why would God, who's testing everybody, really, really not like disbelievers? God that is very, supposed to be the creator of all, caring of all, right? That's your question.
Seems like if his goal is to get the most believers, and it really peeves him when you don't believe him, then it seems like he should just do what he did for Muhammad and the other people of the time. Come down, talk with us.
All right, so Amy, the answer to your question is that the God, he does hate disbelievers, but God is also extremely merciful, right? The God is extremely merciful. They say that God is like Allah is more merciful than your own mother, right?
Aside from all the Hindus and the Christians that the Muslims killed, correct?
Aside from all the Hindus.
If that's the case, Timeless, why did he even go to Muhammad and dictated the Quran?
For what? What are you asking?
You just said God is merciful, so he doesn't really care if you believe or not believe.
No, he does. Absolutely, he does. But he's extremely merciful. He wants you to repent. He wants you to understand that God exists. He wants to test your loyalty to him. He wants to really see that.
He doesn't want to give us a sign that he exists.
He has given you signs. He has given you signs that he exists.
Timeless.
What?
These individual signs that you're talking of, no matter what you bring up, we can always, and we have. T-Jump has done it. Randolph has done it. I have done it. Peter has done it. All of us have looked at these signs that you bring up, and we can always break them down to either confirmation bias or arguments from incredulity, or we can always break them down to a logical fallacy. Okay?
Right.
There is nothing concrete. There is nothing concrete that this entity. There is nothing concrete that this entity has given us. Okay.
So you're automatically saying to me that whatever I give you, right? It's
No,
it's
no,
gonna
no.
be
Hold on,
invalid.
hold on. Timeless. I will entertain this. Give me your best sign from Allah. Let's break that down.
All right, I'm gonna give you one that I know of a lot.
The best sign that Allah gave us to let us know that He exists.
Do you want it to be written in the Quran, like something that's like
Timeless, just give us yours, dude.
I want your
All right,
your
all right,
best
all right, all right,
sign.
all right.
The one you know of. You don't have to be exactly specific. I'm just asking for your best sign that Allah gave us that He exists. It's not a trick
All right.
question.
Yeah, just give me a second. Is it fine if I grab my Quran's like near my room?
Sure.
All right, give me a second.
Sure.
Well, okay, hang on a sec. Timeless. Hang on a sec. I know he just. I don't know if he can still hear me, but we just asked for his best evidence.
Sorry, what?
So Timeless, like I just said.
Yep.
You could bring up anything, and we can break that down to why it's fallacious. Okay. So you're literally saying your best evidence that this best thing for a sign that this thing exists, and you're going to the Quran.
Yeah, because it's the holy book. It's the words of God.
Okay, great. But doesn't that presume it already exists for the Quran to be true?
Sorry, what? Is it?
Doesn't that presume it already exists for the Quran to be true? So anything you pull from the Quran, how can I determine that exists? Just because the book exists doesn't mean what the book says in it actually exists. For example, Spider-Man lives in New York. And I know that New York exists. Does that mean Spider-Man exists? No, it does not. Yes.
No, I was not going to get you.
Hang on, but you're going to the Quran. Do places that exist in reality, are they written about in the Quran? Absolutely. Does that entail that Allah exists? No, it does not.
Why doesn't it?
It doesn't logically entail that it does. You have to demonstrate that the thing exists first before the Quran itself could be true.
I don't agree.
I'm willing to entertain his best evidence. Please let him.
All right.
Give
Let me
his
just
best
grab my book. I'll be
evidence
right
and
back.
then look at that specifically. I think we could argue that the Quran, we don't have to believe the Quran. I just did an hour and a half with a Christian who couldn't give me a single reason to believe the Bible. I think
the problem with going to
the same route here.
The problem with going to the Quran is that we can break down any particular surah and we can say, well, this is the reason this, but then he's just going to come back with well, you're taking it out of context. That's the problem with that, is that there are contextual interpretations of the Quran that are malleable, that can move around, and he constantly gets to weave around the swords of logical entailment in that. If he goes to the Quran, that presumes the Quran is true because it exists. Just because the book says that it exists, in order that reasoning is circular.
Not
I'm willing
necessarily.
to give him the benefit of the doubt that what he says, that he will give me sufficient context in order to grasp the evidence that he's providing.
About time to move on to the next guest too. So
yeah, Timeless, come on with your
Sorry,
your
I'm
best
back.
evidence.
All right. I heard that you guys don't have much time left. You want to go back to you want to go to the next person. So I'm just gonna
your best evidence that Allah gave us that He exists.
All right, I'm gonna give you something that everybody knows. All right.
Okay.
How was Prophet Muhammad illiterate, like literally cannot read and write? How was he able to deliver a book? Because you think
his uncle.
Hold on. Let's break time out. Let me respond.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that Muhammad was illiterate. I don't know that God dictated anything to him, or that he wrote it down. I can't go check that. So next.
Okay. You also don't know that.
Timeless. I would say he delegated to others. A real simple answer.
Yes.
How can he delegate to others if
he actually according to I think some of the hadith he had scribes, so that's not a problem.
Okay, I can use the same argument that Peter just used against me right before you said that statement. I could just say, oh well, I don't know that.
Here's the thing. The thing you just brought up is an evidence that maybe Muhammad was part of how the Quran came into existence. It says nothing about Allah existing.
All right, let me grab you the verse then.
I want your best evidence that everyone has had.
I'm gonna get you.
Before we move on,
exists.
can I just convince you, Timeless, of this point? My question to you is, what makes more sense to you that a leader of the time had access to scholars who were able to actually dictate what his views and beliefs were, that an angel from God came down and just gave him the book.
Right. You see,
We're
now
getting
we're
away-
gonna have
we
a
don't-
now we're
we
gonna have
don't
a
we don't have a lot of time. Let's stick to this one thing. The best evidence
Sure, but you
that
haven't
Allah
convinced
gave us
him that.
for his existence, because if we're going to go down the rabbit hole of Muhammad and how the Quran came into existence, we're going to be here tomorrow. I want one thing that is specific just for Allah, that Allah gave us, everyone, people who don't have a Quran, knowing that he exists.
All right, just
Hey,
one
Chris
second,
S.,
one
good to see
second,
you.
Peter. Amy, you don't. This everything that you said like right now is a complete assumption. You don't know that that's exactly what happened. You don't know that
John.
George Washington
Let's skip
became.
this.
All right,
Let's skip
all right,
this.
all right,
You
all right.
said
I'm gonna.
that everyone was presented evidence of Allah's
Hey, Joel, good to
existence.
see you. And
That
sorry, Lemmy
includes
is God.
people who do not have a Quran or never had access to a Quran. I want your best piece of evidence for people who do not have a Quran, never had access to a Quran.
Thank you,
have
Tom
no clue
Robertson.
who
That was
Muhammad
exactly
is,
my point.
Have no clue what the Quran says. What is your best evidence for Allah?
All right, just one second. I'm opening it up. It's just a simple sign on the book. It's something that you guys can understand. Hold on.
Well, I mean, he already presented like 3 things already, or a lot more than that.
If you're going to the book, then you don't understand my question.
You're
because
asking
I want
me to give
something-
you a sign that can somehow present that a divine
No,
entity
you need-
exists.
I specifically said, give me something that Allah gave me if I never have heard
Okay,
of the Quran.
we need to move on to the
never
next.
read the
Yes,
Quran.
Peter, we've got other
Never
people
heard
in
of
queue.
Allah. What sign did Allah give me to make sure that I know that He exists?
He has given you many
here's
signs.
a-
The
here's-
many
here's a-
signs are
here's
in
a
the
quick-
book, Peter.
Here's a quick tip. It's not in the Quran because I don't have a Quran.
What do you mean?
Can I just say this last thing to you, Timeless?
You made a
He's
claim.
pretty-
You
he's
made a
pretty-
claim that everyone knows that Allah exists because He gave us signs
When
of
did I-
His existence.
Oh yeah.
If you say that, then you can come up with something.
I'm
that
gonna
isn't
give you
in
a
the-
sign.
That
I'm
isn't.
giv-
Hold on. That is not in the Quran. That you don't have to ask me to go to the Quran because I don't have access to one. Give me a
Okay.
sign
I'm
that
gonna
Allah
give you
gave
something
me.
like that right now. Just give me
Everybody stop. We're gonna give Timeless 1 minute to explain this sign. Is
Mhm.
that good enough time for you, Timeless? And then I think we're gonna be trying to end it here. Okay.
All right.
I'm good with that.
All right. Perfect. So in the Quran it states,
It's not. No,
He-
you don't get it.
Peter,
brother,
Give
brother,
me something.
brother,
Give me something.
it's. Hey,
other
just
than
let
the
me say
Quran
it first so you can understand where I'm trying to go.
Peter, we're gonna give him 1 minute, and then after that you can object.
Okay.
He's done after 1 minute.
All right.
Okay.
He has made 2 seas to flow freely. They meet together. Between them is a barrier they cannot pass. This is a verse from the Quran, and the reason why it doesn't need you to require to open the Quran because it's something geological. You can
Okay.
see it. All right. So what
Yeah,
this book
yeah.
is referring
And-
to.
And we know that that is incorrect.
All right. How is that? Okay, buddy. How is that? How is
Because
that?
it does mix. It does mix.
Does it mix to the human eye? Does it mix to the
Yes.
human
Yes.
eye?
Yes.
Here,
Oh,
I'm
it does
gonna,
not.
I'm
Very
posting a
obvious to
screenshot
the
of it.
human eye, it mixes.
How does it mix?
Peter, don't overtalk me too. Come on. I'm posting a screenshot of it happening in Heathen Hangout chat. This is actually something you can see from shore in
Yes.
multiple places throughout the world.
Yes.
And can I just say, you said it was assumed.
I get
that-
your point, Witch
we're
of Heart.
assuming
I'm
that
trying.
it's scholars. I'm not
Trying to
assuming
make an
it's
effort to
scholars.
not be
I'm
so
really asking
aggressive
you,
at Peter.
which
I'll
do
let
you
T-Jump
think
do that.
makes more logical
But yeah, I
sense?
totally
Can I
get
tell
where
you?
you're coming from.
Let's say a different, a Christian comes to you and says, "Look, there was a actual prophet in between Jesus and Muhammad." Okay, and not only was he illiterate, but he was blind. So
All
he had no way of being able to write this book. How could it possibly anything but an angel, Timeless?
All right, Amy, I will answer that right now. Taco, that's exactly that perfect. You know, the picture describes what I'm saying perfectly. There's a barrier in between them.
The problem is that if you go underwater just a few feet, you can see it mixing. That might not be something that Taco
because,
can just pull up, but we know the water is mixing. So
if you go
next
underwater,
time,
you cannot see. Literally, cannot see.
you can literally see
Dude,
it.
if you
mixing.
go underwater,
You can see
there's a certain amount of sunlight that comes into
Can
it.
I
Mixed.
finish? Can I finish?
Okay, go for it.
Underwater, you can see the gradient where the two waters mix.
All right, show me.
Yes.
Show me.
I don't have a picture here right now, but you can.
Can you
go
get me a
look it up.
picture? I got you a verse. Can you get me a picture?
So Taco is
You can-
correct.
you can go look it
Taco is correct. We do have to move on. But timeless, something that
Yes.
you need. But so we'll just close this out. Timeless, something that you really do need to consider. Considering your first claim that how could an illiterate person dictate the Quran or make the Quran?
Oh, you want me to answer?
No,
Imam?
no, I don't. No, I
time
don't.
law-
You need to consider this. How are you able to determine the difference between a person who is being informed by this divine entity that you say is out there, and then dictating it to people who wrote it down?
Right. You
and
can't.
someone
Because,
and someone who is just making it up and dictating it to people who write it down. How can you
Right.
determine the difference between those two?
right. You can't because it's a divine.
Boom.
It's a
That's
divine-
it. No, timeless. There is no. You simply cannot.
Brother,
You cannot
Warren,
determine the
I've
difference.
told you from the start.
So
brother, I've told you
no.
from the start. At a certain extent, God will not offer you all the evidence.
Sorry,
Because he's exercising your faith.
Then
He
timeless.
is seeing
timeless.
if you are gonna
timeless.
remove all the.
Stop. Timeless. Stop. Then the onus is on your God, and is not on us. If the God refuses to give evidence of itself, that is not on us. That is on your God.
He has given evidence of
It is
himself.
not. He is not.
Yes, he
Anything-
has. Yes, he
no,
has. What he
timeless.
hasn't done is he
Move on
hasn't
now.
showed it to you.
Timeless. Everything
let me
that you can
check-
present,
Timeless, let me help
everything
you
that you
out.
can present,
Let's-
each
can we-
one of
can we
us
move
on
on now?
here has knocked down at one time or another. Okay?
Timeless, let me help you out. Taco,
No, let's
post
not. Let's not keep
pictures.
going. Let's
All right,
move
we're
on.
gonna go ahead and
No,
move
no,
on.
no,
He said way
I
too
want
much
I
time.
want to get
No,
this
no more
out.
Peter. It's
Taco
over.
posted
We're
the
moving on, Peter.
pictures. On those pictures, there's nothing that indicates that Allah is doing this. Nothing whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just a
It could be a
difference in
different. It could be
density
a
of water.
different God.
Okay. Okay.
It
let's-
could be a different God. It could be any God. It could be just physics.
Aaron, that's hilarious. Sorry,
Peter,
CPM.
all right. Apostolic agent, I welcome.
I'm sorry, just before we go on, I'd just like to quickly comment for our audience for what's being talked about there and the lovely pictures Taco is posting in the Discord chat. There's a part of the ocean where you've got salt, more salt content in the water and not. And the claim that's being made in the Quran, as I understand it, is that salt water and fresh water can't mix. Anybody can do this experiment at home. You take a glass of water without any salt in it and another glass that's got all kinds of salt in the water, and you mix them together, and you will find that it's a little less salty, but it's mixed. Very easy experiment to do to refute that part of the Quran. Now, apologists are probably going to try to have some other explanation on it, and whatever that explanation is, you can count on that being a lot more complicated than the simple experiment you can do in your own kitchen. Thank you very much. Welcome, Apostolic Agent.
Hello, Happy New Year.
What you got for us
so
today?
my contention is, I'm not trying to prove theism here. I'm trying to prove that perhaps you're better off taking agnosticism than atheism as your perspective. So is it okay if I lay out my argument for about
Sure.
1 minute?
But I need to clarify, agnosticism and atheism are parallel classifications. Agnosticism deals with not having the knowledge of something and deities existing, and whereas atheism is focused on not believing. So you're saying that we should start believing something and abandon atheism, in effect, is what it sounds like to me. But go ahead with your argument.
Okay, so part 1. Okay, so there is no firm basis upon which to judge that theism or atheism is intrinsically more probable than the other. Part 2. There is no firm basis upon which to judge that the total evidence favors theism or atheism over the other. It follows from 1 and 2 that 3. There is no firm basis upon which to judge that theism or atheism is more probable than the other. Hold on, I repeated that one. Okay. No.
Yeah, your argument is perfectly fine. It makes sense. It's valid. It's just unsound. So, premise one is false. There is a firm basis to affirm the probability of atheism is greater than theism.
Can you provide that, please?
Or all of the things that we imagine are predominantly things of our imagination. Very, very rarely do they correspond to reality. And so, until evidence is provided for any given hypothesis, it's more rational to conclude that it's imaginary than real. And so, God, as any hypothesis, is more likely to conclude it's imaginary until evidence is presented. No evidence has been presented, therefore, it's rational to conclude it's imaginary and not real.
Yeah, sure. So I pretty much
Guilty.
agree with you. So, but my thing is that I think it would be a bit more honest, to use the word agnosticism, because what you're basically doing, you're sort of delaying your vote on whether this intelligence is actually real or not. Because
No, I'm saying it's not real. I'm saying it does not exist.
Okay, I'm an atheist. You're saying that I'm being dishonest by saying I don't believe in any deities?
no, I'm saying that agnosticism would be more productive of a term.
No,
I mean,
not necessarily. Depends on the
No.
context of the conversation.
In what sense?
Being an atheist only means one thing. You do not believe that a God exists. Being an atheist does not mean that you believe no gods exist.
Well,
Is
clearly
that
he's trying to
helpful?
argue that saying no gods exist is less rational than saying we don't know. No, I
I
understand
agree
the
with
argument
that.
he's trying to make, but I want to say
I do
let's
agree with that
address.
point, actually.
No, I don't. That's why I want to address what he's actually saying. I think it's more rational to say God does not exist than to be agnostic and to say he may or may not exist. So I think
Oh,
the
interesting.
probabilities indicate God does not exist is a more plausible explanation. So
Are
what
we
is your
going-
argument against that?
So your statement, just so I don't strawman it, so your statement
It is
was,
more probable God does not exist.
and you said that was because the things such as God are from our imagination, wasn't it? That was what you said before.
Anything. Any hypothesis presented by humans is more probably imaginary than real. And so until evidence is provided, it's more likely that it is an imaginary concept, just like unicorns, fairies, Santa Claus,
Yeah, but you
UFOs.
can't prove that it's not real.
Don't need to prove it's not real. I just need to have, if there's
Well, I
no
mean, a
reason
lot
to
of-
believe it is, wait. So if there's no reason to believe it is real, and there's reason to believe it's not real, that is evidence to the conclusion it's not real. So all I need
agree.
is some evidence against the hypothesis it's real. Like, for example, humans make stuff up. If humans mostly make stuff up, and God is a concept like any other concept, then it's most likely a made-up concept.
You got
Sure.
my support on this, T-Jump. Yeah.
And apostolic, I mean, the way I understand it is like, agnostic speaks to knowledge and atheism speaks to belief. So in that respect, I can know something doesn't exist, and I can not know that something doesn't exist. So it really depends upon the God that you're talking about, because that certain gods have specific logical entailments that, by virtue of those entailments, if they present logical contradictions, then we can say that we can know that those things do not exist. So we can be a Gnostic atheist when it comes to a specific God, depending upon which one we're talking about. But if we have that delineation, right, that
Well, I think his argument isn't about a specific God. He's saying that just talking about general theism versus general atheism, that it's more rational to say that you are agnostic than to say that you are an atheist. I think I want to take the steel man in his argument, take the strongest possible form and say, no, I think it's more likely that general theism or deism is less rational than to think atheism or naturalism is true. So that's given the strongest form of your argument, what would be your objection to my position that atheism and naturalism are more rational than to believe in theism or deism or any version of a god?
I will say, I love this dude's
suppose
voice.
this would come down to I'm not really qualified to speak on these things. I don't know much theology or stuff, so I'll suspend judgment on that.
Can I give another reason why I think atheism is more probable than theism? At
Yeah,
least
go
all
ahead.
of the ones that we've seen so far, and that is because right now, all of the available evidence points to a naturalistic form of consciousness, and so we have no examples of natural laws of physics coming from creators. That tends to be a description We're just describing what's going on. We're not actually an agent, and we're prescribing. That, as far as we can tell, it's just this branch of life on Earth. It could be aliens somewhere else, but even then, I see no reason to believe why there would be a creator of a universe. It would actually go counter to everything we know about how laws of physics operate.
Sure, you've cleared stuff up for me. I think T-Jump cleared out for me, so I agree.
Apostolic Agent, can I just add one thing into what you just said? You said, I'm not really qualified. I disagree. Yeah. The moment you believe in a God...
Well, thanks for coming in, Christ brings a sword. Any evidence for that positive claim you're making?
In that particular God. You don't need to be a scholar. You don't need to be well-versed in conversations like this. You know what you believe. You're the only one who knows what you believe. So there's only one person on the entire planet who is qualified to talk about what you believe, and that is you.
I think he was specifically saying he wasn't qualified to talk about those academic fields to argue against them. I don't think he was talking about his specific.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help him out, because a lot of people will not come on the stage because they think they're not qualified enough to have this conversation. I would like to see just everyone being able to come on the stage and talk to us about the God they believe in, whether or not they think they're qualified in academic propositions.
Fair.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I agree with that. People should be more confident. All I was saying is what T-Jump just said. I don't have any sort of academic theology degrees. So I won't be able to prove anything. But you guys have answered a lot of questions. I will just suspend judgment because I ultimately take my faith on faith. So, but can I ask one more question? It's a bit more of a...
Just want to say appreciate your questioning and bringing this up and challenging us on this. So go ahead with your next question.
And your intellectual honesty when you're admitting that you're not qualified. That is an admirable trait to...
Yeah, it's like a breath. It's like a breath of fresh air in here. I swear.
Yes.
Also, I want to say I think maybe a lot of people have different versions of agnosticism than the ones that Huxley put forward. So the original Huxleyan agnosticism was just that it's wrong to claim certainty of something that you can't support with evidence, and the claim of certainty is not required for belief or non-belief. So he's not saying you can't say whether you believe or not and give your reasons. He's just saying he's sick of people saying that he must prove that he is certain to say he doesn't believe in God. And he's also sick of people claiming that they are certain God exists without justification for that position either. But he's not saying it's worthless to engage in a discussion. And he himself didn't believe in Abrahamic God of any kind. I would just look up the ethics of belief in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy if you want to learn more about Huxley's ethic of belief, and I would look at Clifford's as well because it's a much stronger position.
Sure, thank you. So my other question, this is sort of a joking question. So if you had to be religious, what religions would you guys be?
Jainism.
For me, most likely I'd go for Satanism, and the reason, or Randism is the original name for it, because the 7 tenets of Satanism read like a human rights charter.
Okay.
I don't think they actually.
I am an ordained minister in Judaism. So
I actually agree with T-Jump. I'd probably side with Jainism as well.
I think he's asking like actual religions, of the actual religions that aren't parodies. Like, what one would you choose?
Yeah, I agree. Jainism is pretty solid.
I'm
Jainism is extreme
be
Buddhism. Yeah, wear cheesecloth.
Because if it's deistic, then they don't care about any of the interactions. They just created the universe and they're gone.
But yeah, thank you for that. I've got to go do an essay now, but
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Just quickly, what's your essay on, the topic?
So I'm taking politics at uni, so it's on international relations stuff. So.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Interesting. Well, hey, I hope your essay works out really well for your marks. Take care.
Yeah,
Thank you
Happy New
for
Year.
joining us.
Hey, Fenton, that was nice. I like that.
Us,
that was funny. Someone in my live chat was like, "You down with SCP?" Yeah, you know me.
This next one is going to be an interesting character. He's been spamming me since the first guest. So
Then you're a
let's see what he
heretical
has to
Christian,
say.
Christ. You're a heretical Christian
Hello,
because
welcome.
that is
Thank you for joining us.
not considered canon.
I want to be a prophet right now. I feel like you may be a Muslim.
He left. Oh, he's back in queue.
He might have had a technical
Microphone issue. Are you with us now? Welcome.
If your mic's not working, close out Discord and then relaunch it.
Also, a common thing that Discord likes to do is reset your input. And so if it'll make your output and your input the exact same thing, and that was not a good thing.
Hey, Amy, if you give me $5, you'll be a prophet.
We can hear you now, I think.
He's here.
Yeah, finally. So I'm sure you guys already heard about the Kalam cosmological argument, or have you not?
Yes.
I reject it right from the very beginning, but
yeah, no shit, you reject it. You're an atheist.
So what? Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
I don't reject it. I don't reject it because I'm an atheist. The problem with the main problem with the
I want to let's let him go first.
Just a sec. Give me a sec.
If you already know about it.
Hang on. I'm just trying to tell you, and then I'm going to give you a chance. So the main problem with the Kalam is that it doesn't have a direct link to any kind of deity. But keeping that in mind, go ahead and present it. We'll be interested to hear your perspective on it.
Right. So, I'm sure you already know what the Kalam cosmological argument is, but if I need to present
there are multiple, so present yours.
Mine is fairly simple. I mean,
Please present
the
it to our
Kalam argument
audience.
is as follows. So, first off, whatever begins to exist has a cause, right? Second, the universe began to exist as we know, and then third, therefore, the universe has a cause. So then,
premise 1 and 2 are incorrect.
He's not done. He's not done yet.
No. Yeah, sure. So now I presented it to the audience for the people who don't know. So now you can pretty much rebuttal it.
Yeah, premise 1 and 2 are incorrect. So
right. So what's premise 1? I'm just trying to know
everything that begins to exist has a cause. That's incorrect.
Right.
I don't think that's incorrect.
Okay. Yeah. See, there's diverging opinions, but fine. Well, why do you think it's incorrect? What's your
that there are particles that come into existence without an apparent cause.
Well, can you repeat that?
There are particles that come into existence without any cause. They go out of existence too without any apparent cause.
Yeah, it's virtual particles, and we've demonstrated it in the lesson.
Yes.
Right.
So and the second one, what you said is the universe began to exist. It's also wrong. It changes
it didn't become to
states.
exist?
It changes states at the Big Bang.
It changes states.
Change of state. It's a change of state. Yes.
It didn't begin.
Can you
to
go
exist.
more deep into that? I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
It always existed.
Laws of
It's
entropy.
eternal.
All right. So
It's eternal.
So
it didn't begin to exist. It's eternal.
rather than saying the other way. But
yeah. So premise 1 is incorrect. Premise 2 is incorrect. Therefore, the conclusion is incorrect.
No.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes.
All right. So let's begin with the premise 2. The universe began to exist. Do I need to present the Hilbert's Fortel paradox, or do you have or do you have a counter argument to that? Do I need to present it?
There's no logical
for those
contradiction.
who might not know what it is, what is the
right,
Hilbert's paradox?
All right, sure, I'll present it. So imagine that there's a hotel with an infinite number of rooms. Now imagine that all the rooms are full. Every room is occupied by exactly one person. What if someone were to come along and ask if there are any vacancies? Vacancies. I don't know how to say
Vacancies, yes.
Vacancies. Yeah, no problem. We understand. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You have everybody move over to the room to the right.
What does that mean? Yeah.
He's talking about Hilbert's Hotel. That didn't literally mean we should.
I thought you meant like Discord room.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too.
My fault. So now room 1 is vacant, right? With an infinite number of rooms, this would be possible. Say that there are 10 rooms. The guest from the room #9 goes into the room #10. But where does the guest from room #10 go? That guest is left without a room because there's no room #11. But when the number of rooms is infinite, there's no last room. So no one gets cheated by the room swap. What is worse?
How's this relevant to the expansion event at the Big Bang? Because I'm completely at a loss.
He's making an argument that infinite past regression is impossible. That's his argument.
Yeah, that there's some sort of problem with infinite regression.
I think he dropped. But also, because he dropped, I just want to point out that I always find whatever begins to exist has a cause is sloppy language that is putting what they want to believe in the beginning, because you can just Occam's razor that to whatever exists has a cause. The problem with that is that means God has a cause.
God didn't begin to exist, so that wouldn't.
No, exactly.
He didn't begin to exist, which means that you have infinite regress. So he already brought up both points to rule out his God.
But that's my point, is that the whatever begins to exist has a cause. The begins to exist is them ushering in. It could be.
But they will say that God has always existed, which means that God has an infinite regress, which means that infinite regress is possible. So,
but if God has always
down
existed,
to special pleading.
Whatever exists has a cause.
No. What begins to exist has a cause.
Oh, I know. I'm trying to say that is sloppy language that puts the conclusion in that they are trying to usher.
No. It's special pleading because God didn't begin to exist.
Yeah,
In fact, we know every single God that is currently being proposed.
That is what I'm trying to say. I don't know why you said no.
Had a point of starting to exist.
So there's nothing wrong with the argument. It says that if a thing begins to exist, which means it's not eternal. If it's not eternal, then it has a cause. That's the argument. If something is eternal, then it doesn't have a cause. And when they say God is eternal, therefore it's not begging the question. So you can say anything you want is eternal. As a
are you trying to prove that an eternal being exists?
Oh, no. It just specifies a criteria clearly, and I agree with T-Jump on this. Yeah, the kalam is limited to a certain subset of things that exist.
Yeah, they only quite recently snuck in the fact that everything that begins to exist has a cause, because the stupid atheists figured out that everything that exists has a cause. That means God has a cause, so they had to come up with slightly different premise one.
But wait, that is my point. I am so confused. That is what I'm trying to say.
Which is why I asked which kalam cosmological argument do you adhere to? Because there are a few different ones, a few variations on. So
if I'm tracking with this, he essentially has to demonstrate how the universe in and of itself cannot be an infinite regress.
I would like someone to show me something that begins to exist, and then you can use that in a premise.
What?
Something
I don't understand.
eternal?
Like particles begin to exist. I don't understand the question.
I like the question, because if you boil it down to what Amy means is that
so real quick,
literally everything we can trace back.
I'd also be okay with that, but that would be naturalistic.
Our guest is here.
All right, so real quick, the being that has caused the universe needs to have at least these seven criterias. So first, it should transcend time. It should transcend space and time, since it caused space and time. It is changeless because it is timeless. It is not material because it is spaceless. It is uncaused, since nothing could have been before it. It is incredibly powerful, since it caused the entire universe, and it is personal, since an explanation is either scientific or personal, but the cause of the universe is beyond science. The only sorts of entities that transcend space and time are abstract objects, numbers and minds. But abstract objects are causally inert and personal, timeless.
Hold on. Can I reply to that real quick before you continue and we waste a lot of time? Hold on.
There's like 10 things.
You said it doesn't exist for any time and it doesn't exist in any space. That is by definition something that doesn't exist.
No. I said it is changeless because it is timeless, and it is not material because it is spaceless.
I didn't say anything about changeless.
Yeah,
I
it
said
caused.
if
Yeah,
it
it caused it.
if
It
it
caused
doesn't
it. It's not.
if it
It's not
doesn't
in it.
hold,
It's not
let
in it.
me
It's inside of it.
listen to what I say so you don't have to strawman me. If it doesn't exist for any period of time and it doesn't exist in any place, it doesn't exist. Period.
No, that's not what I said. I said
Yeah.
it doesn't need it. It's not a part of it.
No,
It's
it doesn't
outside of
exist.
it, bro. It's
Okay, when
outside
you
of the
say
matrix,
things-
just like Andrew Tate, bro. Come on.
Sayo,
Just
What?
like Andrew Tate. Oh my God.
Sayo, when you say something is timeless, it
Going
means
to jail.
it does not interact with time, so therefore it doesn't exist in time anywhere.
It is timeless. It doesn't need it, and it is changeable.
So it's a self-defeating argument with what you've put forward.
No. It's outside of it.
If it doesn't need time, hold on.
Anything that is
Hold on.
outside
If
of
it
the universe
doesn't,
doesn't.
hold on. Time out. If it doesn't need time, does it interact with humans?
If it doesn't need time, does it interact with humans?
No.
It doesn't. It doesn't interact with humans. It interacts through angels. It interacts through
Does it interact?
messages.
Hold on. I only need a yes or no. Does it interact with humans?
Itself?
This is
Like-
a terrible reply that has nothing to
Yeah.
do with the argument.
Hold on.
Literally a terrible
I'm just
reply.
curious.
I know,
Let me
bro.
go here. Let me go here for a second. Does
I mean-
your God interact with humans? Yes
I
or
mean,
no?
yeah, he interacts to them through
Okay.
multiple varieties of, it can interact with them. Yes, it is a
Okay.
possibility.
Okay. Did he interact with Muhammad?
Oh my
He's
God.
dead. I can't interact with my prophet.
That's not my question. Did he interact with Muhammad?
Like, personally. He didn't show his face or anything. I mean, he
Yes or
didn't.
no question. Did he
Yeah,
interact
sure, yeah,
with
sure.
Muhammad or not?
Yeah,
Okay.
of course.
At what time?
Oh my
What
God.
time? Bro, what?
Give a
Do you
date.
think I need to pull up a calendar, bro? It's like, I don't know, somewhere in this.
No, you said
in
was
this
it-
you said
hundreds.
he didn't need time. So when did he interact with Muhammad?
Yeah, he interacted through my prophet.
Agreed,
at-
Lars.
and like
This
what?
is
He interacted
kicking
through
off into
multiple-
rabbit
multiple
holes that we
times.
don't need to go down.
Okay. So, from 5,
Multiple
6,
times.
Thank you,
4,
some
I don't
old
know. Yeah,
dude.
multiple times, yeah.
We go
Actually,
back to the argument now because this is literally
Any super
irrelevant.
chats that come through,
Yeah,
I'm going to
this is literally
star and
irrelevant,
I'm going
come
to
on.
address
I mean, come on, he's pro
later on so I
Ukraine.
can
No shit, he's
pay
irrelevant.
attention. But thank you, some
That's all
old dude.
pro Ukrainians do.
I'm wondering if perhaps by timeless you mean omnichronological and spaceless you mean omnipresent?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
Oh, okay. The words timeless and spaceless make your argument self-contradictory, but omnichronological.
It doesn't. Oh,
no,
no.
omnichronological and omni.
There's like 3 conflicting arguments. Can you guys just choose something then? Like, Randolph just starts speaking, and T-Jump was like, no. And then Peter starts speaking, and Taco's like, no. So, yeah, like, pick one thing. You atheists, come on. Can't even get up and,
Okay.
choose one
You
thing.
gave us 7 points, and
I'll pick one thing. Give me your best evidence that your God exists.
That's, I've already given it. We
No, you
literally
haven't.
giving it in 2 seconds.
Can I go
Why
now?
don't
Because
you
I
repeat
think
myself?
you're
Hold
not
on.
addressing
What
the
did you
argument at all.
give?
Oh my God.
What
You gave
evidence
the
did you
cosmological
provide
argument.
that
You
your
gave
God
the
exists?
cosmological
Man,
argument. That's
atheists
evidence.
they have no way to speak normally. You gotta calm down. Calm your
Hold
titties
on.
down. Come
If
on.
your cosmological argument doesn't get us to a specific God, then how can it
Who
be evidence
cares?
for
That
your
doesn't
God?
matter, Peter. That literally doesn't matter.
Literally doesn't matter, man.
Okay, so let
He
me
does.
actually address the argument that he made instead of going off on irrelevant tangents. Things can exist outside of space and time. Material things can exist outside of space and time. Change can exist
But
outside
he's
of
not
space and
material.
time.
Yeah, but he's not material.
I don't care. The point is that the thing that explains the origin of the universe doesn't need to be God, because material things can do that. Material things can explain the origin of the universe without a God. Secondly, there's no
Okay.
intention. Wait.
Whoa.
So, wait. No, stop. You presented like 10 things. I got to debunk all the
Give me an
gibberish you
example.
said.
Give me an
So
example.
the first, wait, stop. So the second thing you said that was complete gibberish was the fact that abstract things don't cause anything, and so mind's intentionality does. There's no evidence that
I've
mind or
understood that.
intentionality can't exist at all outside of space and time. There's no evidence of intentionality outside of space
There's
and time.
nothing. There's nothing that can
Stop
be
talking.
proven
Stop talking.
scientifically
Stop
out of space
talking.
and time,
Stop
yeah.
talking, kid. Kid, stop talking. Let me finish.
Come on,
Oh.
my son.
Stop. I'm going to mute you. You made an argument that there needs to be something, an intentional mind state or an intentional decision to cause something. That is false. Those can't exist outside of space-time. There's no evidence of them existing outside of space and time. Quantum fields can exist outside of space and time. There's a lot of evidence that it does. So the explanation of the origin of the universe is a quantum field. not a conscious decision.
Right,
So
but
your
that only
arguments
works
are
if
false.
you're wait, but that only works if you're using the Copenhagen.
No, it has nothing to do with the Copenhagen interpretation.
Yeah, yes,
Literally nothing to do with
it
No,
literally
kid.
is only causeless on the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum physics.
No, kid, it's not. In the multiverse interpretation, the EPW interpretation, the many worlds
EPW
interpretation.
All right. So all of these arguments that's not even related to my premise. My premise, the premise one of this argument, does not make the
CPM, you
strong
have to
claim
be in
that
the
every
Discord
fact requires an
stage.
explanation.
You have to be in the
Rather,
Discord
that. It
server,
had nothing to
join
do
the
with what I
stage,
said.
and then raise your
only
hand.
things that
Nothing to do with what
begin
I
to
said.
exist require a cause.
Right. The universe did not begin to
Well
exist.
then the particles and everything, like it just becomes absolutely irrelevant.
What? Oh, you said
It
Nick's
becomes
literally
absolutely
zero-centric.
irrelevant. It becomes absolutely
No,
irrelevant.
stop.
What do
So
you mean?
space and time had a beginning. That's the part that we're agreeing on. Space and time had a beginning, and the question is what caused space and time? You think it has to be an intentional decision. That's wrong. What it is a quantum field. A quantum field caused space and time
No.
to exist. Quantum fields are spaceless. They're timeless. Changed part is irrelevant. You don't need that at all. And there's no evidence intentional states can exist outside of space and time. Is evidence quantum fields can exist outside of space and time. So if we're asking what's the better explanation of what caused space and time, it's not a god, quantum field.
No. My claim does not have anything
Then
to
it's
do
not
with
a
quantum
choice,
fields.
Christ.
Can you prove that quantum
Do you
fields
even-
created? Can you prove
Oh
that
my
quantum
God.
fields have created it?
All of the evidence indicates that. Yes, there is no evidence of a
Alright, so
god. Lots of
all of
evidence
the
of quantum
evidence,
fields.
so all of the evidence is your fat ass mouth, nigga. Is that all the evidence?
What? Deuce this fool.
We're done. We're done.
Yeah, when you start bringing in racist slurs, you're out. That's it. Goodbye. Thank you for joining us. And just saying, T-Jump spent a considerable amount of time going through the arguments. Was there anything else you wanted to point out about his arguments, T-Jump?
That's good.
Well, I just want to.
It's a pity. It's a pity that he couldn't bring up the patience to listen to what T-Jump was saying, but just waiting for a moment to start talking again.
Or any of us, for that matter. And now he's hitting on women in the live text chat. It's interesting.
Well, I just want to bounce off something that T-Jump said. Is that quantum fields is something that would initiate this local universe. I don't know why he thinks Allah fits the Kalam. That is an addition to the Kalam, as the atheists were saying. T-Jump actually has an answer, a naturalistic answer. I want to know why God, why Allah. It seems like a jump.
A T-jump? Sorry. Who do we have next?
Yeah, we've got Aura Seal. I'm inviting them up right now. Looks like they're Christian.
Aura Seal, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
How's it going, guys? I was just gonna, I have a proposition, kind of, but I first want to ask, like, some independent questions. First of all, do we kind of agree that proving, well, I know T-Jump said he believes kind of absolutely that there is no God, but will we agree that you can't necessarily prove or disprove, or no, you can't necessarily prove God exists or prove that God doesn't exist, but you can present evidences for why you would come to that conclusion. Correct.
I agree.
Some of them you can prove doesn't exist if they have.
Yeah, that's why I changed my thing. I didn't say disprove God, but prove that God does not exist.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Disproving, or
presenting a certain God, then you can prove that that God does not exist. But if you're saying God, just generally,
Any God.
the
Any
creator
possible
of the
God?
universe, whatever you want to call it.
So what argument do you have to present to us today?
Well, first, I wanted to ask if you guys are determinists, meaning, everything is the result of physics, therefore your conclusions are also the result of physics and may not entirely line up with reality.
I lean heavily toward it, but I'm not 100% committed to it.
Can you explain your last statement about reality?
The purpose of that is that if you are just the result, or merely the result of atoms hitting atoms, this and that, and the end result of your opinions are determined by what came before you, then you're not necessarily coming to the truth
Hey,
by
Dr.
using
Mordecai,
logic.
good to see
You
you.
are merely coming to a mathematical conclusion.
No. So yes, it's necessarily the case that I can come to the truth even if I am a result of deterministic forces.
Well, that's what I was saying too. You can still come to a more correct opinion of reality, but it wouldn't be because of you necessarily. It would be because of an accidental or coincidental bunch of atoms hitting up against each other and coming to that conclusion.
That's also me. I think you're making a composition division fallacy. Like, it doesn't matter what I'm made of, if I'm made of a soul or if I'm made of matter. If either one
You
has
haven't
some kind of
demonstrated
a
it
process
exists,
that allows
Christ.
me to think and make ideas, they're me. And so the reason I'm coming to those ideas is because of me. It doesn't make a difference what you're made of, whether it's matters or soul stuff. Either way, you're going to be determined by the matters or the soul stuff.
So my argument is more that you cannot prove that God exists, but using the scientific method, because God, like we were saying, is not in the realm of, he is an immaterial, spaceless, timeless being. And I know that you had differences on how you want to define timeless. I'm saying that he is the creator of
makes a difference.
the
Wait,
universe.
So I don't care. Like, I don't need to prove God exists. I don't need to prove God doesn't exist. You need to prove he does. And so even if it was true that the scientific method couldn't do anything about non-physical things, which it can, it has no problem proving those things, it wouldn't make a difference because you have to present evidence that God does exist, not ask me to disprove him.
I also have a real problem with any god that has all of these omnis, but then has no real way to interact with the real world. My joke is that if your god is so unpowerful that they can't even pick up a soda can, I would not call that maximally powerful.
Yeah, Aura, this is kind of why, like, over time, we've seen through the course of human history that God has gone from an entity that interacts with human beings, speaks directly with us, with select individuals, passes on information and knowledge, and this entity has evolved to the state of literally being defined as unknowable by humans, because just by virtue of its definition, because we understand the universe a hell of a lot better than we did 2,000 years ago. Or 10,000 years ago or so. And so as we come to these understandings, we realize, wow, we were wrong about a lot of this stuff. And so
I think he wants to continue with his argument if possible.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. That's not necessarily where I was going. I was also saying that even though he is those things, like proving God's existence through the scientific method, you can prove it through other sciences like history. You would agree that history is a valid form of science, right? And knowledge.
Sure, but wait, you can prove God through just empirical science. Like, I believe God exists. If God exists, he'll give me a gold brick. When I pray to him, gold brick appears. That would be evidence of God. So you can prove God.
That's like asking. If
I don't care what it. No, that wasn't the question. Doesn't matter if you think God would do it. The question was: can the scientific method be used to prove God
it's
like
possible?
It prove?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Theoretically, it's possible.
Yeah, it would not present a logical contradiction for God to do this.
No, and that's.
I have a quick question. You did say at the start of this conversation that you were Christian?
Yes.
Okay. In the Bible, it says that if you ask anything you ask for, it shall be given to you. That is easily tested by easily tested by science.
Who is he talking to?
I don't think that's a part of his argument. He didn't make an argument that anything.
He's talking to the apostles in that. He's not talking
even
if
he's talking to the apostles, it's still something that we could test scientifically. If you would.
Well, we know historically, if you believe okay, I don't want to get on the tangent.
Yeah, let's go back to your argument. Yeah.
I just really want to quickly rebut that, but then I'll continue. That would be saying that, okay, we can test that, but the result of that test is found in the Bible, where you see that Peter and other people say, I command you, like, I'm healing you in the name
Christ,
of
why would I
Christ, and
use
they get up
faith
and
for
walk.
anything?
That would be a test that the result is in Scripture. But the whole point is that we don't have that test now because he was talking to the apostles, not just every single Christian. What I was continuing to say, there were a few different things. You're saying that I don't believe that God, you can't test him that way, that it's theoretically impossible. But it's like if you were in a relationship with a woman and you're telling the woman, hey, if you don't sleep with me, you don't love me. And you're trying to coerce that woman into doing something that she did not consent to. Based on this thing, oh, if God, you do not give me a gold brick when I ask for it, then you do not love me. You do not actually want me to believe in you.
Can
So
I
that's
tell you why
irrelevant.
that's not true?
That's irrelevant to the argument. But what is so your original claim was you can't test God scientifically? Yes, you can.
Effie, good to
how is that
see you.
relevant
I
to
know,
some
and
argument?
that was semantical. That was semantical. I'm saying you wouldn't. It's theoretically possible, but that's not how God works.
Right. So what is your argument? How does this lead to arguments or something?
God can be proven subjectively, is my argument, because God is a personal being, and you can know a person through a relationship. I have a relationship with God, and that relationship involves a back and forth. Me searching out.
Just
God,
to clarify,
and
how
God
do you tell the
showing himself
difference?
to me.
How do you tell the difference between an imaginary friend and a relationship in this way that you're using subjectivity to prove God?
I have evidence of, and this was kind of my point, is that it is subjective. So whether or not you believe it, it's all based on testimony. Do you trust me or do you not trust me?
Well, that
I
doesn't
wouldn't
matter.
trust
So
you
evidence,
if
evidence
was
is
a
that which
complete-
can differentiate imagination from reality. And so if you
Yes.
can't differentiate imagination from reality, you don't have evidence. So the question is, do you have something in your subjective experience that can differentiate imagination from reality?
It also sounds like you have a
yeah,
story
result.
in your back pocket. So my question then to you is, what convinced you to be a Christian?
Well, it's not necessarily what convinced me to be a Christian. It's a continual process of me seeing that relationship, seeing God working in my life, seeing answered prayers, seeing things like I was saying, I have a relationship with God, and I have testimonies of God specifically working in my life and working through me to present himself to others through miracles. I've literally prayed for rain to stop, and it stopped. You wouldn't believe that, and I don't ask you to believe that because that's some stranger on the internet. So that's kind of my point.
It's a very hold on. That's a very good thing. So how did you determine that God stopped the rain?
Well, I was talking to my friend who didn't believe God, and I was talking about the story of Moses, and I said, if you saw someone who said, I'm doing this in the name of... I'm doing this in the name of God.
You prayed...
Okay.
Hold on. Let's make this shorter. You prayed for God to stop the rain, and the rain stopped.
Yes.
How did you determine that God stopped the rain? I don't need the entire context.
I need to explain what happened. I'm trying to do that to the best of my ability. So that's the context. We were in the car. Mm-hmm. It's hurricane torrential downpour, and I heard a voice after me telling the story about Moses and saying, if you saw something like that, you would believe, right? And I asked him that, and he said, of course. And we're in this car. I'm in the back seat, and I hear a small, still voice in the back of my head saying, if you pray for the rain to stop, I will stop it. And then right after I heard that in my head, my friend in the front seat turns around and he says, if you stopped the rain, then I would believe in God. So I prayed for that, and then the rain stopped.
I know the context. I'm still down to my question. How did you determine then that voice was God? And how did you determine that it was God who actually stopped the rain?
Because it was torrential downpour and then it stopped. And
no. I believe that happened.
It would be an odd coincidence if nothing else.
Please listen to my question.
Mm-hmm.
You heard a voice. You heard a voice. How did you determine that voice was God? That's for question one. And after you prayed for the rain to stop, how did you determine that it was God who stopped the rain? Answer just those two questions. Not more information about the situation itself.
Yep.
This is enough.
Okay. First off, like I was saying, it's about a relationship. I know God's voice when I hear it, just like anyone. If you have a friend and you hear their voice,
Peter, let him Peter, let him finish talking, please.
Yeah,
Aura, go ahead.
I'm just trying to finish. Like, if I hear one of my friends' voices, if I hear T-Jump speak, or you hear someone else on this panel speak, without even seeing the little panel or the light up of green, you know who's speaking, usually, if you know them well enough. I knew that because of the circumstance and because of what God was asking me to do. And I know that from the result that it's God, because God made a promise to me in that voice that if I prayed, he would stop the rain, and the rain stopped.
That
was a promise, and
example.
I know that God is truthful. So
that's a great example. So if you look at my icon, it says Peter the Tucker. How do you know that Peter the Tucker is my name and that you're hearing the voice of Peter the Tucker?
Wait, his answer there was perfectly legitimate. So if he has a belief God is, I'm agreeing with you here. So if you believe God is speaking to you, and you believe if God is speaking to you, something will happen, and then it happens, that's evidence. So you're perfectly fine. That part is epistemically rational for you to believe it was God who spoke to you. Fine.
And then I was also going to respond to Peter. Actually,
Well,
I know. I
After
only
that,
know.
Aura, can I just say after you can? No, I'm gonna let you answer. Just after you answer, just let me ask you a question.
Sure thing. I was also going to say, I only know what you have revealed to me, just like how I only know about God what he has revealed to me. I only know that you're revealing that you're Peter de Tucker because your name says Peter de Tucker. You've said, I am Peter de Tucker. My little icon lights up when I'm speaking. That's how I know, unless you're lying, which that would throw off things, but it would still be, you revealed to me exactly who you are.
Okay, but let's go back to the very first time you heard this voice. This voice said, I am God. How did you determine back then that the voice was God and not something you were hallucinating?
I think I could have been hallucinating. That's always a possibility, but I don't think I was because of the circumstance, because of the conclusion to the events.
And can I ask you, RSCO? So let's pretend I was along with you with the thing. You said you had an answered prayer. You asked for rain, and it rained.
No, I prayed. I heard God say, telling me, if you do X, I will do Y. Okay. And I did X, and Y happened. It was. You wouldn't understand it unless you're there. That's why I was saying this argument is subjective. Is that God is
that's a perfectly good argument. That's objective evidence. That's not subjective. It's perfectly good evidence.
So let's just pretend that happened, and I see this with you. I'm there with you, and I see it happen. My question to you is, shouldn't we try to do this again?
That's not how God works, though. That was a circumstance in which God told me what I could do, and I'm the one who reacted to God, not the other way around.
The only real issue I see with this is that, then I'd have to ask, Aura, by what methodology did you eliminate your confirmation bias?
I don't think you can, but I would say that if that didn't happen, I would look like an absolute and complete fool, right?
Well, not necessarily. T-Jump is correct. What you're giving would be solid evidence. Especially, it'd be even better evidence if we could replicate it and we could actually, create a predictive model that works for us. Like, like this is what we have to do at these specific times to pray and make the rain stop or make the rain start, depending whatever. But the problem is that the issues that are here is that even though I agree with T-Jump that you made a perfectly good argument there, it's perfectly good evidence for you. The problem is that one,
it can't be replicated.
Well, that's one thing, but the biggest issues go towards your personal experience. One, there's no methodology by which you can differentiate, between your internal monologue and what you think the voice of God sounds like. So we have different voices in our heads for different people, but sometimes those are our internal monologues that we are putting the voice of the person that we're imagining onto that. So you may have an idea in your head of what God looks like, what God sounds like, but you can't differentiate between what that God is saying to you and your own internal monologue, what you think God would be saying to you.
I agree 100%.
So now, I'm just saying that's one thing to take into consideration. We could say that it doesn't matter, but that's an important variable to take into account. And two,
I didn't say it didn't matter.
And two, if you already pre-held the belief that God exists, then you believe that prayers work, despite the fact that they're a violation of free will. But you believe that God exists, which means that the interpretation of a potentially coincidental event would be interpreted as God existing and God granting a prayer, because you already hold the belief. So you haven't eliminated your confirmation bias. A strong, strict methodology would eliminate that. And you could say...
First thing, I want to jump in here for a little bit. First thing, it doesn't matter how you determine if it's God or not. If you have a hypothesis, you can make the hypothesis based off literally anything. And a magic 8-ball, that's fine. So if his hypothesis was, God spoke to me, that's perfectly fine. It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter if it's justified or not. You can say, God spoke to me. If God spoke to me, I would expect this to happen. This happened. Therefore, I'm rational to believe God spoke to me. So the justification of why he believed it was God was the prediction and its efficacy. So he's perfectly rational to conclude it was God who spoke to him. He doesn't need any further justification other than the fact his prediction occurred. That's it. So he's perfectly fine. That answers both JL's and what's his name, Peter's questions. So that part is fine. The problem is the next thing you guys both asked, which was, how do you determine that wasn't just a coincidence? And if you can't replicate it, and am I justified in believing if Santa Claus is real, I will wake up in the morning and presents will be under the tree. I wake up in the morning, presents are under the tree. Therefore, Santa is real. How is that any different?
If I can, right before I answer your question, just address one thing, is that I would also agree that it's perfectly reasonable to also say, hey, this could just be my imagination. What is stopping this from actually being, could this just be my imagination? And the Bible says to test the spirits to see whether they are from God or not. But the more you spend time with God, the more you know his voice. That's the kind of one of the indicators. And then the other thing too is that my original thing was positing that God is a personal being and that he can prove himself subjectively. And that objective evidence is only there for whoever was present with me at the time. However, my repeatability process is that I've had that happen multiple times. The only other thing is eliminating bias, but it's like your bias towards evolution, right? You have a bias, but it's based on evidence, right? It's based on your.
It's a conclusion. It's a conclusion derived from the evidence.
Yeah. No, so again, the question here is: can you differentiate imagination from reality? Personal experience cannot do that. So if all you have is personal experience, you don't have evidence. You have an anecdotal fallacy. You do not have evidence. So even if you think you've experienced this multiple times, unless you can demonstrate it works independently of your personal subjective interpretation, you have as an anecdote. Because lots of people have personal subjective interpretations of gods or beings answering their prayers, but when they're tested independent of your subjective experience, they fail 100% of the time. So we know that human beings have this proclivity to make stuff up and to think that their prayers are being answered even when they're not. So like there's this really common example where people will look at the clock
a choice,
and see
Christ.
333, and they say, oh my God, every time I look at the clock, it's more often it's 333 than anything. But then when we actually check, they look at the clock all the time, and they just don't remember it because of their brain remembers the positives and forgets the negatives. And so if you hypothetically made tons and tons and tons of prayers and most of them didn't get answered and you just forgot, you remembered the ones that did get answered, that would be selection bias, and it would prove that no, there isn't actually evidence there. It was just you selectively remembering certain things. So for you to actually demonstrate this works, you need to be able to figure out objectively
the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, or
does this
counting the hits
work,
and ignoring
to be able to filter out, is this just a part of your imagination? The fact that it's happened a lot of times to you is no different than people seeing that it says 333 on the clock a lot for them. Of course it does, because your brain remembers the hits and forgets the misses, and that's one of the fallacies of human cognition, which is why you are not allowed to use your personal experience as evidence.
Well, I would agree, but I'd also say that if you were all in my head 24/7, you would have seen the things that I've seen, and you would also be able to remember. Or if you were thinking critically, imagine like a peanut gallery. I truly believe that if you were in my head and you were able to see through my eyes and you were with me 24/7, you would see the evidence that I've been presented with, and you would come to the realization that God is real.
Yeah, but given that we can't do that, given that we can't do that, when we critically approach what you're saying, we can't, because it's your personal experience and we can't replicate that, and we can't live in your head or be in your head, then we cannot eliminate the possibility of misinterpreting coincidental events. So we can't.
I think the problem is that I'm saying that you can repeat it, but you have to repeat it subjectively. The Bible says specifically that if you seek me, I will reveal myself to you. If you seek me with an earnest heart, seeking to find me. If you truly believe that if I exist, that's also the thing. You don't have to say God exists. You can say, God, if you exist. And I know you guys are going to say I prayed and this and that, but I think the real issue is acknowledging whether those prayers were in earnesty.
But there's the problem. But there's the problem, Ara. You're suggesting that belief must come before evidence.
No. The test is if, then why. And it says if God exists, and if he is truthful, and if he says that I will reveal myself to those who seek me with earnesty, then he will reveal himself.
Take it easy, John.
You don't have to believe in God. You just have to believe that if he exists and this is his character.
But that's belief. But that is belief before evidence. That's believing it exists.
That's a test.
That's a test. No. But that is confirmation bias. That's literally. Yes, it is. Believing a thing exists so that you can find the evidence that to support that existence. That is textbook confirmation bias.
Hypothesis. So that's just a hypothesis. If you believe magical fairies are in my butt, you will be able to see the magical fairies. So you look and you don't see them. So you could, any hypothesis you have to accept. If it's true, then you'd see the consequences of it, and then you look for the consequences of it.
Yes, but Ara is saying that we have to believe that it exists to find it. Therefore, therefore it will then reveal itself.
No, he's just saying the same thing I just said, where if you accept a hypothesis, you expect to see the conclusion, therefore you look for the conclusion. He's not saying you have to actually believe God exists. He's saying, I can do it right now. If God exists, he'll give me a gold brick.
Okay, then great. Then if I don't believe it exists, then if I go searching for it, and it existing is not a conclusion because I don't believe that it exists, but I'm looking for evidence that it does, then why would I interpret any of the evidence as evidence that it exists?
Well, if you've already come to the conclusion that God does not exist, and you don't even accept the premises of the hypothesis that if he exists, you can say, I don't believe in God, but if he exists, then why?
Can I ask you, Ara?
Wait. So just to go ahead. Yes, that if that happened, that's the Pine Creek test. You were right. That would be phenomenal evidence. But guess what? Every single atheist, or the vast majority of them, who have converted from Christianity did exactly that. They genuinely sought, and they genuinely tried to find God, communion with God, and failed because this. So the fact that you think that...
Hey, WDWL, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Present evidence to any genuine, not...
Seeker.
What is it called? The non-resistant non-belief. That would be evidence of God if he talked to any non-resistant non-believer, except he doesn't. So that's why most atheists are atheists, is because they were non-resistant non-believers or non-resistant believers, and he didn't speak to them. And so the fact that that doesn't happen is great evidence that it's false. But in the case, to go back to your miracle claims, again, your personal experience is not in any way evidence.
Hey, historical philosopher, good to see you.
And even if I saw everything you did see, that would still not be evidence, because you need a way to differentiate, is this a figment of your imagination or not? Me seeing your personal experience does not tell me whether or not this is a figment of your imagination. I need a way to filter that out, and your method has not provided that.
T-Joe, I have one more question.
So awesome. You're good. I'll ask you after. All right, ask it with T-Joe.
Yeah. No, I will answer whatever you ask afterwards. But my last thing after that was I respect your opinions and beliefs too, and but that's also coming down to the subjective, is that were they truly seeking God? I can't know that, or were sins or this or that preventing them from earnestly seeking God, or like the Bible says, sins draw people away from God, this or that. I don't know that. But also I would say, if you lived during the time of Jesus, and assuming that what's written in the Bible is true, you see miracles done by Jesus and his followers, and they say, this is to affirm the testimony which we give that God raised Jesus from the dead, and that he is God, and he offers you a sacrifice for sins, this and that, and you saw those things.
If Jesus claimed he rose from the dead in 3 days, and I saw him rise from the dead in 3 days after being crucified, I would likely believe, yes.
Okay, and then lastly, though, but again, that is subjective, because when you go to someone who didn't see it, they're taking your testimony for what it is. They either believe that you're a truthful person and that you're being honest about what you've seen, or they don't, or they just might not know. But for 100% fact that these things were done because of God. You've seen the miracles, you've seen what they've done. And then you go, okay, I might not be able to convince them, but I am 100% convinced because of what I have seen. And these people, through maybe no fault of their own, have not seen those things. So maybe they are justified in not believing those things. But I also believe that God presents evidence to those who would believe it.
Can I also ask?
Go ahead, Amy.
Well, I just want to know to bounce off what T-Jump said, actually, one of the great things about science is that our intuitions, yes, they're often right because of evolution, it's honed us, but sometimes they're often wrong. That's why it could be a rustle in just the wind blowing the bush, or it could be a tiger hiding behind it. The science is how we... or one of the best methods, not the only, but one of the best methods from delineating fact from fiction. But then I would also like to know if these signs stopped, if it just began, because to me, when I look out to the world, I am an optimist, but I see 50-50. Bad things happen, good things happen. It seems very random. I think when we try and put good things out into the universe, it starts to push it in a specific direction, but that's us as agents doing that. I don't think it's a God. And so my question is, if you were to stop seeing these signs, is that your test for whether a God is true? Would you become an atheist?
And I just want to quickly interject one question from an audience member. It's very similar to what Amy's asking. It's a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Canadian Oleman asked about 18 minutes ago, I need some rain here. Please get Aura Seal to make it rain here where I live within the next 15 minutes, and I will convert right now. I will believe in God, and I will go to church regularly.
Interesting. Well, I'll pray for you, but, I don't know. The reason I knew that it would stop was because I believe that God initiated the occurrence. Whereas if I pray for something that, God did not initiate, I have no guarantee that will happen.
And just in case it's helpful to you, he's in Eastern Canada.
Okay, thank you.
So what if God stopped...
Yeah, I'll answer, Amy. Yeah.
Well, what if God stopped initiating things?
It's kind of like a hypothetical, like, what if God stopped doing what God does, but God... I don't know what that really would entail, because God is the initiator of all things, and the signs thing, I would rather go with that, because like God stopping initiating things, I don't really know what that means. But the signs thing is like, oh, God stops answering prayers, or God does this. Well, I know from Scripture,
there's the link, some old
if
dude.
God is truthful, that's not going to happen, because he makes promises about prayers. But the signs thing is that throughout Scripture, we have evidence of, or I'm not saying believing just Scripture, but what I have already seen plants me in the camp that even if God stopped presenting certain signs to me, I've seen very miraculous things, and then I've seen periods of nothing happening, really, like nothing miraculous. But through scripture, even in Israel, there were hundreds of years where God didn't do anything super miraculous. It's just the everyday life. Sometimes there's miracles that happen in your life, but there's nothing like bringing down the walls of Jericho by blowing trumpets. Those things are miracles because they are rare occurrences. Like that testimony that I have was a rare occurrence. I'm not just like always hearing God's voice saying, oh, this and that. That was a rare occurrence, and it was God as the initiator in my personal testimony. So it's not, whether or not I see signs does not make me believe. But if I never saw signs, if I never saw anything, that would be a different
any
story.
super chats that come in, I'm starring so that I can address them, because I want to be able to address them directly and without interrupting the stage. So I appreciate all super chats. Thank you very much for the support, but I want to address them directly without having to compete with the stage. So
I understand what you mean.
So what would then convince you of a God not existing? And then, well, I'll start with that. If that's not it, because is there anything?
What could convince me that God doesn't exist? It's very hard, because it's saying it would have to be proven to me that everything that I have experienced was not true, or there was a completely scientific, which I'm not even saying that miracles have to be unscientific, because like with that rain thing, it's like, oh, someone in a weather station can look at the thing and they go, oh yeah, the cloud moved away, or this and that. But the real claim is that God moved away that cloud, or God dissipated that cloud. It's the God behind the science. But it would just have to be that my experiences would have to be 100% like proven false. Like I'd have to go, wow.
Well, you can't eliminate that your experiences are not completely explainable by naturalistic process, because anything that you encountered doesn't break the laws of reality.
My final question is just, in all of these, I'm not actually saying I believe you when you tell me they happen because they are your personal experiences, but I also think that we have a big confirmation bias, like I think T-Jump was saying, and then what J.L. Warren was just saying is that can any of these not be ascribed to a rare event? Not that they didn't
Logan,
happen,
you mean
but
Beelzebub?
that they occur on a small amount in a big world. For example, it is a joke, but atheists mean it when they say it, is that God doesn't seem to heal amputees, because that seems to be something outside of our biological reality, that a rare event doesn't even occur, even though that's where I assume a quote-unquote true miracle would have happened. And so, are any of these
I have the
better
testimony.
than a rare event?
Yeah, none of them seem to break reality. Like T-Jump's whole thing, like I pray to God for a gold brick. I pray to God for a gold brick, and a gold brick appears. That would be a really excellent example. That'd be a great test. And then if we could replicate that, that'd be even better. But like that would be great evidence. But I mean, to just make a gold brick appear would be a violation of reality. So,
could I add something with? It doesn't have to be like what seems like reality breaking, like walking through the sea on dry land, while you're walking through a tunnel of dry land while the waves are around you. It doesn't have to be anything like that. But I would say the verification would be the more complexity in the coincidence and having the same conclusion. Like I was saying, there wasn't just like I prayed for the rain to stop. There was, I heard a voice that said the guarantee that if I prayed that the rain would stop. That was more complex. At least you would agree, of a coincidence or a circumstance than just me praying for the rain to stop and then it stopped. correct?
Sure, and you are correct that the more complicated the example, the more it would be evidence. But let's say I can make it an extremely complicated, specific example. There's a particular optical illusion, has a Rubik's Cube on it, and there's two orange squares in the middle. And if you put the Rubik's Cube picture around it, they appeared to be completely different colors. I can make a prediction that if God exists, then if I look at this Rubik's Cube, I will see two completely different colors, even though they're exactly the same. I'm going to get this prediction right every time. Problem is that we know that that's a natural phenomenon that happens in the brain because human brains are not very well developed in certain instances. And so if your predictions are taking advantage of the fact of a problem in a human brain, they're not evidence, even if they're super specific. And so what you need is a way to filter out, was the things that you experienced an example of one of those 10,000 fallacies, biases, illusions, delusions, misconceptions that humans have in their brain, or was it a genuine example? And this is why science is hard, because you have to filter out all of those subjective problems with the brain. It's not easy to do that. Personal experience is especially terrible at that, which is why we don't accept personal experience as evidence. It's an anecdotal fallacy.
I would agree. So here's my thing: is like I agree with what you're saying, and I agree that humans are flawed creatures. But the other thing, and this might be a little rabbit holey because I'm still thinking about what you're saying. But you would agree as well that there are atheists who are blind faith atheists. They just believe in atheism because someone told them that, and it's the same way with Christians. It's the same way with confirmation bias and that kind of stuff. So I
have to interrupt. I'm an atheist. I do not believe in atheism. That's one. Second, no one told me about it.
Well, I'm saying
he just said there are some. God. He just said there are some.
There are atheists that believe for bad reasons, just as there are atheists that hold their position for bad reasons, just as there are Christians that hold their position for bad reasons. So it applies to both. Yeah.
The position it just shows that there are certain people who don't have evidenced or good reasons for what they believe, which I probably have some bad reasons for what I believe. As I'm not to be critical, but I'm sure you guys would also say, I'm looking for the best evidence. I might not have the best evidence for what I believe right now, but that doesn't mean that my position is false just because I don't have the best evidence.
I just want to put in, you're right.
I have a question.
It's not evidence that your position is false. What we want to know is what you're claiming evidence at all? That's the interesting question.
It's evidence, not for you though.
No. Is it evidence for you? Is it evidence of any kind for you? And until you have a way to filter out your personal biases and those tens of thousands, illusions, delusions, misconceptions, then it is not personally good evidence for you. And
that's what I stated before. By what methodology was able to do this?
Seeking the truth. Again, you only have my testimony for what I'm saying, but I truly seek the truth to know whether something was or was not from God, or if it was of God at all.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you're seeking.
I know exactly.
Even if I'm seeking truth and I seek truth to know God exists, and I say if God exists, I'll see the optical illusion with the Rubik's Cube, I'm still seeing an illusion. What you need is a way to filter out, is this an illusion, delusion, misconception, fallacy, or bias? So you need to filter out each of those 10,000 different biases that we have. You seeking truth doesn't do that. You need to give us a method you can use to filter those out, to show that your personal experience isn't one of those fallacies. Otherwise, it's not evidence for us, and it's not evidence for you, and you are irrational for believing it.
And if any one of us on this panel told you that at one time in our lives we legitimately went out in all earnesty to seek this information out, and we came back with nothing, then you wouldn't be able to eliminate that. Then all you can say is like, well, no, then you didn't seek earnestly enough. That's where the problem is there.
Disagree. I personally would believe you, but I would also say there may have been. I don't want to get too tangenty. I would believe you though. I would believe that you were truly seeking, but I would believe that there were other factors at play that prevented you from seeing what was there. I wouldn't say that you weren't earnestly seeking.
Well, just to clarify, what would falsify that position? What would it take for a person to genuinely seek and to know that it genuinely saw it and God did not answer them? How would you tell if that happened? Or would you always be like, there was some extenuating factor that we just didn't know about that prevented it?
No, I would say that you could only know subjectively. That person would be able to know. And they may even, I would also say, just like how you could say that my conclusion was an illusion, I could also say that that person who said that they were earnestly seeking might believe that they were, but it could have also been self-delusion because they might not have been earnestly
and I
seeking.
really hope that Christ brought a sword is still in the chat.
If someone told me that.
And I think there is a way to actually falsify it. I think part of what makes the claim weak is that it happened in the past. You could actually, the next time God makes an initiation, you should record it or do something that before the event happens, and then say, hey, this thing's going to happen, this eclipse or this blah, 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 that maybe science or something has no prediction of, at least no lay people know why, and then when it happens, you will have an actual prediction.
I don't think that'll convince anyone, though.
Don't you think that'd be more convincing than saying?
Well, say if I recorded that experience that I had, what atheist who already believes that there is no God is going to take that video and say, yeah, that's definitely proof, or that's even evidence? Like, they would just say exactly the same thing as like that was just circumstantial. It's like that video I saw of like the atheist driving in his car. It's like, if God exists, then lightning will strike in 3, 2, 1, and then lightning strikes in the background, and then he's just like,
That
like
would
be
Aura. That would be real. That would be a really excellent experiment. You know, if you could demonstrate that you did that live, and it wasn't like you just recording over a lightning strike, and you know, if we say this happened live, you did this, God struck down the lightning, it's like, wow, okay, that is an amazing claim, and that's some amazing evidence that went along with it. Can I replicate it? Can I do this independently of your own personal experience? And so then I go and do it. And I record my findings, and I realize that if I do this at this, and say I go to the same spot you're at, and I do the exact same thing you did, and it happens again, that's even better. Even better is if I go to another place on the planet, and I do the same thing, and it happens again. That's even better.
I've done that same thing a ton of times, and it's never happened.
Could I also...
Like at least 80 times in my life.
I've answered that part, though, but it's not the fact of... That's not the repeatability I'm talking about. I'm saying that these promises are repeatable in that if I hear the voice of God say, give me a promise, then I have the repeatability
thank you, some old dude.
Task or experiment that if I can do that multiple times, which that has happened for me. Not everything the same thing. It doesn't mean that if I continue, like now I just have that power to pray for the rain to stop. That's not the repeatability that I'm talking about. And it's not any ability that I have on my own. And it's not something, like I'm saying, these are the way that God works, at least according to what I believe, is he proves himself subjectively because he is a personal relationship being. He has a relationship with you guys, even if you don't believe him, and he's actively working in your lives. He works through people, he works through signs and miracles, and the only point of signs and miracles
old dude, if you can,
are so that
I'm not
you
familiar with the
that
prediction
he has
registry,
power and he is who he
or
says
I'm
he
not.
is. That's the only reason that
Can you
happens.
explain a little bit more?
I tell you what that would prove? That would prove not that maybe when you ask God, like you're saying, you can't just ask God for anything, but you know what that would prove as
That's
far
hilarious,
as I can tell,
Dan.
that would falsify
Dan Pettinger, good to see you, but
God
that's
is
funny.
initiating things. A voice tells you something, we don't know where that voice is coming from, but it tells you something and it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
I mean it would falsify it if you'd be able to record it.
So there's a problem with saying that
You
God
wouldn't know
has-
what I'm saying, and you wouldn't be able to hear the voice in my head.
There's a problem with saying that God has a relationship with me, because a relationship to me has to be reciprocal, have some reciprocal elements to it. I have a relationship with you right now that we're on the stage together. It's a very minor relationship, a casual one that we don't know each other very well, but we're able to interact back and forth. And with all the people here, we have some kind of relationships, but I don't have any relationship with any goddesses or gods because there's no response coming from them to me. So if it's a one-way relationship, it's not a relationship. It's just somebody appealing to something else or someone else.
Wouldn't it be the other way around though? That you're not responding to him, but in what I believe, he's still providing for you. He's still working in your life to give you food and shelter and this and that every single day.
So regardless of whether that's the case, and I'll
He's
grant
a provider, that's his relationship with you.
hang on, I'll grant that may be the case. That's still not a relationship if I'm not responding.
Well, I'd say that's a relationship in that he's your provider. That's his relationship with you.
That's not a
he wants a deeper relationship, which is
it's also
communal.
really problematic.
And he's going to have to show it, and
Randolph is correct on this. It's deeply problematic. Well, hang on, Peter, hang on a sec. It's also deeply problematic that you're asserting that this is what this God wants with human beings. Okay, but it relies on the worst possible evidence. It relies on logical fallacies. It relies on things like faith in order to have these things when it doesn't need to. So it relies on people suspending logic and reason and rationality to have this relationship when it doesn't need to do that, and it would be more intellectually honest for it to simply come forward and say, I exist, you can choose to have a relationship with me or not, and it's your free will to choose so, and you won't be punished if you don't, but you just won't get all the rewards if you do. So, but instead there's the metaphysical gun to our head of hell. So this is what's problematic about this. Why all the rigmarole, especially when any test or lesson or goal or desire in the face of an omniscient and omnipotent entity, they're all completely arbitrary.
Can I respond? Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to wait for you to finish. I think your problem seems less to be that you believe that it's illogical the way that I believe that God reveals himself, but I believe that you think I believe that it's irrational in the same way that I was talking about before with that the relationship thing is if you have a problem in the way that God reveals himself, but that's in any relationship. It's like if I force someone's hand and I say I want you to act this way, that's not a good relationship. That's
no,
more
but it's not. I'm not asking it to force my hand. I'm saying that God's omniscience and omnipotence would entail that it knows the best way to reveal itself to human beings and allow them to still make a choice to follow it or not, because it has free will. So it knows infallibly the best way to reveal itself to human beings in a way that they would know without any kind of doubt that it exists, but they still have a choice without violating free will. And yet it does not do this. So it chooses to act out of accordance of what it knows would be best. That makes no sense. It's the logical entailment of this thing's attributes. You say that it wants this relationship with human beings, which entails that certain things would have to take place to facilitate that relationship. You say that it has possession of all true propositions in reality, which means it's omniscient. You say it's capable of any action that is not logically contradictory, meaning it's omnipotent. But the problem is the way it behaves is not in accordance with those attributes. It deliberately moves in ways that are complex, complicated, completely and totally subjective and open to interpretation, and in some cases doesn't even give evidence of itself at all to anyone. So the curiosity is, why set up this really weird system when all of it, if this thing actually exists, is completely arbitrary? Because ostensibly, being omniscient and omnipotent, it could blink everything out of reality and blink it all back into reality with no effort or even expenditure of resource. And we wouldn't even be aware that it did it. It wouldn't even be an evil act if it did that, because it itself is the arbiter of its own actions. So because it defines itself as all good, then if it blinked us all out of existence with no explanation, that would still be a good thing. So that's the problem with it. It's following the logical entailments of this thing. It doesn't act in the accordance of something that holds those attributes.
There's a point of nuance I want to cover here. The point of nuance, but go ahead, Ariel. Now I want to cover that.
I want to answer you. I also want to. I would talk all day, but I want to give people on the panel a turn after I'm finished, if that's all right. To talk. So
go ahead and answer. Yeah.
Yeah. What I would say about that specifically is that I don't believe there's a problem in saying God's only goal is that you have a relationship with him. He's also has the goal that well, not the goal. There's a fact of his nature is that he loves you, and in spite of what you might believe, or in spite of the complexity of how he acts out of love for you and for I, and he does what it takes to save souls that would willingly come to him. There's another problem too, is that I think you would acknowledge that if what I'm saying is true, that Judas is more responsible for rejecting Christ than anyone else because he had the most knowledge, the most evidence, and he knew Christ personally and most intimately than anyone else. The Bible says that, he's punished worse than anyone else. So there is a thing that if someone rejects Christ based on their knowledge of who he is, he doesn't want them to suffer as much as they are going to suffer in spite of his justice. So I don't know why, you haven't received as much personal thing, or you haven't accepted as much personal experience of who God is as I have. But there's also the possibility that God is doing things in such a way that people will not suffer as badly as they would have otherwise. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's also my belief personally.
I have a
So
question
God
about
is
that.
going to be, if God is omnipotent and
Peter,
omniscient,
Peter, hang on a sec. Hang on.
if
Go
God
ahead.
is
Sorry.
if God is omniscient and omnipotent, he can end all suffering. So this argument to me doesn't work.
He's just, so he has to punish suffering.
There's a point of nuance that I would like to delve into a little bit here, because the way you were responding earlier before JL responded to you a moment ago was
he literally just appealed to God moves in mysterious ways. That's all he did.
Noticing with us is we're not closed to this idea of a relationship with a deity, any deity. It can be a god or a goddess or a number of them. The thing is, I think people are missing this and misreading it as something else. It's not that we believe, it's that we are not close to it. We're welcome to it if it happens, and it hasn't happened. We're not seeing it. It's just not there. The reciprocal aspect of it isn't there. And what JL highlighted about this deity should already know what it would take, I agree with. I think that's right on the mark, because there's so many people claiming that this deity is that their deities are omniscient or have at least enough knowledge to be able to do this, and enough capability to do it as well.
Yeah, and essentially, Aura, all you did was appeal to God moves in mysterious ways, which technically isn't even biblical in that respect. But I'm trying to reconcile why this. I'm trying to reconcile why this entity behaves in an illogical manner. That's my problem. And also, given it was pointed out in my live chat, someone pointed out in my live chat that this entity, by virtue of its attributes, doesn't require anything from us, because it is omnipotent and omniscient. Okay, so it doesn't need worship. It doesn't need loyalty. It doesn't need a relationship with anything. Okay? These things eliminate the necessity of any kind of test or lesson or tribute or whatever. Literally, God, in all of its infallible foreknowledge, could just create human beings in heaven with the knowledge and understanding that it wants us to have, with free will. It could do that.
Just like angels.
No, we wouldn't be angels. It could differentiate. Angels have a certain category, humans have another category. And we would just be in heaven. Agree. We would just be in heaven with free will, knowing and understanding what it wants us to know and understand. Okay?
I have no idea how this relates to the original topic. You need evidence. I don't have any evidence.
I would also add, if you just give me literally 1 second, I need to think for a sec. The way that God moves relationship-wise is that he reveals himself progressively. There's a progressive revelation that he gives. He gives a general revelation of who he is to every person on the earth. Whether or not you know who God is, and it's over the course of time that we either reject God or accept him and are revealed more things based on our openness to see more things.
Okay, then I just have, in response to that, I just have one last question, and either Peter can jump in his, or we can move on, or whatever. But if I go through the course of my life, and I earnestly seek all this evidence that's supposedly there, and through the course of my life, I look at every scrap of evidence I can get my hands on, which is, not everything, because I'm only human. But if I get to that point, and then I die, and I am an atheist, and I've come to that conclusion logically, critically, and rationally, without making any assumptions about anything or agreeing to something out of fear or desperation. So, and I come to this critically, logically, I use every tool that supposedly your God gave me to come to a rational and logical and justified position, and then I die and go to heaven, and I get judged. Will I be sent to hell?
You're only sent to hell based on your desire to be separate from God. But there's a so here's a separate thing. This is more I believe that everyone who is not in Christ
You say
will go
yes
to
or
hell.
no?
What, Aura? It was a yes.
trying to
Aura,
clarify my
Aura,
position.
no. If there's no clarification, the reality is this: if
Well,
in
people
your
are judged
worldview,
on
in your
knowledge.
world, no, or in your worldview,
Yeah.
if I come to the conclusion from an examination, a critical examination of the evidence, that no God exists, after examining everything I could get access to, diving into everything, and I critically and rationally and logically using all the powers that supposedly this God gave me to conclude that this thing does not exist, and I die an atheist. And then I go to heaven, because this thing does in fact exist. I go to heaven, and God knows that I logically and rationally and critically came to this thing with all honesty. Would I still go to hell?
So that's kind of presupposing that if you did it rationally, you would come to the conclusion that there is no God. Which,
But I
if
have.
God exists, then that would be wrong. If you
No,
do
no,
it
no.
rationally.
No, no,
He came
because
to this conclusion to the best of his knowledge that it's rational.
yes,
Okay,
to the absolute best of my human capability, this is my conclusion.
I think the conclusion would be based on rejecting the truth. So that's my answer.
But if I
You go to hell
cannot
based on rejecting the
critically determine what is the truth, then I would reject what I cannot determine to be the truth, and I would accept what I can determine to be the truth, which would be rational. This is all included. Okay? There is no mitigating circumstance. The question is, if I die an honest atheist, will I still go to hell?
An honest atheist.
Meaning I came to the conclusion of atheism honestly.
I'm just going to stand on scripture, but my reasons are that of scripture, which is that no one goes to hell just for sin. They go to hell because they want to be separate from God, because they've rejected the truth and they've rejected his plea to
Why
be.
can you not just answer the question?
I just did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, because you are presupposing.
Let's try that.
Yeah.
Let's
There's
try
a better
this.
way to ask
Okay,
this.
the
Is it
person who's
logically
trying their
possible?
best, to make a rational decision happens to have a mental illness caused by a physical problem in their brain, and they're being misled because of that. In your perspective, would this God be forgiving to them afterwards?
This I can actually answer better, because this is based on ability, which, like I said, God judges based on knowledge, which is the ability to know what is right and what is true. So if you know what is true and you reject it, God will judge you for that. It's kind of like God saying, I'm going to judge you, the person in the wheelchair. If you don't stand up, I'm sending you to hell. The person can't stand up, and then God sends them to hell. That's not how God works. God enables people to believe the truth.
Aura.
Wait, that's why I'm answering it. That's why I'm answering it.
No, Aura. I am that is not what I'm going after is this.
Well, Randolph.
If I cannot determine that a thing is true, I will reject it as being true, because I cannot determine it to be true. Just because you state that God is true does not mean that I can determine it for myself. If I go through the course of my life and I critically and rationally come to the conclusion that this thing does not exist because there is no evidence to support its existence, because it doesn't provide any explanatory power about the world, and I can't make any novel testable predictions with it, there is nothing to support it beyond pure emotional appeal. And I will not, being a rational and logical and critical human being, I will not say a thing is true just because it makes me feel better. If I come to this conclusion,
Can I answer Randolph's though?
No, but the problem is you are dodging what I'm asking you.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Just stop for a sec. RSL, the purpose of my question was to bring out this factor so that JL Warren can continue with his line of reasoning here, because I think it helped to exemplify it. So please deal with him.
Yeah. So
if I come to this conclusion, rationally and logically and honestly,
please.
Okay, then would I still be sent to hell?
If you have the ability to know the truth and you reject it, like you said, I rejected the truth because I wasn't.
No. Why are you changing what JL says?
Yes, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Aura. I just told you. No, you did not. Aura, no, you did not. You did not repeat what I said. I said I reject things that I cannot determine to be true. And I accept things that I can determine to be true. If I cannot determine critically, logically, rationally that God exists, then I will not accept that the claim that it exists. If I die, a critical, logical, and rational atheist, come to the conclusion honestly, expended all effort, and this is my conclusion, would I still go to hell?
So I'm trying to answer you, and I would appreciate. I'm trying to answer. Peter. I'm trying to be honest. Wait, I'm trying to answer this honestly as I can.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll just wait.
Peter, stop interrupting. RSL is going to say yes or no now. He's about to address a question. Let RSL say yes or no, and then we'll move on.
I said yes, you would go to hell, but before you respond, if the preposition or proposition that you literally can't come to the determination of truth, then you would not go to hell if you were someone who literally does not have the mental capability of coming to the truth. That would be the determination. But if you truly can come to the truth and you reject it, then that's a different thing.
No, but if I can't determine it, hang on, Peter, hang on. But if I am unable, if I cannot, rationally come to a conclusion that a thing is true, then I will reject it because I cannot come to the conclusion that it is true.
That's inability versus choice, and I'm saying if it's a choice, then you would go to hell. If it's inability,
why are you changing it into a choice?
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what you're saying. Neither of you are explaining it.
10 times. Hold on. Let me speak. Oh my God. JL has been specific every single time that it's not a choice. Every single time you answer him that it is his choice. Why are you?
I gave the two options. If it's inability, then you would not go to hell.
Whoa, this is getting too loud. One at a time. Let T-Jump go.
Don't you answer his question? Why do you keep changing it to JL being dishonest, knowing?
All right, T-Jump, go ahead and go.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I didn't say JL was dishonest.
I'd like to hear T-Jump's. I'd like to hear T-Jump's take on this. Go ahead.
He's asking. I have lived my life as honestly as I could. I have honestly sought the information from all perspectives, genuinely seeking a God. I was not biased against the God. There was no evidence. So I used all of my intellectual honesty, all of my seeking evidence genuinely, found nothing. Am I still going to hell?
Okay, that's just inconsistent with Christianity.
Right, so you're saying it's impossible to genuinely seek the evidence and to not find God?
No.
Yes.
He's saying you are dishonest.
Oh, he's
not.
No,
I'm saying you deny it while having the ability to know the truth. That is what he's saying.
Peter, hang on a sec. I want to hear.
There's a difference. There's a difference between inability to know the truth, and there's what you believe to be. And I'm not making this claim. I'm just saying that's inconsistent.
Forget all that. Forget all that stuff.
To be honestly seeking the truth and not find it.
Right. So you're saying it's impossible to honestly seek the truth and not find it. It's impossible to genuinely follow
And
the
I don't
evidence
mean
and not lead to
I don't
God.
mean truth. I just mean because people can be wrong about certain things while seeking truth. But I'm saying specifically about Christ and God. If you earnestly seek God,
if people can be wrong, it doesn't automatically mean that they are dishonest and that they are denying it because they are dishonest. And that is the only reason.
I'm just saying that's inconsistent with Christianity because Jesus' promises is that if you seek Him, He will.
I wasn't finished. That is the only thing you keep bringing up to JL's question when he says, "I have been honest." And I have been doing everything to my full capabilities. And your response every single time is that he is being dishonest. When Randolph changed it up, hold on, time out, I'm not finished. When Randolph changed it up and said there's a mental deficiency, then for some reason, those people are honest. Why can't you be honest? Why can't you be honest and go off of the example that why don't you stop talking when people are telling? Why don't you stop talking when people are asking you a question? JL was specific. JL told you 10 times that he was honest and that he was sincere and that he used everything in his ability to seek God. Why are you the judge whether or not he is dishonest, and why do you keep calling him dishonest and won't answer the question?
Okay, can I answer?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't call him dishonest. I said that proposition. That proposition.
Peter, let him talk, man. Let him talk. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that proposition is inconsistent with Christianity, which I believe. Okay. So it's an inconsistent. That's all I'm saying. But I'm saying if there's a difference between, and just because you're honestly seeking and you're not a Christian yet, does not mean that. Because there's also.
Aura, hang on a sec. I think I found a better way to ask this. Aura, I think I found a better way to ask this. Would your God hold me accountable for evidence that I did not find?
No, because you did not find evidence.
Okay. So if I honestly search if I honestly search the world and everything I can get my hands on to find evidence for this thing so that I can believe in it, and I never find it, and I die an honest and rational atheist, by virtue of not finding the scrap of evidence that would convince me or would prove it to me beyond a shadow of a doubt, just by virtue of being human, and I can't access the entire universe. Say there's evidence out there, but I never find it despite all of my honest endeavors. Will I be sent to hell because I didn't find it?
No, you won't be sent to hell because of not finding a specific... So you're not held accountable for evidence you did not receive, but you are held accountable for the evidence that you have received. That's it.
So as long as I die an honest atheist, I get to go to heaven.
If you die completely ignorant of everything or with a mental disability, then you would go to heaven because you have no knowledge. But God in Scripture, that's why I'm saying it's inconsistent with Christianity, because God in Scripture says that everyone is held accountable because everyone has received general revelation.
Okay, that's terrible evidence. Hang on, Peter. That is terrible evidence and no reason to believe it just because a book said it. So I'm going to reject that. I'm going to reject that flat out. I'm going to reject that.
What he is saying, JL, what he is saying is that intellectual honesty is inconsistent with Christianity.
Yes, that's essentially what he is saying. Aura, the answer to the question. Hang on a sec. Aura, the answer to the question that I'm asking you, given your worldview, is that yes, I would go to hell. The reason you don't want to say flat out that the answer is yes is because that makes your God out to be a moral monster. That's why you have hang on. That is why you have to essentially define everything. Define that finding the truth of God is an impossible thing.
Can I ask something about?
No, I never said that.
Something about hell. It's very specifically.
Amy, you can ask something about hell. I just want to say that's not at all what I was saying. I said specifically that I stand on Scripture, that if you do not accept Jesus Christ, and that's why I'm saying Scripture also says that there's accountability for what you know. You're judged based on what you know. People were not held accountable until they know that there was a moral right and a moral wrong, and that they broke God's moral law. That's the only time when people are held accountable.
This is circular reasoning.
You're not held accountable for evidence you didn't receive.
The heart of that, is Satan being tortured in hell?
Satan is not in hell yet.
Satan is not in hell. Is Satan being tortured?
Not yet.
Satan is not being tortured.
Not
That's
currently.
interesting. Is Judas in hell?
Not yet.
Judas is not in hell. Is Judas being
Yet.
tortured?
Not yet.
Okay, is Satan going to be tortured in hell?
Well, actually, yes. Based on Revelation, hell is opened up at Judgment Day when everyone is judged according to their deeds.
So who's going to punish Satan?
We move on now. I think we should give more time to other speakers.
We can.
Yes. I'm really sorry, guys, for taking up so much time, but thank you for talking. And I, for what it's worth, I'm praying for all of you guys, and I hope you have a great day.
Hey, Orasil, this was an interesting conversation, and I hope we can engage with you again in the future. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Bye, I just want to say that wasn't the answers I was expecting. I would have assumed where I wanted to lead down is that Satan, clearly of all of us, knows the most, has the direct knowledge that God exists. And so I would compare Satan to almost anyone else. They should be the one being tortured. However, they are often in Christian mythology doing the torturing. But yeah.
I'm still going with the fact that intellectual honesty is inconsistent with Christianity. I think JL proved that 10 times in a row.
Yeah, that's
literally what he said.
That conversation was a bit of a struggle. I think there's a difference in the use of terminology is part of it. And this is something I've noticed seems to happen a fair bit, particularly with Christians I've engaged with over the years. Some of them have very different ideas on what certain terms mean. And I find the vast majority look at death very differently than the rest of the world that doesn't follow any kind of religion with an afterlife, because they remove the characteristic of finality from death. And that's just one example. I'd like to. It's good that we clarify terms when it's needed. And here, I think it probably would have been helpful if we focused a little bit more on that, because of the back and forth he was having with JL, and he's trying to qualify things, which was good, but it wasn't too helpful in answering the questions quite the way they needed to be answered.
Well, it's because he knows what the implications are of the answer. And so, if he answers one way, it completely contradicts his entire worldview. If he answers another way, either way, this is the whole point of it, is that, like Peter said, yes, essentially, like, intellectual honesty is incompatible with the Christian worldview. It's like it's beyond ridiculous, and like I said, and it's another example of this entity behaving in a manner that is inconsistent with its attributes. That because ostensibly, if God is omniscient, then it would know that these are problematic methods or problematic reasons for believing in things. That it would know that. So why would it rely on problematic crap? Why would it say, especially when it's completely arbitrary? It's just it's just causing strife for the sake of causing strife when it doesn't have to be that way, and it doesn't need to do it. I mean, it's literally just in service to its own ego. It's what it all comes down to. If this thing exists, all of this is just in service to its own ego.
It also comes from Zoroastrianism.
What annoys me most in all of this, JL, is that you gave him your story, that you were honest and that you had been looking, and suddenly he's a mind reader and he can tell you that you have been dishonest. That is the thing that annoys me, because it's not God judging you. This was him judging you based on absolutely nothing other than my book says so, therefore it's right. It is those are the things that I can't stand from Christians. My best friend is a Christian. He would never do that. He is honest to me and says, I have no clue. If you're going to hell, I wouldn't know why, and I would find it a wrong decision.
Jay, that would be an excellent thing. All he had to say was he didn't know what God would do.
I guess you mean you can't stand that from some Christians.
Ix, what were you about to say?
I wanted to say something.
Hang on a sec. Yeah, hang on a sec. Ix was going to say something about
10 times.
That's true.
Okay. I wanted to bring this up because Amy pointed to some of this earlier. So when we were speaking to somebody earlier, Amy kind of hinted at the fact that the origin of some of these Christian beliefs is relevant to whether or not even a Christian should take them seriously amongst other Christians in their theology. And one of the things that we're talking about in detail, which is the theology of hell, is non-existent prior to contact with Zoroastrianism under the Persian captivity. So prior to Persian captivity and the encounter with Zoroastrians who saved the Jews from captivity by the Babylonians, the only mentions you have of punishment of the Israelites are punishments by God. God directly punishes the Israelites by causing them to have strife. And the other stuff about hell and good and bad and moral decisions and whether you go to heaven or hell, that came from Zoroastrianism. So most Christians, Muslims, and Jews haven't examined the historical development of the changes in the theology within Judaism and in contact with Zoroastrianism and other faiths, how it evolved into later Judaism and Christianity.
Amen.
Well, for one, I am glad that I'm an atheist because my best friend, and let me just a little story. He's from Syria. He's a Christian, and he's a refugee. He fled from Syria after being in captivity for an entire year, being physically tortured for an entire year, only because he was a vocal Christian in an Islam country. If God is just and didn't want to punish him, he did a pretty bad job on him because he's one of the nicest guys and the more compassionate people that I know.
Yeah, the thing is when people experience really intense, kind of life-alteringly difficult situations or just amazing events that they attribute to the explainable by God, the intensity of that experience tends to correlate with how firmly they believe and how much it alters their views and cements those views for the long term. So it makes sense that an extreme event like being conquered and liberated made them favorable to the ideas and beliefs of the people who liberated them. And they regarded the king of Persia as a savior. And he's one of the few foreign leaders who's not a Jew who they
I will be right back.
Very, very
I think
praising
my dogs need to get
and it's
outside.
just like
when
when you pray
give me just
that
a moment.
the rain will stop, and it does. In the moment when you really wanted to prove to your friend that it was important that you could do this, it's much more of an important story to you and changes your life than if it was just on a random Tuesday and it didn't help you convince your friend or something like that, right? And I think anyone who holds an Abrahamic faith or any other religion for that matter, if you want to be taken seriously by me at least, I think you need to look at the origins of your faith, look into the archaeological and scholarly tradition that studies the origins of the faith, and do an honest comparison between, do you believe a set of beliefs that are handed to you at the end without knowing where it came from, or do you look into where the sausage came from and still hold that belief after understanding all the history of how human beings compiled and changed and altered and revised their beliefs in response to drastic circumstances like being invaded and held in captivity and having Jerusalem sacked and so on. All these pivotal events changed theology drastically. So,
next speaker.
For people in the audience who are not familiar with Zoroastrianism, it is the polytheistic religion that was quite common in Iran before the Muslims took over in, I believe, was the 70s, and outlawed all other religions and brought in forced Islam on everybody.
And disco music.
Next speaker, I think Zoroastrianism was the first monotheism, but anyway, next religion.
I didn't say it was the first monotheism. I said the concept of hell, punishment, that was a change from Sheol. So the first references come directly after exile.
Yep, that's my understanding too.
This is a scholarly fact.
All right, no name. What's going
Hello,
on?
No Name. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You have your microphone turned off at the moment. We're interested to hear what you have to say.
You may have to unmute yourself.
His microphone's off.
This is low-hanging fruit, but no name, no mic.
All right. I'm going to move you back to the audience. Just unmute yourself, and we'll pull you back up, though. Neutrino Skeptic?
Oh, what an interesting name. Neutrino Skeptic. The particles we have trouble capturing. What about Beamsy? Is Beamsy around?
Neutrino Skeptic is not responding. We'll go ahead and move on to Holy Spirit. I guess you invited Beamsy up.
It's okay.
Oh,
Holy Spirit.
Beamsy can only come on if he puts on pants.
Holy Spirit, welcome and thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Doing great. How are you all doing?
Great. What have you got for us today?
I want to have a goal, right? And I want to know what are the main things for you guys that are stopping you from believing in God?
No evidence.
One thing.
Evidence.
Okay,
Yeah,
evidence.
I used to be a theist, so it's not stopping me.
So do you not?
Although I have to say now, I'm actually talking to the Holy Spirit. I might be convinced after this conversation.
Okay. Well,
I
God
have one
bless.
additional answer, but let's hear what you got for evidence.
Okay, so you want evidence, right? And what would suffice as evidence for you?
Novel testable predictions or
know.
anything that can differentiate imagination from reality.
So for me, because the deity is omniscient and omnipotent, I would require that they provide me with those capabilities for one fortnight, for 2 weeks, so I can experiment with it and confirm for myself.
Okay, but that's not,
Hang
the
on.
place
You just asked what the criteria is. That's fine.
It's
And
still
now
evidence,
you're trying to
right?
disagree with the criteria.
I have to jump in because I have to go to the bathroom. I have to take a quick leak. So
too much
how about-
information.
Well, I want to explain while I'm leaving. I have to go for a minute, but I will be back. Okay.
The Holy
So
Spirit
what we'll
has to
do,
leave you.
we'll go on to our next guest, and then we'll bring you back on when you come back.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
And while you're doing that, I just want to say it is the lack of evidence plus the fact that a mind
it is live
seems
secular.
to need some sort of physical conduit.
I heard from Jefferson Spatchcock was having a conversation about this and was saying that by virtue of its of its attributes, then the only way to know that God exists would be to be omniscient oneself. So I agree with Randolph Rich's, like if it were to bestow omniscience upon me to know this, then so on and so forth. So
I'm asking for two characters, omniscience and omnipotence, not the others, not the other omnis.
I also like that they complain. And let me tell you something. If a god can do anything and everything, then by that definition, they should be able to do, once again, everything and anything.
Yeah.
And I think it would be irresponsible.
I have a very easy standard.
Peter, okay, go just a second, Peter. I think it would be irresponsible to take omnipotence without omniscience, because with omnipotence, somebody could do a lot of damage unintentionally and unknowingly. So go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I have 3 points. An all-knowing God knows the evidence that I need to be convinced of his existence. An all-powerful God is able to provide that evidence, and an all-loving God would want to give me the evidence that I need.
Ooh, all-loving. That's an interesting take.
Although I agree with
If
T-Jump,
that
we
is
don't
not
need to go
happening-
to. We really don't need to go to such extremes. Such extremes would be great, but T-Jump's correct. I've always agreed with him on that. Novel testable predictions that enable us to determine the difference between reality and imagination. Fantastic stuff. We could just go with that.
I'm fine with that too.
At the bare minimum, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so if I'm going off of our previous guest who has God talking to him and performing miracles live when he asks for them, I mean, that is pretty convincing. That would convince me as well. But I can't do
Logan
anything,
Sandman. What do I have to do to
apparently, in
convince
order
you
to get
people?
God to
Die.
talk to me and to let me experience.
Oh, that's great,
those,
Worf. Eat any
those
good
things.
books lately?
So it's not up to me. It's really up to God. He needs to, if he wants me to know that he exists, which he, according to the Bible, he does, then it's really easy.
In those Abrahamic religions, he was doing it all the time. He was basically a first-person character in the Torah and the Gospel.
We move on to like the next speaker
Funny
or
how
something.
all of that stopped
Move on to
when
the
people
next
had cameras and phones and stuff.
Next speaker.
Are we move on to the next one? Your Honor, we've got you next up.
Your Honor, come on up. The bench is yours.
And if anybody else would like to come up here and chat with us, try to prove your God, ask questions.
Cue the basic, cue the ordinary.
Hello, Your Honor.
Despot.
How are you? You're going to bang a gavel for us, please. How are you doing today?
Hello, Randolph. How are you? Hi, T-Jump. Hi, Amy. These are the people that I know. Hi, everyone else that I don't know. My take on it, I listened to the conversation. I listened to the part where you say that if you die and God hasn't given you, you have tried your honest best to come to the evidence that God exists, and you could not find that evidence. So here, I want to ask you an honest question, since you mentioned that you honestly tried to come to that evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is, when the evidence is presented to you, presented to you, are you treating that evidence without bias? And honestly, to me, it seems like anytime I listen to these talks, it doesn't seem to be treated with I would say enough seriousness. Like it's like the default is to just try to dismiss that evidence. I'll give a couple.
Works.
Yeah,
what you're supposed to do, an honest investigation of any evidence, is to try to disprove it. That's what science works as. So, like, a scientist will present a paper and say, "Here's my paper that I think works," and everybody else, all the other scientists, will try to disprove it. They'll be like, see if we can find the holes in it and prove it doesn't work. Because that's the honest way to investigate anything, is to show that it doesn't work. If you can't, then it works.
I'm sorry to jump. I would say that that is half the truth. What you just said, that is half the truth. Because you would also try to see why it works. You would be trying both ways to see why it works and why it doesn't work.
Yeah, and
when you just decide to figure out why it doesn't work,
and if we can come up
why it works.
Yes, and if we can ascertain a naturalistic explanation for why a thing works, then we don't need the God.
Well, so that's actually wrong. You don't try to ascertain why it works. First, you want to figure out, does it work? That's the question. So you try to disprove it. You try to falsify it. And if you can falsify it, then it
that
does
is not true, and I can prove it to you right now. That is not true, and I can prove it to you right now. In mathematics right now, there is a stick on the wheel of mathematics, which is the Riemann hypothesis. And every mathematician will tell you that if the Riemann hypothesis is true, but they tell you that a lot of theories have been based on the fact that it's true, and everyone believes it's true. Nobody can prove it yet, but everybody believes it's true because it works.
No one cares if mathematical objects exist. That's not the claim. So if you want a hypothetical model, wait, stop. We don't care about math. Math is conceptual. But if you want to claim, like,
hey, Blue, good to see you.
A mathematical object exists and you're going to prove it, we're going to try to disprove it. Mathematical proofs don't work that way. Mathematics and conceptual things are different. When we're talking about reality, you have a different problem. Like, if you're saying God exists, you're making an empirical claim that you want to show it actually exists. It's not the same as a mathematical conceptual claim.
And just to bounce off what they were saying, that is the difference between creationists and the people who believe in science. When we talk about subjects like the Big Bang, evolution, how planets form, you can go to nature, you can go to John Hopkins, we can go to different scholarly, medical, or academic sources, and we can compare and contrast. We can do different tests and try and make sure we can replicate them. You cannot do that with God, and I have never seen a theist who believes in God present, here is my paper for the replicatable methodology that we have for tying God to reality.
Okay, would you like an answer for that, Amy?
Thank you, Orbital. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay, because the reward in the religion is based on the word belief, and it's not based on actually proving something like mathematics or in physics or in astrophysics or some other type of science. So it is a belief, and you would find that billions of people are satisfied with the belief. That belief is so strong in them that they worship God like if they could see him. Now, the question that I want to continue with what I was saying before is the fact that it is illogical. It is illogical for something to come from nothing.
Sure.
Now, it is a burden. It is a burden on you until you can prove that something does come from nothing. Then the burden of proof is on you.
Your position.
Yes, the theist.
Well,
No one believes something came from nothing.
Let me lay this egg before you boil it. Let me lay this egg before you boil it.
Before you do that, like, we don't believe something came from nothing. Nobody believes that. So I don't know why you're bringing it up.
Okay. So
that's
okay,
technically, Your Honor, as a theist, that is your position, because there was God and there was nothing. There was God and nothing else, and then everything exists because God magically made it out of nothing.
Okay,
that's your position. That's not ours.
I'm gonna create a new fallacy for you guys. I'm gonna call it the fallacy of keep the change. Okay, because so far what you have been able to do to try to disprove.
Thank you, Insane Angel. Appreciate that.
In the theory of the Big Bang, we had a problem because we had a problem of where stuff came from. So we created this thing that at the Big Bang, matter and antimatter were created, which equals to 0, plus 1 minus 1 equals 0. And for some unknown reason yet, we were left with some matter that didn't annihilate each other, and that's the universe we see today. So I call that the keep the change theory. And then the same thing happened.
None of that matters, but we have evidence to support this. This isn't just something we made up. So we have lots of evidence, like observations and predictions we can make to justify all of this. We don't have any of that of God.
Observations could be explained in a million different ways, and a lot of them could be logical and more, and some new ways. I can give you some ways that are more logical than some current theories right now.
That's true, but guess what? We made the predictions before we knew them. So people made predictions that if naturalistic explanation of reality is correct, we'll make these observations when we look at the cosmic microwave background. We then looked and said, oh, we were right. So the fact of what makes something evidence is the ability to predict something before you know it and to get it right. Naturalism has done that. Particle physics and cosmology have done that. God has not done that. There's evidence for physics.
That is not true. That is not true, T-Jump, because I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, dude, no. Your Honor.
Even if I give you evidence.
Your Honor, literally.
I'll give you a counter example. You want a counter example to prove that what you said is wrong?
I gotta hear this.
Okay, 1400 years ago, God in the Quran says that we have created the universe and surely we are expanding it. This is talking to people who are living in the desert, who don't know the basic science that you know right now, and God is talking to them about expanding the universe. 1923, you give
Your Honor, hang on a
a man a Nobel Prize for discovering.
Your Honor, stop. We got it. The Quran claimed that the universe was expanding. T-Jump, would you like to counter with what the Bhagavad Gita says?
Yeah, the Bhagavad Gita predicts the age of the Earth is 4.3 billion, which is actually accurate. Yours doesn't predict that. So if being able to predict a generality,
two rights don't make a wrong. T-Jump. Two rights don't make a wrong.
What?
Right?
That's
No.
Two rights don't make a wrong.
Your Honor.
Giving me
Your Honor. Stop.
No. What we're saying is two wrongs don't make a right. Being able to guess.
No, but I'm telling you,
isn't
example here that two rights don't make a wrong.
No. Guessing a random fact correctly is not evidence. So the Quran getting a general fact correct that the stuff is expanding is just a guess. That is not evidence.
So how much contemplation, in your opinion, that deserves? How much contemplation, at least? Would you say the number from 1 to 10? 0?
Garbage.
Okay, this is what I'm... Okay, thank you very much for making my point for me. This is the point that I started with, that no matter what evidence would be presented for you, the bias that you would have would be to refute it right away.
But
it is evidence. You just listen. You contradicted yourself like 7 times.
Let me answer your question so I can explain it to you. Stop talking.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
That is
Go ahead.
not evidence. No, it's called an ambiguity fallacy. We know it's not evidence because in any book you have, there's going to be specific examples of words that you can interpret to mean essentially whatever you want. It is not evidence. What you need is
This
something
is
specific.
clear language. There is no interpretation left.
Stop talking.
This is clear language.
Stop talking. In science, we know this is a fallacy because we know that we don't accept generalities and ambiguities in scientific papers because anybody can make generalities and ambiguities. We need a specific prediction of a specific thing that we don't know yet. Ambiguities are not a specific prediction. They are not evidence. You can find ambiguities in literally any book. You can find dates of people being murdered in Moby Dick. Does that mean Moby Dick is a special book from the revelation of God? No, it means you got a lucky guess. That's it. So no, this is not evidence. What you need is evidence of something specific. Quran is garbage.
Is this statement ambiguous? Is this statement ambiguous? I'm sorry. Is this statement ambiguous? Okay. There is 7 of you guys. At least let me talk.
Well, can I at least...
statement?
Okay, finish the statement.
Okay. Is this statement... answer yes or no. Is this statement ambiguous? We have created the universe, and surely we are expanding it.
Yep, that's a super ambiguous.
Is this left for interpretation?
Yes, that's super ambiguous.
Very ambiguous.
Okay, I'll let the audience judge that. I'm not gonna.
So, Your Honor, the whole point.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Amy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amy.
Why do you think that the Bhagavad Gita was able to get so close with the age of the universe?
Well, I'm gonna tell you why. You want me to answer you, but I've got to be able to finish my answer. Okay. You got okay. If I can, you see, we think that we have the absolute truth right now. And I can prove it to you right now. I don't know how to send you images or proof or whatever, but I can prove it to you, and I can back my evidence. For example, we think, and the common thing that we say is that people used to think that the sun and the moon and everything orbited around the earth. I can show you actual images of artifacts that have the sun in the center, and it has the planets orbiting around it with the moon next to the earth. Now, would you say...
I have no idea.
It doesn't.
How does that answer the question? How does that answer the question? How do you know, what I'm saying, how do you know that those people at that time weren't given knowledge?
Because they were wrong?
They weren't going based on their scriptures.
They were wrong? What?
Your Honor, I don't know where you're going with it. It's weird and irrelevant. The whole point... Your Honor, stop. Your Honor, stop. The point of the question was, you said that the Quran is valid because it makes a statement in there about the expansion of the universe. And it says it very kind of ambiguously. We countered, or T-Jump countered, with the fact that the Bhagavad Gita makes a prediction about the age of the earth before they could possibly have known it. And that prediction is older because the Bhagavad Gita had been around much longer than the Quran. But by your logic, that means that what the Bhagavad Gita claims is also true. So, but you don't hold to Hinduism or Buddhism. You don't hold to... So which one is true? Islam or Buddhism?
And I want to know why. That is the crux. How did they get it right? They got something right.
Okay, this is I'm assuming this is not a rhetorical question. You do actually want an answer, right?
Yes, it is a question.
Okay. In Islam, we believe in every religion that came before us. Okay, we believe that God sent 124,000 prophets, and different scriptures, and different messages, and different messengers. We believe in Jesus, we believe in Moses, we believe in Noah, we believe in every religion that came before us. Some religions that weren't mentioned to us in our book, we neither believe in them or disbelieve in them, but we hold the possibility that they could be one of the 124,000 religions that were revealed. So if you tell me that somebody predicted the age of the earth in the Hindu civilization thousands of years ago,
like post hoc?
I would tell you that the possibility could be one of the 124,000.
Is that post hoc? That's so Islam trying to rationalize other stuff?
That's fair. That's fair enough. So the question here is, if we put that in a paper, the quote about he created the universe and caused it to expand or something like that, if we put that in an academic paper, would it be passed as a genuine prediction in an academic paper, or would it be considered ambiguous? What do you think?
I think it considered a prediction that came to be true. A book predicted that the universe was expanded when everybody thought the universe was static. Every scientist.
The question was: would a person in a scientific paper think this was a genuine, accurate prediction or an ambiguity fallacy? Now, if you know anything
in my
about
opinion,
science,
in my honest opinion, 100% yes. If that's all what you want me to say without saying anything
yes,
else.
that's fine.
Yes.
That just means you don't understand science. So in science, for something to be specific, you're not allowed to put generalities like we created the universe and we caused it to expand. You need
I haven't sinned,
rate,
Shannon.
rate
Well,
of
then again, I
prediction,
don't
the
believe that
time
God
period,
exists because it hasn't,
a
and so
measurement
sin,
metric,
therefore, sin doesn't exist.
ability,
So.
falsifiability, you need all these things. Just saying I caused stuff to expand without giving us specifics that could show you're wrong, a falsifiability criterion, is called an ambiguity.
You know
fallacy.
that is not true, T-Jump. You
It
know
is
what
true.
you just said is not true.
No,
You know what?
exactly
You know
true.
that
It's
is not
literally,
true.
It's literally.
You know that is not
scientific
true. You know that for years we've been just talking about a particle called.
Stop.
Listen, I could be your grandpa, T-Jump. Don't say kid. Say your
I love
mom.
how he's just
Listen,
calling people kid. It's great.
Stop. So no, what I literally said is literally the scientific method. You need specific predictions or it's garbage and no one cares about it. This is literally just basic science. If you don't know this, you know literally nothing about science. The reason we accepted general relativity, Einstein's theory, is because he made a specific prediction with an actual number that said that we were going to predict curvature of light around the sun that could be measured and was confirmed, along with many other predictions that could be measured and confirmed. None of those are in the gibberish that you read from the Quran. What you read in the Quran is called an ambiguity fallacy. We need specifics in science. We don't accept ambiguities.
So, and T-Jump, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but Islam being one of the younger religions, one of the younger faiths, and Islam being aware of the other faiths that pre-existed it. So Islam, by virtue of just people interacting with one another. So Islam was aware, the Muslims were aware that Hindus existed, that Buddhists existed, that Christians existed, that these things existed prior to its own existence. Then Islam, or the Quran saying that Allah sent all of these prophets out throughout the world, and that's why other religions get things right sometimes. But Islam being the newest, isn't that post hoc? Isn't that Islam isn't that Islam just trying to reconcile why other religions are correct sometimes? And
I've never heard the position that he thinks all the previous religions before Islam were true. That's a really strange position. But if that was the case, then he'd also have to take credit for all the things they got wrong as well. So it's a very strange position that I don't think he really wants to, that most Muslims would probably defend. But if he wants to take that, okay.
I'm just trying to look at it from a perspective of like, I've got these ideas for a religion, but there are all these religions that existed before me, but I'm going to create this new one. But I have to reconcile all the stuff that the other religions got right. So in order to make mine the most true, then I have to reconcile this. And the best way to do that is to say that my God has sent down prophets throughout all of human history, and some of them have inspired other doctrines, and the reason they got those right is because Allah sent them down. So it's literally justifying my own. It's using other people's work and other people's lucky guesses to literally say, oh, well, that's because my God is true.
That would make sense logically if you wanted to think of like how they came about with the idea. Sure.
Right. Okay, so it's just like...
Well, I think this would be... I've never heard that either. I think that would, I guess, fix a problem. However, when I hear that, it kind of Scientology-ish. Like, yeah, sure, we accept all the prophets. Then you get in, and they're like, it's really the Xenu guy.
It's like some Mormon shit, you know?
Exactly. And so, not only that, I think this is heresy. I think that if you were to go to a normal Sunni or Shia, they would say that it was only the people of the tribe. It was very specifically the Abrahamic. Now, I will say, at the end of this, we don't care, though. Like, I mean, it's a no true Scotsman to say you're not a true Muslim. You can be whatever you want. Maybe you have the right one. It's just
Christianity came before Islam, right?
Yes.
So that means that Jesus was true, Son of God, right? Because all the previous religions are true.
You want an answer, right?
Yeah, because you said all the previous religions that came before Islam are true. Christianity came before Islam, and Christianity says Jesus is God, right?
Okay. In Islam, it was revealed to us that Jesus is one of the greatest prophets ever sent to humanity.
Was he the Son of God? Was he literally God?
He was not the Son of God. Islam came to warn us that God does not have a son. Yeah. So the religion that was sent to the Christian is right, and it was revealed to us that the details about Jesus being the Son of God were added by humans. So we believe in the religion. We don't agree about the details, like the details of the Trinity and the Son of God and things like that.
But how do you know which is right? Are you just gonna say the Trinity's wrong? But hey, they got that one thing in Hinduism about the age of the universe. So guess what? God kind of
Yeah,
right
there are a lot of passages in the Quran to explain to you why it's wrong and why it does not
Yeah,
fit the profile of an all-powerful God. I mean, I'm not here to bash Christianity, and I don't want to do that. There is a very
point
thin
when you
line.
said that all the other religions prior to Islam are true. That's just a really strange claim. I don't think it's really significant to anything.
No, it is not. I actually just sat there and laughed because I listened to Popcorn because I just dismissed one of your biggest cliches, which I always hear you guys attack the theists, that why is not this religion is true? Why not this religion is true? And then when I gave you a statement that is provable in the Quran, I don't even have to go to the Hadith, in the Quran, that it tells us that in order for me to be a Muslim, I have to believe in all prophets that preceded Muhammad. And when I gave you that, I listened to the Popcorn because it's like I demolished one of your houses. Honestly,
you didn't. No, you didn't, because you stated something in the Quran that happened to be true. There's a lot of incorrect shit in the Quran as well, but you stated one thing in the Quran that happened to be true that somebody got right. Great. We stated we cited something that is far older. Hang on a sec. We stated something that we gave you evidence of something that is far older, of a prediction that was far older and far more accurate than what is in the Quran. And you countered with Islam has explained that because those prophets got it right because they were sent by Allah. So
his point was correct, that if you're bringing up the criticism of Hinduism and he says, well, they're all right. I mean, that's a valid critique of that argument. If our argument is that predictions or evidence of religions and this prediction of this religion is better or whatever, and he says, well, they're all true. I mean, that's perfectly fine. It leads to contradictions.
Yeah, but isn't that post hoc? Doesn't that mean that Islam is essentially just post hoc reasoning? It's taking all the good stuff from all the previous religions and amalgamizing them into something else?
No, it's taking all the good stuff from the same source.
It doesn't matter. It's just irrelevant. It's just irrelevant to the point. Like, who cares? So our point is that the ambiguity of saying we created the universe and expanded isn't evidence. And it's not. Wouldn't be accepted in any academic paper that was relevant at all. And whether or not you want to claim that's... Like, I didn't bring up the Hinduism thing. That was, I think, JL. I mentioned it, and then that talked about it. But it's not really important to the point whatsoever.
Well, I brought it up with I brought it up to say that just because a book makes a correct prediction doesn't mean that everything that's entailed in that book is correct. Is like it's not proof of anything.
Well, let me answer you. Okay, let's follow the steps of what just happened. The first step is, in order for me to believe in a book, it needs to make a novel falsifiable or whatever prediction, and then after I give you that prediction, then you say, just because the book gives me the prediction, it doesn't mean it's true. And even if I go to step 3, you will go to step 4. This is called tennis. I call this tennis. Like, no matter what I give you,
wait. Your first statement was correct. In order to make something believable, it needs to make novel, testable predictions. One, usually not enough. But a novel, testable prediction has to be specific and be ambiguous. So ambiguous things are not predictions, because ambiguous things can be interpreted in many different ways, and if they can be interpreted in many different ways, that means that there's many different predictions being made. So it's not specific, it's not a prediction. So the problem with all the things in the Quran, and it's not just that one, all of the things the Quran supposedly predicts are all super ambiguous, and none of them actually say anything of value whatsoever. There is actually, the Hinduism example is a good example of an actually legitimate prediction. Only one, and it's not good enough because it's just one. But yes, you were correct that if you needed to believe a book, it would need to make lots of novel, testable predictions and get them right. And it would make it reasonable to believe. None of the holy books have ever done that. Even the collection of all of them have never done that. You don't have that.
Okay. Listen, I do not like to keep going with these so-called novel predictions.
Predictions.
Okay, testable predictions. I don't like to keep going with those because I know by experience, by talking to atheists, I know that it's going to turn into a tennis game. And I don't like to do that. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example right now. When I told you that the Quran talked about resurrection, and God said
it has
that
definitely been had
humans
many times
claim
before,
that we are not able to reassemble their bones, and God said we are even able to reconstitute their fingerprints. I mean, their fingertips. This is what it says in the Quran. Their fingertips. Okay, so let me lay this egg, please. God says, if you believe that we're not able to reconstitute humans' bones after they're dead, we are even a step further able to reconstitute their fingertips. And here, I mean, anyone without bias will actually believe God is talking about fingerprints, because there are so many billions of people that lived, maybe trillions of people that lived on this planet, who have all different fingerprints, and God said He can make every single one back to the state of His fingertips. And then in the late 19th century,
what are you
in the late 19th century, we just discovered that humans.
Wait,
well, let me just finish.
This is not a prediction of fingerprints. This is not a prediction of fingerprints. This is a prediction that God is powerful enough to be able to remake everyone down to their smallest part. It has nothing to do with fingerprints. There's literally nothing in there about fingerprints.
And you
I told you. Listen. I already listen. Here's a novel. Testable prediction.
Oops.
Okay.
Freudian slip.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? It's probably. It should be called that anyway. Anyway, so to make a very long story just long, I just made that prediction. I just made a prediction that no matter what I give you, you're gonna play tennis with me and you're gonna refute it. So I didn't expect any different. I told you that in the beginning. That's why I didn't want to use. That's what I didn't want to use.
Your Honor.
That's why I didn't want to use
your
so-called.
Stop. Your Honor. You do realize that human beings have been born with identical fingerprints, right?
Do you realize there has been trillions of people with?
No, there have not been trillions of people.
Your Honor, you do know that human beings have been born with identical fingerprints, right? Human beings that are not related, that are not like literally of the same family. That people have been born on the planet that have identical fingerprints.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you this.
No. You know that, right? No, it's like, Your Honor. Do you know?
It's not true.
Yes, it is true. It is true. We literally have cases on the books of individuals being sought out and being arrested for crimes they didn't commit because they shared the same fingerprints as the perpetrator. This is something that has literally happened.
Let me explain to you why that is. Because let me explain to you. Okay, because in the systems we have to retrace fingerprints, there are so many criteria that we measure, okay? And those criteria, they could be refined. The same we talk about like on your screen right now, we talk about 360 or 480p or 720p or 1080p. The more detailing you go in, the more difference you will find. And it will go all the way from 10 to the power of 12 to 10 to the power of 60, the difference in a human's fingerprints. So if you use smaller criterias, okay, you will find that, but if you dig in deeper, you will find that those people do not have identical fingerprints.
So what's the point? Like, who cares whether or not people have identical fingerprints? What is... Nowhere in the Quran does it say
God talks about humans being... Okay, the point is that God talks about humans being... You ask a question, you don't want me to answer. There's already 7 of you guys.
Wait. So the question is where in the Quran does it say no two people have the same fingerprint? Where is that said? That exact phrase.
Okay, it also doesn't say T-Jump has different fingerprints than Amy.
Yeah, where does it say the word fingerprints in the Quran?
It also doesn't say T-Jump, Jamie. I don't know why I called you Jamie, but...
You can call me whatever you want. Where does it say fingerprints in the Quran?
Okay. This is tennis. This is
This
tennis.
is not tennis. This is me asking you a specific question. Where does it say the word fingerprints? You keep bringing up fingerprints. I didn't bring up fingerprints. You did. Where does it say fingerprints in the Quran? It doesn't say it anywhere.
Okay.
It's not.
Any honest person say that God for remaking a whole human being, God talks about not only that, I am even means even harder. I am even able to recreate his fingertips.
Yeah.
So now, what's so unique about the fingertips if it's not the fingerprints? Give me another prediction. How, if you want to dismiss it, give me another prediction. What is it?
Yeah, it's because it means the smallest, most minute part of a human, and that's been used many times. Like, did everybody in that time period who used the word fingertips, did they all mean fingerprints?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna answer you. That you see, a lot of times I hear a lot of atheists say, well,
I asked you a question.
Well,
so the word fingertip is used millions of times during the time period of Muhammad. Did they all mean fingerprints?
that word nobody understood nobody understood that was something special about. Everybody thought that they had fingerprints. Nobody understood that it was special until the late 19th century.
Right, because people
and
use that
then we
term a
will
lot,
go
right?
back and reflect on the verse that says that remaking the fingerprints of every human that ever lived is actually harder than making the human himself.
Go back. So we understand that the word.
It's like the QR code.
Stop. The word fingertip was used really commonly back then. It's a pretty common phrase to use create someone to their fingertips because it's the smallest part of somebody, the most minute, insignificant part. People
That is
would use
not
that
true.
phrase.
That is not true.
That phrase
That is not
is
true.
pretty common. Yes, it is.
Yes, there
And
are
so it's
people
not
who.
actually that surprising.
Yes,
That
and
is not true. An eyelash is
Muhammad
smaller
want
than
to
a fingertip.
craze. No, it doesn't make a
people
difference.
born without
They could
fingerprints.
use
Yes,
that
Mystic
phrase to
Mystique
mean
Tina Jones brought that up.
God
That
was
is
powerful
a
enough to create even your
dermatoglyphia. A
smallest part. It has
dermatoglyphia
nothing
is
to do with the
a rare
fingerprint.
genetic condition
This
in
is
which
why
they
it's
don't
called
develop
ambiguity
fingerprints.
fallacy. This is why it wouldn't be accepted in a scientific paper. If you want to say fingerprint, you say fingerprint.
Appeal to
If you don't
fingerprints.
know what a
I
fingerprint
like
is
this.
and you're referring to something ambiguous, you say fingertip. That's why what everything in the Quran says is an ambiguity fallacy. If it was actually a prediction, it would just say fingerprint. Problem solved.
Well, let me answer you. Let me answer you, T-Jump. I started to answer you earlier and never finished. I'm gonna hope this time it's gonna work. I said, a lot of times I hear the atheists talking about, well, I'm not talking just about Islam, I'm talking about every religion. They say, well, they wait for something to happen scientifically and they look in their book and they say, ha, tada, here it is. Okay? And why don't they come up with something first? And then
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Okay. So and then I have a verse in the Quran, which is a book of signs. Each verse, each verse in the Quran, in Arabic is called ayah, which means sign. Okay, and God in the Quran, there is a verse that says that to each sign a time where it would be prophesied. So for example, the sign of the fingerprints was prophesied in the Quran 1400 years ago. But the destined time, what it would happen is when a human, this is not another God, this is a human.
What you're saying
a
is
human,
so insanely
just
stupid.
another
No,
poop
wait,
machine.
Stop,
let me finish. Well, stop.
No,
Can I use the stop card?
You've gone far. Like, the fact that the Quran says an ambiguous phrase that refers to a part of the body, and then you discover something about that part of the body that we didn't know yet, isn't a prediction. That's stupid. It's literally dumb. If you think that's evidence, you have the dumbest criterion of evidence ever. Sure, go for it.
Hold on. Can I jump in real quick? Because fingerprints as means of identification have been used by the Babylonians since about 1792 or 1715 BCE. So the fact that the Quran mentions this is something that by then had been known to humans for about almost 2,000 years. It's not really something that God brought to our knowledge.
Yeah, and it doesn't actually mention anything, and the Quran doesn't mention anything about adermatoglyphia, which is a genetic condition in which people don't develop fingerprints.
Yeah,
Well,
so
you realize
the
that what you just
fingerprint
said has
issue
nothing to do with
is
that. But what I said, but I would like to answer Peter if you don't mind. You know, this is very interesting what you said, Peter. And what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna say that what you said is wrong. I find it very interesting that they know something in the BC back to the exact year. I mean, something like this. I mean, we're not talking about when some king was born or something.
I literally said anywhere between 1792 and 7050. So that is not the exact year. But
No,
I
no,
can help you out. It also was practiced in China at least 300 BC as a means of identification, not only the fingerprint but the entire palm print.
Actually, in the Chinese gambling,
if you just go look.
In ancient Chinese gambling, they put a number of fingerprints in the books with people's names.
Can I just cut in here for a second? I'm looking at the surah, and I want to ask the first question to you, Your Honor. Can I ask, what is the chapter name of the surah that you're reading?
Okay, I could not recall the chapter name.
Oh, it's called the Rising.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me think for a second. I just because I didn't feel like
honestly,
making an effort.
I think at this point,
it's called Al-Qiyamah.
This is the problem with the trap that you mentioned earlier.
Oh no, it's called Al-Qiyamah. Do you know what that's translated into English?
Okay, I know exactly what it means, 100% what it means in Arabic. I'll let you find the best effort translation in your language.
Sure. It's called The Rising of the Dead. And I don't see fingertips, I see fingers. We are able to restore his very fingers.
Okay, that's the translation, and that's not what it means.
Oh no.
It's is the last banana in Arabic, it says banana. It says bala qadirina ala. It's funny, but you know when I just joined Discord just for T-Jump. You know, believe it or not, I like T-Jump.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You know, something funny. You know, let me say something between parentheses. Listen. Something between parentheses. I had to accept the rules of Discord before I joined, and one of the rules says only English, and I was like, okay, so I guess I can't read you the verse.
Well, I mean, I don't care if it's English or Arabic. Okay, the chapter is The Rising of the Dead. Give us the context.
Yes,
why fingerprints would be in the chapter The Rising of the Dead.
At this point, I think we could probably move on to the next person because we're just going back and forth about the Quran and everything that. Trust me, but Your Honor, I almost called you banana. Trust me, Your Honor, you can bring up whatever you want in the Quran. And most of us can probably knock it down. Peter Tucker will because he's literally done an entire expose with R and Ra on the Quran itself. Okay. It can all get knocked down. Okay, just citing the Quran is not going. Well, citing the Quran.
Can I say?
Your Honor, can I finish? Can I finish, please? Your Honor, citing the Quran is not going to get you anywhere. All right, so just like if a Christian were up here and saying, "Well, you got to go to the Bible," that's not evidence. It's not evidence. It's so. Probably find better evidence and come back.
The series that we did, the entire panel, apart from Arn Ra, were all ex-Muslims that could read and speak Arabic. So there was no translation. The whole thing was done. Arn looked up different translations and then had the entire panel explain to him whether or not the translations were correct. So.
Okay. Let me. Can I say a closing statement? Sure. I don't know who's the mod.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay. First, I would like to thank Warren because he really did me a great favor. Because what he did, he just solidified the first point that I made when I joined in. Okay. The sentence that he said, whatever points you will bring from the Quran, we will knock it down. And this is exactly what I said in the beginning. He did not say we will process it and try to understand it and try to make a decision based on what you brought up. He said we will knock it down. I already predicted that. I know you will try to do that.
It's entailed, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's entailed. Like literally, we'll knock it down because we've gone through this before. The arguments that you're the arguments you're bringing up are not new. These are conversations that we have had many, many times before.
Also, Your Honor, I wasn't speeding. You can't prove it. No.
Also, objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Amy pointed out kind of the smoking gun, which is absolutely verified by anyone who's looked it up since she mentioned it, which is that there was extensive use of fingerprints for identification purposes in Babylon and in China and other places that's documented. The use of it for criminology is a recent innovation, but the use of it to identify family members and business deal partners goes way back. So I hope the next time that you're talking about these supposed miracles, that you'll do the intellectually honest thing and credit Amy for having informed you that that actually is not a good claim of prophecy, because it actually was widespread.
They already knew.
Yeah.
That's
It's not a prediction.
Okay,
it's ex aventu. They already knew it.
okay, so I would like you to take the same statement. I would like you to take the same statement and give it to the scientific community, who credited a person in England in the late 19th century about discovering that fingerprints are unique and stuff. And this is what's over many books and many.
How could they discover something that was known to humanity for thousands of years already?
Okay,
you're gonna have. They didn't know at the time.
You're gonna have.
They didn't know at the time. So it's very
them.
simple. Just to get this through. Okay, they didn't know at the time. Well, a lot of these discoveries around the world weren't compared until recently.
You know, I'm gonna give you credit about what you just said. I'm gonna agree with you about this for the first time. I had read. Okay, but because I'm trying to be honest, I'm not just trying to knock down everything you say. I'm trying to be honest.
Yeah.
So I said, I remember in the late 90s, it was a prediction about 7 planet alignment, and it was credited to 2 scientists from our era. And I was looking at a 1945 National Geographic, and the prediction was made by someone that I forgot, it was 2003 or something. It was going to be that alignment. Don't quote me on the year, guys. I don't remember exactly what the year, but it was like something around that.
By the way, I just checked you.
Oh, I do.
The first European to figure out the individual fingerprints was a German, Johann Christoph Andreas Meyer, and that was in 1788. So not someone from England.
I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Have a great day.
Like,
Thanks for
follow,
coming,
and
T-Jump.
subscribe on T-Jump's channel.
And Your Honor, that's not really pretty. I mean, if we an understanding of orbital dynamics and how planets, with gravity and how planets orbit and how objects orbit each other in space, we can make predictions as to when they're going to line up. A better example would be like the prediction made when we predicted that, but when we discovered Neptune. When Neptune was because there was something that was perturbing the gravitational pull, or was it Uranus? It was Uranus. It was the prediction of Uranus because something was perturbing the gravitational orbit or the orbit of Neptune. We're like, well, something's causing this to happen. So what do we predict? What do we know about the system? This is what we know about orbital dynamics. So this indicates that there is another body out there that, if it is there, given what we know mathematically, then we can predict when it will come into view of Earth. And so it'll come into view at this time on this date, and then at that time, that date in the future, we then look in that spot, and there was a planet. That's how we discovered Uranus.
Yeah, the other thing is that it matters how you get to the results. So, for instance, Eratosthenes got an incredibly accurate first reading of the size of the Earth, but he made 2 massive mistakes when he did it. Honestly, but he just made 2 big errors. Fortunately for his number, they canceled each other out. So we can say Eratosthenes got a really good number, but we can't say that he had the correct method for doing it in a perfect sense, because he made 2 mistakes that were both so massive in the opposite direction that it ended up being a pretty good number in the middle. Now, on I wish T-Jump was still here because I wanted to ask him about this. On the subject of the age of the Earth being predicted by Hinduism, I looked into it. They also have ages of the universe predicted, and they think the universe is 155 trillion years old. They have cycles. They have 72 cycles, none of which is remotely close to billions of years like we think the Big Bang might be. So there's not like a match to some kind of cyclic Big Bang cosmology, even remotely. And they have tons of really arbitrary, totally bullshit math that's completely arbitrary. You have 8,000 human years, 50 times 720 times 1,000 times 50 cycles. They have Mahayuga cycles and they have Manvantara cycles, and they're all totally arbitrary numbers. The point is, the way they're doing it is horse shit. right? Now, it's entirely possible that some aliens came down, or someone had foreknowledge who did know the age of the Earth, right? So there are probably alien species somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy that knew the age of the Earth and other things because they could figure that stuff out. It's entirely
Very
possible that
interesting.
one
I'd
of
like
them.
to ask you a question when you're done about
I'm
this.
not. I'll be done in just a second. It's very possible that one of those facts found its way into an ancient belief system, and that would be amazing. It'd be really cool to find out that an ancient alien theory could be, credited slightly by one of these numbers being super accurate, because they do look at things like alignments of the pyramids and the stars and try to say, oh, well, they must have known this or that. It's a fair thing to look into, but when you look at a group of people that had one number that's coincidentally sort of right, amongst like dozens and dozens of totally horse manure numbers that they pulled out of their behinds, it's not impressive. It's just a stopwatch keeps the right time twice a day.
The sun shines on the dog's ass every once in a while.
Okay, can I ask you a question about what you just said?
Sure.
So that information could have been brought down to them by aliens.
Yeah.
And I assume here you believe in the existence or in possibility of existence of aliens. You're open to that possibility, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Would you be open to a possibility that there is an alien that created all the other aliens?
Yeah, it's called the
That we are
simulation
aliens to
hypothesis.
them.
Yeah, so I mean, it's roughly speaking, the aliens created everything else hypothesis is usually the simulation hypothesis, which says, the universe runs in a simulation or something created by an ancient alien species, right? Now, this doesn't get you to theism, right? Because the ancient alien species doesn't have outside of time and space. They're just outside of this fake time and space. They still have some origin.
I'm just when we talk about aliens, we're talking about technology that is like so foreign to us, and they could be using some things that are like so strange and different to us. Now, I ask you, could they be made from some matter that is or not matter, something that is unusual to us?
Sure, we could. So lots of people hypothesize that maybe there's a different universe that is the substrate upon which our universe is simulated, or something like that. I think there's far less reason to think that's the case than the opposite, which is that if you did simulate the universe, you'd want to simulate one like your own, partially because it may be the only one that's possible to simulate. So structuralism in the physical sciences, about constants in physics or biological possibilities or chemistry possibilities, generally suggests that there are certain configurations that are likely to work and other ones are just not feasible.
Just raise your hand,
Warren.
So
it's not like you could just have like an infinitely different universe probably, and then ours is just arbitrarily the way that it is without any relation to the original universe.
I also think, not only do I think that we are in a simulation, I think if we were in a simulation, I think it's entirely possible and more reasonable than a god. If we were in a simulation, there would have to be some sort of base reality.
Exactly. It's not theism.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And not only
it's just a powerful creator species. Yeah,
it's entirely possible that we're this could be a history simulator. In other words, that humanity in and of itself, in the base reality, encountered some event where it lost its past. So it has generated a history simulator to try and get an approximation of what occurred before some of this calamity took place.
Yeah, they actually have a word for it. It's called an ancestor simulation.
Ancestor simulation. So, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a really fun topic, and if I gave the answer earlier to the question of what kind of religion would you pick or whatever, the one that I think has the least zero chance of being true is something involving aliens and the simulation theory or something like that, because there's like a mathematical probability that somewhere in the universe some civilization is powerful enough to do stuff that we can't. But it's also, I think, far more likely that the speed of light is such that we will never meet those aliens because they're so far away from all the other smart aliens that probably the chance of two smart alien species meeting is extremely low and depressingly not in our future like Star Trek.
It's like from the way I've heard it put is that the mathematics of the universe virtually guarantee that we are not alone in this universe. But those same mathematics virtually guarantee we will never encounter them. In fact, they tell us, those mathematics tell us, that the likelihood of us existing at the same time is extremely small. That likely there were other civilizations that existed before we did and have long gone extinct on other planets elsewhere before we even rose before basic, unicellular life even formed on this planet, and that we will be long extinct before the next one does. And even if we did exist at the same time, if there was another planet out there that had life on it that could look at it and it looked at Earth, by what Ick said, by virtue of the way light works, it would literally be, if it was like 250 million light years away, and it looked at Earth, it would be looking at Earth, it would see Earth 250 million years in the past. So it wouldn't even know that we exist unless it physically came here. So
we also like to look at ourselves and say, well, why hasn't the Fermi paradox been solved? All we need is a civilization just like us to discover us. And I like to point out, no, you need a civilization more advanced than us. So it actually has to be, not only does it have to be alive, not only does it have to go through all of the multicellular revolution, it has to be a conscious being, not just a conscious being, a conscious, sentient with feelings, introspective being that has now been able to get through the politics that we have and now actually be able to explore the universe.
Yeah.
We can't even solve that for ourselves.
Yeah, but not to be all entirely depressing, there is a good chance that we'll find a planet or two suitable to colonize and spread life outside the Earth. And that's why space is very worth it.
Yes, let me just say this last thing just to agree, is that hopefully, we could go to Mars and then hopefully to Europa, go to the moon of Titan. And we got two
Where's my
things
goddamn
to
electric car,
colonize
Bruce?
within our solar system. If we get to Europa, we should be able to outlast the red gianting of our sun.
That'd be cool.
Okay, the question I wanted to ask is, would you believe that some staples of science that we believe now are solid true could change down in the future? Just like what happened throughout history.
Yeah,
it happens all the time.
And if that happens, could that barrier could the speed of light concepts be changed? Like about what is the speed of light? I don't know.
So
like does speed of light change?
There's attempts
is the
to
speed
try
of light
to
within our galaxy the same? Is intergalactically? Is the speed of light in the further universe 13.7 billion years away the same? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so there are attempts to model alternative cosmologies because there's still lots of things that aren't finalized because gravity and so on isn't done. The models which posit some possible change in these types of constants that we observe now are still viable, but that's just because almost a ton of things are viable, but they're not strongly supported in any way. So we're currently going with the model that we have strong evidence for, and the other ones are potentials. But I think the closest thing we've got to a violation of the speed of light is quantum entanglement experiments. But every attempt to communicate information with quantum entanglement of particles and then verify that the information is the same takes the same amount of time as traveling via the speed of light to get there in the traditional way. So we don't observe anything that violates the speed of light or have any reason to predict that we will in the near future.
I will make a novel testable prediction here. I personally believe that we will solve the problem of gravity the day we will stop saying that gravity pulls. I believe that gravity does not pull. I believe that gravity arranges. Gravity will arrange everything to a distance what it belongs from the object that's causing the gravity. And we can what I'm saying, we can see it in different things. We can see it in the water thermometer, where you have those floating bodies and they float at different distances. We can see it in the rings of Saturn and Jupiter, and I believe it's Neptune that has some faint rings again. We can see it on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. We can see. So gravity, the day we're gonna stop saying that gravity pulls, in my opinion, okay, I don't mind if everybody disagrees with me, but the day we'll stop saying that gravity pulls,
thank you, Turing
I
Test
believe
2,
that's when we're
appreciate
gonna make
that.
some advancements.
Why do you say gravity is a problem?
I'm sorry?
Why do you say that gravity is a problem?
Why did I say that?
No, you're
not
not saying that.
I said it.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I said that physics is undecided on a number of
Why
things.
do I say it's a problem? Because right now, for example, one of the biggest problems in quantum theory is they're trying to have this unified quantum theory, and the only stick in the wheel they have is gravity. That's one way.
Well, it's trying to tie the very big with the very small. I think.
Yeah, unified field theory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the one that brought it up as well.
Yeah.
Like I was just saying, yeah, that we don't know if some of these things will get reevaluated to eventually reconcile the differences we see in different models. But it's a fair point to say that like the way in which we think of something shouldn't be one-way causal, and I think that already is true. I appreciate that you didn't try to take this line of argument, but when the theists get up and say, the effective cause, what is the first cause, everything that begins to exist must have a cause, et cetera, they're not really speaking the language of physics anymore, because we don't necessarily think of all these things as one-way causal chain effect relationships, and we think more about like interrelated fields where it's hard to say which is the effector and which is the effectee, right? It's more complicated now.
You see,
I have a
bring up
question,
the
Your
point.
Honor. Your Honor, I have a question. You said gravity doesn't pull; it arranges. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
What force is gravity using to arrange things?
Okay. I believe it is a force that is interacted between both the object being arranged and the object arranging, and it should be calculated mathematically to where you take this object with this composition and you put, for example, a speck of aluminum, it should sit at this distance from the object. If you put some oxygen, it should sit at this distance. We can see it in our own planet. We can see how
literally describing
how
gravity as
gases
to see it now. My question was, by what force will it arrange?
Okay. It's that force that is yet to be discovered, because I believe we can see it. For example, if I go up and grab a bag of helium from the atmosphere and bring it down with me to the earth, once I release the bag, it's gonna go back up to where it belongs. So it is being arranged. But if I take a rock with me in the air, it will go back to where it belongs. So the gravity arranges that. It's that force, in my opinion. I'm not saying that I have that.
The example you give now is perfectly explained by gravity.
Unless, of course, I take the rock beyond the limits of beyond the horizon of the Earth's gravitational well, and then out into space, and then it doesn't return to where it is. So it's literally gravity. You're thinking. I think you're thinking of gravity incorrectly. Someone brought up in my live chat. It's like gravity is not a force. Space-time is curved. Mass bends space-time. Inertial bodies move along geodesics in space-time. That's it. So gravity is a phenomena that we observe of objects falling towards larger objects because of the curvature in space-time that they create by virtue of their mass.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you and I, Your Honor, you and I would be standing next to each other, gravity would pull us together. But since we have,
technically, it's not even really pulling us; we're falling towards it.
Well, if I could I could demonstrate this very easily. Just imagine a ball, and the heavier that the ball is, imagine that it's making a larger impression. And the larger the impression and the faster the object goes around it and is able to... that is what gives us the fact that we have an orbit. We are orbiting the sun because the sun has this dip that we are all kind of stuck in. And in comparison, our moons have the same thing. We have our own depression, and so smaller bodies thus orbit us. All about the dip.
And all things have gravity. You yourself have gravity.
Yeah,
us human beings, the little dish that's sitting on my table, sitting on my desk right now, that I had my breakfast on, it has gravity as well.
The bag of helium you brought down to Earth has gravity.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Well, let me counter you with this. That atom of helium has a gravity. If we use the word gravity, that would actually take you and put you away from it. That will push you away from it.
It
That
has
wouldn't pull you. That wouldn't attract you
no.
with
It pulls.
traditional sense.
It pulls. It's just that its gravitational well is so incomparably insignificant. You can barely detect the effects of it. But it is still there.
It is not insignificant because if I bring a bag of helium from the atmosphere down to Earth and then release it, it would run away as fast as it can and go back to where it belongs. So it has the force. It just needs to sit exactly.
It goes back to where it belongs because other heavier things push it back up because of gravity.
No, because each heavier thing is sitting where it belongs.
Hold on. The helium does not have a force that wants to get away from planet Earth, because if that were the case, then you wouldn't be able to go to a certain altitude and grab it because it would keep getting further and further away.
Yeah, so it's not that it's driving, it's not that it's flying away, it's that other things around the helium are much heavier. They have greater mass. And objects of greater mass pull in towards other objects of greater mass. So the lighter your mass, the further away you can get from it until eventually you kind of you equal out. So yeah, that's the whole reason for this, dude.
So let me answer this. So if you are going in a stadium where everybody is coming out, okay, because everybody is coming out and you are going in the stadium, it's going to be impossible for you to go in the stadium because everybody on top of you is trying to come the opposite direction. So that bag of helium is trying to go
that is
up.
because all of you have the exact same mass. You're not talking about two different things with different mass. You're talking about things with equal mass. And then you add in another force.
Even worse if you have a smaller mass. Okay, if it's even worse, you add in another force,
which is all the other people wanting to come out, and you as a single person wanting to come in. The collective force of the people coming out is greater than your force coming in. Do you not? How do you not understand that?
This whole phenomenon,
but I don't know how you believe this answered my premise. I don't know how you think
this answers the premise of gravity. The greater the mass, the more gravity.
Objection, Your Honor. I think we're off topic on this whole gravity business.
That's okay. That's okay. I was gonna say my final statement. I really enjoy talking to you guys. Everyone here is so pleasant. There are people that I happen to know and like from before, like Amy and Randolph and T-Jump. I had the pleasure to get to know you guys, and I just downloaded the Discord, so I gotta figure my way around it, and I hope to catch you guys in another stream.
Hey, thank you for joining us. And
Warren OB, that is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Than one with a deity at this point.
Your Honor, if you want to have a longer conversation, you'll be more than welcome to DM me, and you can come on my show because you're cordial, you're nice. I like talking to people like that. So.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna figure out how to get to your show.
That's easy. We use StreamYard. All you need to have is a browser and click a link, and you can do that with a phone and a computer, as long as you got a microphone and headphones.
Can you just send him a private message because we have a show that's going here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
cool? Thank you for coming up, Your Honor.
Can we bring up some old dude?
Dude has been in queue for a while. Let's go ahead and bring him up here.
Awesome.
Oh, I assume him, but
let's see who it is.
What's going on?
Hey, some old dude, welcome.
Hey, thanks. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. What have you
got you, bud.
Today with that beautifully colored beard.
Yeah.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that's an old picture. I had to shave the beard off, unfortunately. I'm not going to get into all my personal stuff. I just wanted to, more or less, I've been itching to jump in on some of these conversations, partly to ask some questions to you guys and partly to bring up some of the results of my voluminous reading that I've done over the last almost 70 years into physics and stuff.
Are you an atheist or a theist or... Yeah.
I'm a Buddhist, but I consider myself an agnostic, leaning toward atheism.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah,
it's my own version of Buddhism too. So,
what have you got for us?
Okay, well, one thing I wanted to do was mention that when it was brought up that people have been determined to have had identical fingerprints who weren't related, I'm wondering, my understanding of the history of fingerprinting in particularly in forensics, that a system was developed, and it may have been by a French guy or maybe a German fellow, where they marked and I know the FBI had a system like this for a long time before computers and scanning and everybody having fax machines, where fingerprints were classified by various swirls and other, if you look at your fingerprints, you'll see all sorts of interesting shapes that you can use to classify a fingerprint and get it pretty unique. But and I'm wondering if maybe that's the case, because I see when I query the greatest repository of all human knowledge, Google, the question, have anybody ever been found to have identical prints? I get answers that basically say no, including some from references in places like Medline. Now, before I get all jumped on this one, because I got a couple more you can jump on me about, I'm wondering if it could be that earlier, when they were originally classifying fingerprints, people were found to classify according to that system of notating what kind of whorls and defects are on various people's prints on index cards and stuff. Maybe people were showing up with identical classifications, because there are pretty definitely some statements out there that say there hasn't ever been identical fingerprints found on people who aren't related. In fact, they say there hasn't even been identical fingerprints found on identical twins because they form in about the 10th month of pregnancy, or something like that. The 10th month, I don't know. I swear I saw the number 10 in there. Anyhow, so that's one thing. So I'm wondering where the source of that, and I think it was JL made that claim. Before I get jumped on, let me bring up a couple other things. There was also a claim about virtual particles, which made me look them up, because although I've practiced physics for the last 36 years of my life before I retired in 2015, I wasn't working in quantum mechanics as such. And when I looked up information about virtual particles, I did run across an interesting statement that virtual particles actually can move faster than the speed of light. They don't carry any information that you can make use of. And they sometimes they're claimed to only represent mathematical equations. And then I also saw one reference that in quantum field theory, they're more easily described as ripples in a quantum field rather than the more restricted aspects of that real non-virtual particles have as excitations of quantum fields, which might help explain why they can travel faster than the speed of light in some sense of the word. Anyhow, there's that. And,
so the best citation for the fingerprint issue is that while you are correct, it is extraordinarily rare. So I believe that the number is something like 1 in like 64 trillion.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So, but the case of let me make sure I get his name right. Adalberto Izquierdo Garcia of Mexico, who was a 36-year-old man who was arrested for a manslaughter charge. That for a crime, basically it was a manslaughter that he did not commit, because when he was fingerprinted at a border crossing, it was found that his fingerprints matched the fingerprints taken from a crime scene some years earlier. So a crime had occurred, somebody had died, and I believe it was a vehicular accident. And so they took fingerprints from the crime scene, but the person who committed the crime had run away. So they didn't know who it was, but they had their fingerprints on file. And then, at random circumstance, Garcia happened to be coming through a border crossing, and as he was going through the border crossing, he was fingerprinted. They were running his prints, and they came up as an identical match to ones that were listed to a crime, that this crime that had taken place, and he was arrested for it. It wasn't until they tested DNA that they realized that they had the wrong person, and then the prosecutors had to concede. The fingerprints matched, but the DNA does not. This is not the person. So it's extraordinary. In fact, the attorney who represented him said in 42 years he had never even heard of anything like this. So yeah, extraordinarily rare, but it can occur.
So this occurred at a border crossing. Do you know if the fingerprinting was done by Mexican or American officials? And are you certain that this was a comparison of actual like lifted prints, ink on a piece of paper or whatever lifted versus another set, or could it possibly be that in the hit and run or something they were classified using an older system, like I mentioned, that could possibly allow for a certain amount of similarity to be considered identical when it might not have been. I'm just kind of curious because in my cursory examination of all my hit returns, I didn't come across that case at all. But I'm willing to concede that may have happened. But I agree that there's a 1878, I believe, issue of Scientific American that's calculated. Somebody was quoted as calculating something on the order of 64 trillion, 1 in 64 trillion chance of identical. That doesn't mean it can't happen.
Yeah, this event took place in 2008.
Okay, well,
so and then someone else sent me another one. One of the people in my live stream sent me another one that was the breakdown that was done. The episode of Frontline looked more closely at the field of forensic sciences and was looking into that. And yes, it was the case of. Despite having remained very firmly rooted like this, I'm trying to see what case was about.
While you're looking it up, make a comment. There's, be cautious of any kind of prediction that there can't be identical instances of it or duplicates, because the problem is that there's the absence of a mechanism to make it happen. When people are relying on stochastic information or random information, the nature of the randomness is that it can't be predicted. So to say that, oh yeah, it's going to be random, but you can't have duplicates, well then that doesn't qualify even as random, because you're putting something.
We're not talking random necessarily.
Oh, I know. I was just giving that as an example. Yeah.
In the case of a fetus, in circumstances where there's so many possible ways they can form, and the idea that by pure luck enough fingerprints or even just one is identical I could see where an estimate made by an intelligent medical person might be worth listening to, but I also agree that even rare cases of things can happen.
And so you're talking about statistical probability. When it comes to probability, it could happen, like you could get the next one could be identical, or could be it's within that range, right? The probability is like an.
There's a small probability that the wave function that represents me might suddenly cause me to appear in the very next fraction of a second on the surface of Alpha Centauri. It's certainly been more than 4 years that I've been alive. But the chance of my wave function somehow bringing that to happen, or that all the air molecules in the room I'm in gather in a corner and I asphyxiate, is also pretty small. And nevertheless, it can't. Not necessarily. I mean, there's no law of physics violated. The other thing I want to bring up, and that's real quick, I was mainly just wanting to ask an idea from JL if he.
Before you bring up another, I just want to really quickly.
What the timeline of the reference was. That's all. Because I know that they were not originally stored as cards with people's actual ink prints on. I believe the FBI originally used a system of classifying the prints and then storing the sort of classified result, as if you stored a classification of a star with a detailed description of its spectra, but not necessarily a photo of its spectra. So you might expect two stars with almost identical spectra.
It is in effect low. It is in effect a low resolution. We see this happens with Bitcoin as well. Like people are saying that it's impossible for two people to get the same private key, but this can happen. It's only probabilistically extremely unlikely, but not impossible.
Yeah.
Just want to point out that
sure.
It's not really. So those were pieces of the argument. I actually think on a lot of it, their main thrust, you would probably agree with us, some old dude, because he was talking about more that the fingerprints were claimed in the Quran 1,400 years ago. And I guess these were more just anecdotes kind of showing where humans can go wrong, especially when we're dealing with new technology, when we're trying to get a handle on biology. And then the wave particles, or I'm sorry, the quantum field, it is really about a rebuttal to theists who say God is the only thing who can begin to exist or come into existence. Because if they had to frame it with everything being a cause, that would mean that God has to have a cause. And so they have to frame it as such, as beginning to exist, and then claim as such that God is the only thing that can begin to exist.
Well, yeah, I understand that, and I wasn't really trying to oppose that, except that I find the very concept of the phrase "coming into being" sort of strange. The only thing I'm personally acquainted with coming into being is my own mind. I'm pretty sure that it did not exist eternally into the past, and I think most children's minds are not in the egg and fertilized egg or sperm or any of that. Their mind comes into existence at some point during the development of the substratum upon which it is based, which is a reasonably well working set of neurons. So that's the sort of thing that I think could come into existence. But I don't know. I have a hard time understanding what they mean other than that. And it sounds like there's a lot of what sounded like people arguing points that I've heard people be making about philosophy clear back to the Greeks. This idea that gravity is things being arranged, they go to where it's their proper place. That's an old Greek idea that comes back from when you had 4 elements and heavy things fell to the earth and lighter things like air and fire went up and fire in particular went up because the proper place for it is up in the heavens where the flaming things are, and where you and the proper
Even
place
then,
for dirt
right, even
is on the ground. And
even then, there were atomists who had much better ideas that didn't rely on such sort of arbitrary notions.
yeah, but that's the closest I could come to what he was thinking and doing. Of course, in physics, you can view gravity as a force or not, depending on how sophisticated you want to get. I know that you can argue, well, it's just curvature of space-time, and then we have the interesting problem of why are we zipping along through space-time? And I remember I ran across something recently in reference to that apparently we're made out of particles that travel through time at what you could call the speed of light, but are restricted to less than that in space, whereas photons are particles that have to travel at the speed of light through space, but themselves don't experience an elapse of time between emission and absorption. And that's an interesting sort of duality between particles and matter. And then I think there was one final other point that I wanted to jump in on. I'm trying to remember now. It's been an interesting discussion to listen to. I am currently a Buddhist. I was originally a devout Presbyterian, was even ordained as a ruling elder, and taught a lot of Calvinist theology. Talk about splitting hairs and strange theology in some sense when I was being ordained, but that was a long time ago.
Hey, Colorado Biker.
I'm thank you all for not jumping on my throat about anything. I'm trying to think I wanted to bring up for everybody that likes to talk about quantum mechanics and stuff, a famous old attributed to Feynman sentiment that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't. And since he invented a good part of it, I think of him as a sort of authority about that.
Yeah, he's a good one to quote. Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely a very weird field when you get into things like spooky action at a distance, and yeah.
My good. Yeah, I had a lot of fun talking to my kids and my grandkids about that stuff. Because I've never, like I say, professionally studied it. I was in particle physics and accelerator physics for 36 years. I've been around physicists of all sorts all that time and working at 2 different universities. So I can't, and I'll tell you honestly, just cards on the table, I don't have any kind of a college degree at all. I quit after 2.5 years at IU if I was going to become a mathematician, and life happened and I didn't. But I've always loved physics, and I've studied it on my own, and I got lucky to get a job in particle accelerator physics, and got to spend many, in 36 years, you can spend many a midnight hour talking to all these wonderful grad students who get stuck with the midnight shifts for experiments. And, you know, all these young people with their fresh look on physics, and you ask them all these great questions that, you know, like, did the professor really say, shut up and calculate in your first year? When the budding scientist begins to be worried about the philosophical implications of this crazy stuff. And it's like, yeah, shut up and calculate until you're about at Sean Carroll's level, where you can then start saying things that other physicists will care about.
Hey, old dude, someone, Colorado Biker in the live chat wanted to ask, have you read A Universe from Nothing by Krauss?
No, but I have skimmed Gravitation by Meisner, Thorne, and Wheeler.
Okay, cool. And suffice to say, you were, you know, knowing what you know, you were not terribly afraid when they fired up the LHC, right?
Oh, no. Because that's been happening in the upper atmosphere with cosmic rays. Worse than that, in terms of very massive particles at extremely high speeds that could conceivably form a miniature, you know, soon to explode black hole that is not going to soak up the Earth.
Nice.
Now, maybe they created a crack in the space-time continuum, and I'm actually an alien from the future. Just, you know, I have to act like I get old every so often, or people get suspicious. And I'll keep stealing plots from obscure science fiction movies and stories all day long if you want.
Sweet. All right.
Anyhow, yeah, that was mostly my 2 cents worth. I mean, I could get into some real interesting theological discussions about stuff. I was fortunate to, in my youth, be exposed to an extremely intelligent fellow with a doctorate in theology. And he was one of the most, I guess you could say, saint-like persons who had the kind of brain he did. But, you know, it comes down to faith and stuff that you can't be scientific about it. And I can't buy in. I tell you what, let me tell you my objection to Christianity, if I can. It won't take too long.
Your objection to Christianity. Tell us.
Well, Christianity is based on a get-out-of-jail-free card. Everybody's scared of dying, scared of going to hell. So all you got to do is, and the modern versions where they do this, is it Paul? I think it's Paul that said, you got to be saved by grace and faith, and good works won't get you into heaven, which is sort of directly opposed to some of the things that Jesus is reported to have said, but Christians have never been never been accused of being entirely consistent. But yeah, the idea that I always figured that, okay, I have to be honest, I don't know if there's a God or not. I'm pretty sure there isn't. But say after I die, I continue to exist and I wake up in something similar to what you're often told you might wake up to, you know, like getting judged. And you know, you got that one last chance to have Jesus intercede for you. And then I ask myself, well, if you believe the Christian concept of God as being infinitely just, infinitely wise, infinitely loving, and what is the point of punishment? It isn't to just be mean at you because you are mean at somebody. It's we punish people in order, and we don't do a very good job of it in our society, but we punish people in order to correct them, in order to get them back in alignment with society or something, so they can return to being a contributing member of society instead of some kind of, you know, a bad actor. And I would have to believe that if God is infinitely wise and infinitely just, his punishments for whatever sins I've committed would also be infinitely wise and infinitely just. And then why the heck should I be afraid of it? Why should I ask Jesus to stand in my place? Shouldn't I trust, if I believe all that, shouldn't I trust that that infinitely wise, infinitely just judge would find the correct and loving punishment to bring me back into the right relationship? And asking Jesus to take it all on his shoulders is sort of like I said, get out of jail free card. you wouldn't feel justice was served. You know, and that's again just using their criteria. If God's infinitely wise, is infinitely loving, and infinitely just, why are you scared of his judgment?
Yeah, historically they offered sacrifices at the temple, and the idea of Jesus arose amongst other sort of Gnostic sects as a way of resolving the fact that the temple was destroyed. So they didn't have a temple to go back to and do sacrifices at. And they had gotten themselves they gotten themselves into a trap under Deuteronomy. They abolished all other temples but the central temple. So Josiah had all of the other temples destroyed and all of the other priests put to death. It literally says that they slaughtered them, right? So after doing that, they're stuck in there's only one temple, and then the temple's gone. And so they had to innovate a new theology in which there was a special universal magic temple that didn't have a physical location, and you couldn't have it destroyed or stolen or captured.
Wasn't there also
Some old dude is
an
an
ancient
awesome guy.
practice
He's
among
really, really
Hebrews that you took a very clean, like goat or lamb, and
A wealth of information.
you drove it off into the desert and heaped upon it all the sins of the people so that they could start the year fresh with all those sins taken care of.
A scapegoat. That's literally where the term scapegoat.
Sins of everybody out, you know, so that we can all start over fresh. But again, that's
an
or as
ancient
they call
precision.
it, science.
Yeah, the scapegoat concept exists in many different societies, especially Bronze Age societies. And they just had a very they had a very, very common Bronze Age idea of sacrificing to like rid themselves of the wrath of the gods, and everyone had it back then.
It even once involved an actual goat.
Greatest of all time. So I'm in my search for some kind of spiritual whatever. I finally settled on my own interpretation of Buddhism, which I kind of feel like, since he made a point of saying, I'm not a god, and even if there are gods, they're not eternal, and even they are going to end up, you know, needing to find some kind of enlightenment, and just, you know, basically, you're already saved if you can just figure out how to realize it. None of this, oh, you're doomed to go to hell, for sure. You may have more than one lifetime to work out your bad karma, but I'm not sure I buy into the whole reincarnation thing. But I've certainly in my own lifetime seen bad karma come back around and bite. So I thought, you know, the Buddha pretty much got a lot of that stuff right, at least the core teachings. And I don't know if any Buddhist has ever gone around saying that other Buddhists aren't really truly Buddhists. They may say they don't practice it very good, but they're not going around saying, oh, you're not a real Buddhist, because I think part of their core beliefs is that everybody is a Buddha if you can just discover that in your own heart. So it would be kind of heretical to say, oh, you're not really a Buddhist. You're just, maybe, you know, you're not following quite the right practices, but that just means you're going to spend more time wandering around till you get it right. So, you know, I find myself agreeable to that view of things. And of course, when I return after my stint here as an alien observer, and I report back to the headquarters, you know, that's not. So that you know, as I say to all my friends, don't worry. When we invade, you are all on the protected list.
I just want to say it's an honor, as I just work for the Space Lizards, and so it really is an honor to meet someone who actually either is or, you know, works out there in another galaxy.
Well, I'm just an intelligent robot that was, you know, swapped with that baby when my folks weren't looking. Or, well, I'm sorry, the host parents weren't looking.
Gotcha, that too.
Yeah, that too. Well, that's not much of an honor. But thank you, Amy. At least you guys all didn't jump down my throat last time I showed up at somebody's panel and started running off my mouth. Anyhow, well, thank you very much for having me. I really didn't have a whole lot to add. I don't think. I just wanted a little clarification on some citation with particularly the fingerprint thing, because that's a new one on me. The rest of it, talking about quantum mechanics and all that kind of weirdness, you can almost take any stance you want there and find some physicists that'll support it. I like Sean Carroll's version of the many worlds theory. Isn't it all the kind of many worlds theory that your typical physics journalists thinks of it.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. It's great to have you.
Thank you, bud.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
And thank you for all the support of the channel, man. I really do appreciate it.
I have found that I get more mileage out of buying memberships than just, because every member that you buy is a good chance that you'll get more money than I can afford to give if I just gave you just donations. So I tend to show up and buy a bunch of memberships.
I am humbled. I'm humbled by your generosity, dude. Thank you very much.
Of course. Now you can all are invited to stop by my channel and laugh at the idiot.
Well, that's very nice of you to join and support people. I don't have enough subscribers on my channel yet to get there, but I'm looking forward to the day.
Oh, I enjoy my 137 subscribers very much.
Hey, gotta start somewhere.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I gotta promote myself somehow. Dig.
Please feel free to share your link in the Heathen Hangout.
Yep. Well, I'm just some old dude. That's my channel name, without the underscores. So there's another some old dude guy, but he hasn't posted mine. I didn't know that YouTube lets you have the exact same channel name as somebody else, but it does. And that was a new one.
I just wanted to say, you did freak me out a little bit at the start, and I'm weird that JL Warren didn't pick up on it, but you have the exact same voice as a guy called Eric, who JL had on his channel.
Oh, you're talking about Eric. You're talking about Eric Cherry. Yeah, the dude who misrepresents Mary Schweitzer and all her work. Yeah.
Yes. So this is really weird talking to someone with the same voice making sense. Yes.
Yeah, I got a World of Warcraft edition of the Blue Yeti mic, and I think it's set on make your voice a lot nicer than it would sound. It's one of the settings. I could turn it into something else if you wanted. But that would sound too much like my actual lizard alien voice.
Yeah, I messed up. Sorry, it's Eric Jewell. Eric Jewell was the guy.
Yeah, Eric Jewell.
That's right, Eric Jewell.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Jay, I haven't really watched your stuff as much as I'd like to. Always seems to stream when I'm sleeping or something.
Show with Eric Jewell. That's the only thing. The rest is okay. That is
so
frustrating.
I hope to do another debate soon. To have a Christian come on and debate these topics, or go onto a neutral channel and debate them there. But every Christian I get who's like, "Hey, you want to debate on this?" And they're like, "Yeah," they end up ghosting me, and I don't understand why. So I really want.
I'd debate you, but it wouldn't be honest because I'm not a Christian anymore.
Yeah.
But I could give you a run for your money with Calvinism.
That's
you
okay.
don't want to.
A step in the right direction, and I say that for Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for coming up. We appreciate everything. We've got we're actually about an hour over already, so we've got two more Tippy Top and McGruber, and then we're going to go ahead and call it. So I'm pulling up Tippy Top right now.
Gil, do you know who you want to have on? You should have Darth Dawkins on. I think that would be really.
That ass clown will never come on my channel.
I appreciate you accommodating me, even though it's an hour late. I have 3 conclusions that I will substantiate within this short call. You're wrong, you're stupid, and you're bad faith.
Just ad hominems. I will also
wait, what
point
is
out that syllogisms normally have premises that lead to conclusions.
Yeah, well,
and so if you just get conclusions, they are your opinion.
It
But I am
depends.
interested in talking about why you think we are bad faith as well as
I
the
did
other
say that
stuff.
they were conclusions.
First of all, I wanna test those things you just said. So there's a blue and red box in front of me. What does it say in big white letters?
Whoa, hang on. I didn't say what you're wrong about. As I said, those were my 3 conclusions. They weren't that wasn't a
So
syllogism.
you can't
Those were
read
3
minds. So we can skip those.
Yeah, but I've been waiting for quite a while. I've been listening to the conversations we've been partaking in.
Can I just have a conversation with you then? Can you give me
That's
the 3
lovely.
back?
Yeah, so you're wrong, you're stupid, and you're bad faith.
All right, so
Well,
let's go
what do we-
one by one. So let's talk about number 1. You are wrong. What do you think that we're wrong about?
Well, this is a Theist Helpline. So the framing of this is either there isn't sufficient reason to believe in God,
Mhm.
which I would say that's a bad premise anyway, or there isn't a God and you're actively affirming there isn't one. But atheists don't like to do that nowadays. They like to, do the logical, like, oh, we can't tell.
Now, I'll tell you that your God doesn't exist. Your Christian God does not exist, and I can demonstrate it doesn't exist.
Do it.
Me too.
I've done
Do
it before.
Do it. Demonstrate it and repeat it.
Well, I can
JLR.
either demonstrate it by going through. Well, the science is a bit more complicated, but I can do it simply by logical extrapolation. The Christian, the biblically understood Christian God entails a logical
That's
logic.
irrelevant. No.
Tippy, stop. The biblically understood Christian God entails by definition logical contradiction. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Conclusion: the Christian God, the biblically understood Christian God, does not exist. Now, if you want to go into the science aspect of it, then we go into the biblically understood Christian God's nature as we understand it from the text, not from what people extrapolate from the text, but from the text itself. Just taking it on face value, then we understand that the biblical Christian God has an immutable nature. Its nature does not change. Now, its nature is both possessing all true propositions, meaning it's omniscient, and it's capable of any action that is not illogical, that is not in the logical contradictions, so therefore it is omnipotent. This entity created a state of affairs that is contradictory to its own existence. So it itself, by virtue, our reality is predicated on our inability to know the position and velocity of any particle at any given time. The second law of thermodynamics is predicated upon the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics. Okay? So because we don't know one of these, this is one of the driving forces of the second law of thermodynamics. The two are intrinsically linked. Now, because if we violate the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, we violate the second law of thermodynamics, resulting in a completely different universe than we currently observe. So we test one, we find the other is true, and because God in and of itself, its own nature, violates the very tenets of the structuralism of this universe, then that thing cannot interact with or create us because it would violate it by virtue of its existence. So therefore, we can conclude that this thing does not exist as biblically understood. What this does is it says the Christian God cannot be a thing that exists and just pushes the argument to deism, a sufficiently powerful enough entity that kicked the football in the universe and left no evidence of its existence, which is completely unfalsifiable but totally probable. But the Christian, but let me conclude. But the Christian, the biblically understood Christian God, is not a thing that can exist. Now we can conclude three things: either deism, dystheism, or atheism. So dystheism is that the God exists, is that the deity exists and is deliberately deceiving us because it's violating the laws of reality, but then using its power to obfuscate that effect, which is why we don't detect it. So that would be dystheism. Deism is a sufficiently powerful entity that kicked the football and everything and then just pissed off with no evidence. That's unfalsifiable, but probable, but unfalsifiable. Or atheism. This thing does not exist and everything that we observe is a result of natural unguided process. The atheism conclusion is the most intellectually honest one because it's the one that the evidence supports. The other two do not.
Okay, so can I wait before we refute arguments that haven't actually been made? Can I make an argument? So,
no, you asked me to demonstrate that this thing doesn't exist, and I just did.
Well, yeah.
I want to go back to the list.
Well,
We're
you used
still
the
on
Christian
one.
God. You used the Christian God. I never said Christian God. I just said theist, which implies a God, right? So when we talk about a Christian God, even in your premise, let's grant your premises to be true about a Christian God, because I do personally believe in one. But I think the best argument to be made is one divorced from religion, because whether or not a human makes a decent argument for God is irrelevant to whether it exists. See a stopwatch. So, when we're talking about this idea of a God, this supreme energy, if you will, going from the Hindu understanding of a God, which would be very similar to this sort of materialistic notion, and even in your simulation hypothesis that you posed earlier with the Muslim gentleman, you literally said, look, there could be other entities out there. Wouldn't you say that these entities outside the simulation would be another form of deity? This is irrelevant. When we talk about whether or not there is a logical, intellectual justification for God, we can agree that there are many conclusions we can come to that are unfalsifiable. But there are also unfalsifiable conclusions that we are forced to make. For example, the belief and affirmation of the external world. Hume proposed that there are two assumptions that every human makes: uniformity and constancy. We assume the universe has a uniform nature and has a constancy. We assume that these are natural laws, right? And these are assumptions that we're forced to make in order to function in the world.
Well, that's
Whenever
incorrect
we use a
because we
ruler-
know that no, that's incorrect actually because we know that the universe is not uniform. We know that it's locally uniform because of the timescales of our own existence by compared to cosmological timescales. When you look when you look at cosmological timescales, the entire universe is in a state of consistent flux. It's constantly changing towards from the point of
But even when we're measuring these disparate areas that don't share the same localities as us, right? We're still assuming some grand unifying sort of, call it a formula, right? Some way we can actually understand this thing. We have to assume that the laws of the universe are similar. They just act upon the matter in a different way.
So I just want to go back to conclusion number one of you being wrong. I agree with everything J.L. Warren said. That is a good reason not to believe in God. I think that they jokingly call it lack.
Well, he also gave a good reason to believe in deism.
Well, yeah, you can argue for deism all day long. Deism is a completely unfalsifiable hypothesis. I can hypothesize that the state of the universe before the Big Bang, because the Big Bang is not the beginning of our universe. The Big Bang is the beginning of observability for our universe. We don't know, and we can't extract. We don't know anything material about the state of the universe before the Big Bang. The reason, all we have is mathematical extrapolation based upon what we know now. So we extrapolate backwards, knowing what we know now, and that's how we get to things like the singularity, which is a mathematical expression of what things would look like if the math continued in one direction. Now, that's an extrapolation. We can make some predictions with it, but it doesn't actually tell us what was actually there. I could hypothesize that it was a unicorn that farted everything into existence, and that holds as much weight as any other hypothesis that you could potentially put into that slot. So you could say it was a sufficiently powerful entity that kicked the football on the universe and then pissed off and left no evidence of its existence. You could say it was a supremely powerful alien that did it. It doesn't matter.
Being in existence.
Before you ask another question,
right?
Okay, I just want to.
Well, hang on. I would like to respond.
But you've been going back and forth every time I say that, and so
I
I'm going to go
gone back.
Yeah, it's been very hard to actually get through your original conclusions. I've been trying, but I haven't even been able to get through number one. And so we're going to go back.
Lay out an argument for number one. So yeah, I understand.
Okay, but you gave us the three. I would like to respond to your three. Okay, so number one.
Pongo.
We are. Yeah, I'm on number one. You're wrong. We have not been able to get through. You're wrong. We've been trying.
I haven't even presented my argument for number one. I started to.
Okay.
So what's your argument for us being wrong? What are we wrong about? Because I just demonstrated how we're...
You were saying a lack of
about unfalsifiable hypothesis that we have to assume to be true. I gave two examples of uniformity and constancy. We have to appeal to natural laws of the universe in order to even understand these things like quantum physics or, dark energy, right? We have to assume our maths and the universe to be uniform and constant, despite evidences that we have that these things aren't perfect, right? We're still human. We've still got, our logic isn't perfect. We can agree on this. So when I say you're wrong, right, we're using a human logical system in order to prove things to be true. And then we're saying, look, these things are true because we proved them to be true. But whether or not something is true is actually independent of that logical proof.
But what are we wrong about specifically?
Yeah.
So I'm saying you're wrong about God, right?
How?
Yeah, and no, that's what I was addressing. I thought you did say that.
I'm saying there is a deity, there is a God.
So not only would I go with what J.L. Warren said originally, I would say that we also have a lack of evidence. A lack of evidence is actually a good reason not to believe. I know that a lot of theists call it lack theism, but on top of that, we have no good evidence of a mind existing outside of a physical body, let alone time or space, and no creators initiating physical laws of the universe. It would go against everything that we know. And with that, I think we are done. Conclusion number one, at least my side. I'll hand it back over.
Hang on. I just want to interject really quick. Give me one sec. Give me one sec, please. Give me 1 sec.
All right.
I just want to point out the term lacktheism was originally intended to be derogatory, and it is a derogatory term. That's why we don't use it. Just for people who aren't familiar with it, we can just throw it away. It's garbage.
I agree.
Right, so wait, okay.
I'm still waiting on why we are wrong, because all you said, we were wrong, and when Amy asked why are we wrong, you said you're wrong about God, which is the exact same claim.
Yeah, and I gave you
why.
Hang on. Yeah, because I gave you examples of unfalsifiable hypotheses that we have to prove, that we have to assume to be true. We have to assume that there's uniformity and consistency. We have to use these to make some predictions. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Does your God know every final outcome?
What do you mean by no? I mean, yeah, I'm a sort of determinist, so yeah.
Does he know every final outcome?
Does it possess knowledge of all true propositions?
I don't like to anthropomorphize these things. When we say knowledge, that's like a conscious being that knows that. So
does God know stuff?
God created everything.
Does God know anything? It's a mind. Does it know anything?
Whoa. I never said it was a mind. I
asked a simple question. Can you answer just a simple question?
I specifically said, actually, that I don't believe it has a consciousness. I said I didn't want to anthropomorphize God. If you guys don't want to listen to what I'm saying, that's fine. And I also said earlier, I like the
when the Bible
energy that is something that is not anthropomorphized.
Then you're not arguing for a God. You're just arguing for pantheism.
Yes, and you're not arguing for the God of the Bible, because according to the Bible, God knows
I never claimed to be arguing for the God of the Bible. These are all assumptions that you guys have made. Hence the bad faith fucking conclusion.
No, Tippy. No, Tippy. You said that we were wrong, and you said that you said that we can't demonstrate that a God doesn't exist, and That's flat out gave you a demonstration that it doesn't exist. It is.
You gave me an example of a Christian God, right?
Of the biblical Christian God, yes, because otherwise you're just arguing for deism, and the fucking argument is pointless.
That's irrelevant.
He's not even arguing for deism. He's arguing for something less than deism. He said pantheism, basically. Pantheism. So we're not even really having a Theist Helpline discussion.
Great, Tippy. We're gonna identify. Then we're gonna identify the
have a place on the stage.
Yeah, then we're gonna identify the universe and just call it God. Fantastic, man. Good for you.
JL, hold on.
And
you said we were wrong. Hold on. You said we were wrong about the existence of God. Which God?
Which God? The God.
Yeah, which one?
And not only that,
the one who created the universe.
Does it have a mind? Does this God have a mind?
Which one is God? What is the definition? Right. What is the definition of your God? Where can we find anything about your God?
So, these are the four defining factors of what I believe God to be: omnipotent, omniprescient, omniscient, and omnibenevolent.
Great. That one can't exist. We're done.
Why not?
Because I just demonstrated why it can't.
Because I just asked you a question. Does God know? Hold on. You said hold on. You said omniscient, right?
Yes.
Okay. So does God know all final outcomes, which he would if he was omniscient? Correct.
Well, when I say omniscient, what I mean is
you
all
don't
final
mean omniscient.
outcomes.
So you don't mean omniscient when you say omniscient.
Am I going to be able to finish a sentence? Do you want to understand what I'm
What proprietary definition of omniscience are you using?
Or do you want to
Tippy, what proprietary definition of omniscience are you using?
So when I say omniscient, right, what I mean is that every particle in the universe, every little drop of particles, right, none of them are separate from God. They are all part of God, right? So omniscient, he is all-knowing, right?
That would be omnipresence. That would be omnipresence, not omniscience.
But if he's omnipresent, right, He's also omniscient.
No, that is not entailed. No, that is not entailed.
No,
Just because a thing is
not
everywhere
entailed.
does not entail it possesses knowledge of all true propositions.
Well, all truth would necessarily be derived from this thing. So obviously it's going to know everything because all truth is derived from it.
Okay, great. This took us a long while to answer my question.
You guys
that
don't want to
God
interrupt
knows.
me.
Hold on, let me finish my sentence. It took us a long while for you to admit that God knows every final outcome.
But I don't I
Great.
don't believe in a mind though. You guys,
There's
when I
also-
say
you just said it knows everything,
Well-
so it knows all
Well,
final
Peter,
outcomes
Peter,
as well, right?
Peter, I gotta ask this question. He says he doesn't believe that God is a mind, or that God possesses a mind. Okay.
Why don't you ask me?
But you just said. But you earlier stated that God created everything. So that means there was a point where nothing was created, and then there was a point where everything was created. So did God choose to create everything?
How would something that is all-knowing, all-powerful, omnibenevolent, what would a thought process look like? It would just do. It would be literally tautological. It would be.
I don't know. This is your God we're talking about. You just said that you don't believe that God is a mind.
What decision do you have to make?
Tippy, you just said that you believe that God is not a mind.
Yes.
But you also stated that God created everything. So that means, that entails that there was a point where there was nothing but God, and then there was a point where there was God and everything it created. So that means, did God choose to create everything?
I don't know. I would assume it would be atemporal.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Did it still choose to create? Tippy, stop dodging. Did God choose to create everything?
When you say choose, it implies that there are two different options that God could take. But
It could have not created. Tippy,
listen, you gotta
Tippy,
you gotta let me answer your question. You gotta let me answer your question.
He used both.
Because the problem is, if you know everything, if you're all powerful, if you're all loving, you're not going to create. You're not.
Then at
some point, going to have two different options to choose.
Yes, you would. You can. No, Tippy. Yes, you would. Yes, Tippy. Yes, you would, because you can choose to not create anything, or you can choose to create something.
I also don't understand.
If you're all knowing, hang on, listen. Let's take this logically, right? If we have a principle, like let's say, dropped items that are dropped fall to the floor, right? Now, if we were to say,
you did say all-knowing again. I'm just going to remind you that when I asked you about God knowing things, you said he didn't know anything, and now you're advocating for an all-knowing God. So which of the two is it?
Omniscient.
But I don't.
You said all-knowing.
But I don't know why you're giving this God
from
powers. So it's not it doesn't have a mind. So
well,
I'd
like to finish one sentence at some point.
You have finished multiple sentences, but instead of all loving, would you prefer? We've been trying, and I have been trying very hard to be respectful. I'm sending love. Instead of all loving, I think the words we should use are not loving. God is not loving. Instead of all powerful, I think the words we should use is God is not powerful. Instead of all knowing, I think we should use God doesn't know anything. I think those are better descriptions of God.
Fair enough. I mean, everyone's got their own beliefs. But when I said all-knowing, right, what I meant by this, all knowledge is specifically derived from God, right? All possible knowledge must necessarily be from God. If we define knowledge as true things that exist, then
what you're saying
clearly
is that
everything must be derived
more than
from
God does. So what you're saying is we know more than God does.
The problem is you guys seem to want to sort of map on a different cognition of what God is, right? So you guys are assuming
difficult for
sort of
if you advocate for a God that knows nothing, if you advocate for a God that knows nothing, then we know more than God does.
Oh, the problem is, I would
he knows everything. He
appreciate.
knows every final outcome.
Well,
so
not only that, but
I would just appreciate
hold
a level.
on.
Just if we can I just have 30 seconds?
No, I'm not letting you. Pick.
Thank you. I appreciate
If he knows everything, then does he know every final outcome?
Yes.
Great. Is he all powerful according to you?
Yes.
Okay. Then he doesn't exist. Because if I'm going to die as a hold on. If I'm going to die
I just love
as an
the
atheist,
I just love the
hold
leaps.
on, let me finish. If I'm going
I
to
haven't even
die
been able
as
to
an
give my
atheist,
argument yet.
I'm giving you something that you need to respond
Conclusion
to.
3 has already been proven.
If-
We have empirical and
if
repeatable
the
evidence.
if the end conclusion is that I'm going to die as an atheist, he does not have the power to change me into a theist, which makes him not all powerful, which makes him not existent.
Okay, so when we're talking about something that's omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent, what we have to remember is this is a being that is nothing like humanity. It is clearly something that is not anthropomorphized.
You cannot
This is
be
something that,
omniscient
if it
and
knows everything,
omnipotent at
if
the
it is
same
all
time.
loving, and if it is all powerful, then when you guys say, "Oh, can he choose to do this? Can he choose to do that?" Why would he make the choice? If he's all knowing and he's all powerful.
If he's omniscient
doing one
and
thing. It's the
Hold
whole point
on.
of God. It's a unifying master.
Tippy top. If
Can
he's
I finish a
omniscient-
sentence without you interrupting me?
Yes, but we don't have to go that far. If he's omniscient and omnipotent, he cannot exist because those two things are mutually exclusive.
You're not
That just
no
shows
because we're agreeing on the words, right? But when I say these words, we just clearly have different meanings. I'm clearly
Yes,
trying to
because
convey a
you
different
keep
concept from the
flip-flopping-
one that
you keep
that you seem
flip-flopping
to believe
between
in.
all knowing and not knowing.
No, the problem is you're taking interpretations of what I'm saying, but you're not actually
No,
investigating
I'm
what I'm
not.
trying to convey
I'm
by
listening
using
to
those
what
words.
you're saying and repeating it back to you.
I got that from all the interruptions. So can I just say this one time without you interrupting me? When I say omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent, what I mean is, think of it. Let's use the pantheist model because I think that will probably help. We're using the universe. Let's apply this to a pantheist model. An omnipotent universe is all powerful. All power necessarily comes from the universe. You can't derive power from outside the universe. All knowing, all knowledge is within the universe. There's nothing outside the universe.
That's not what omnipotent means.
Yeah, you're redefining the
Yeah,
words, and that's not how things
yeah,
work.
you're literally using a proprietary definition of these words. Omnipotent means capable of any action that is not logically contradictory. That is what omnipotent means. Not possessing all energy or capable of all work. That's a physics. That's a physical. You're using a proprietary definition. That's why we're having.
Can you give me a logical contradiction? Can you give me a square circle in the universe?
That's a logical contradiction.
Exactly. There isn't any. There isn't any. That's my
Tippy,
fucking point.
Tippy, I just said omnipotent, by definition, is capable of performing any action that is not a logical contradiction.
Yes. And that logical contradiction would be a square circle. You don't find any square circles in the universe, which is why I wanted to give you the pantheist model of this fucking deity.
But we don't care about the pantheist model, because the pantheist model is just you. No,
fucking
Tippy,
Theist Helpline.
Tippy, the pantheist model, we've already explained, is just you describing the universe and calling it God.
And also, you are anthropomorphizing it. When you say God is powerful, knowing, and loving, I don't know what other way to
but
say
I'm doing this for you.
I'll ask
My
you
children,
a very simple question. How
Give
does
them, for
the
they know not what
universe
they do.
express love?
Huh?
Oh, then so he
So, for
argues that he's a
example,
pantheist, and then he
How
quotes
does-
the Bible.
If we believe in uniformity and constancy,
I
we
asked
can
you a
all
simple
agree.
question.
No,
I
I'm literally answering your question.
Talking and answer a question. How
You're
does
asking me
a
to stop talking
universe-
while I'm answering your question, you retard. I'm literally saying uniformity,
does
constancy.
a
There are no
universe-
particles
how does a
within the universe that are
express love?
immune from the natural laws of the universe, right? They are all loving. All particles in the universe are equally loved. There is no particle that is above the laws of physics, my children, and it is one.
A virtual particle cannot express love, dude.
No.
Yeah, but a virtual particle is subject to the same laws of nature as me.
Love is not a law of nature. Love is a name that Love is a name that we give. Love is a name. Tippy.
Love is an emotion, and an emotion requires a mind.
Plato said that love is the only substance that connects heaven, hell, and the earth.
Yeah,
right?
that's a
Love is
fantastically
everywhere.
poetic. That's a fantastically poetic way of looking at it. Love is the name we
religion.
give. Love is the name we give to the profound
religion.
emotions. Love is the name we give to the profound emotions we feel due to the result of bonding chemicals produced by the brain. That's it.
Oh my god.
So
Okay,
while
so
we're talking about that, I just want to combat conclusion number 2, which is you are stupid. I think we can all agree we're all intelligent creatures having conversation with each other.
no. Okay, so if we want to move on to argument 2, I think we can all agree on this. Humans are
Yes.
stupid. Humans are fallible. We can all agree on that.
So
Yeah,
if
but
humans are
when you say that we are stupid, I want to call Dr. Dunning and Dr. Kruger and have them explain things.
No,
to you.
no. Stupid,
do you not
infallible.
disagree?
Tippy, stupid, infallible are two completely different things.
Well,
and,
relative.
And stupid
Relative.
and ignorant. No, stupid
Relative.
stupid and ignorant are also two separate things.
And you don't think humans are stupid?
No, I don't think. As a whole, I don't think humans are stupid. As a whole, I think the vast majority of humanity is ignorant.
Aren't you guys aren't you literally in a Theist Helpline in the only society that has, had a secular government?
There are many governments out there
Do
that
you
are
not think?
secular.
Do you not think this helpline is literally a testament to the previous fucking generations all being fucking retards?
No, I don't think that. I wouldn't say that they are, effing that word. I don't like to use that word because of connotation, but I would say that the previous generations, especially going back very, very far, were profoundly ignorant of things. And just because they were ignorant doesn't mean that they were stupid people. You can go back to ancient civilizations, and they made some ridiculously amazing advancements in science and technology and mathematics and logic and all kinds of stuff. Okay?
Fair enough.
But
Fair enough.
they were ignorant of
semantics,
many.
really.
They were ignorant of many other things because we didn't have the technology in order to access certain areas of knowledge. But now we do.
All right.
So.
All right. Fair enough. It's semantics, really. Fair enough. I should have said ignorant. You're ignorant. Third premise: you're bad faith.
Yeah, I'm an epistemist. So explain to me how I have bad faith.
Well, hold on. Just before, I just want to put a stake in this. It is that many humans are ignorant. We're going to change that to conclusion number 2.
Yeah, many humans are ignorant, but.
Yes.
Okay, good. We can move.
Humans. No, all humans are ignorant.
We need to bring this to an end in about 5 minutes. So let's make it.
All right, that's perfect.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Chippy-top,
All
explain
humans
to
are
me
ignorant.
how an
Second conclusion.
explain to me how an epistemist can have bad faith.
Sure, if you just let me know what that is.
An epistemist is someone who rejects faith for being the most dishonest position to take on any given position.
What's your definition of faith?
Faith is believing something without evidence.
What do you consider evidence or good evidence?
What do I consider evidence? Something that confirms a specific proposition.
Do you want your propositions verified or falsified?
Verified.
And well, preferably verified and falsifiable. So
And
of evidence being the available body of facts or the evidence being the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid would be the easiest way to say that. You can add a lot to that, but that would be the best. And as T Jump would put it, as T Jump put it very succinctly earlier, good evidence would be novel testable predictions that enable us to differentiate differentiate between real and imaginary.
So, what do you guys say that you can prove that other people
I'm
exist?
curious because one thing we didn't have. What is your definition of faith?
My definition of faith, I would say, I'd say either complete trust and confidence in someone, or I would say a belief that is held without sufficient evidence.
So exactly the same definition that I have, which is why I'm an epistemist and which is why I reject faith. So I cannot have bad faith. I don't have faith at all. I don't use faith. I reject it.
I see what you did there. That's hilarious.
I also don't hold faith, and I don't conflate faith with trust or confidence. Trust and confidence are both evidence based, and they're a sliding scale. You can trust minimally, or you can trust maximally. Like I can have a whole lot of trust or very, very little trust. Faith is either you have faith or you don't have faith. One of the things that theists often do is they attempt to conflate faith with trust, confidence, with trust/confidence/hope.
I didn't. I conflated it
he
with
was honest.
complete.
He said without any evidence. So he was honest about
I also said in my first definition, complete trust or confidence in someone. I didn't say trust or confidence in someone.
No,
and he said
you
sufficient evidence.
You gave the perfect definition of religious
I gave two. I said complete trust or confidence in someone, or a belief held without sufficient.
No, if I have complete trust or confidence in someone, I have complete trust or confidence in them. I don't have faith in them because I have trust and confidence in them because I have trust and confidence in them because there is the evidence to support that trust and confidence is warranted.
I think that's quite naive. I've had relationships in the past, which
trust and confidence doesn't require faith.
Well, hang on. Complete trust and confidence is faith. That's my definition.
No. Trust and confidence are both evidence-based, so you don't need faith.
But I said complete trust and confidence. When you guys say, look, we can prove this to be true, you guys are never saying this is objectively true 100%. But when I say complete trust and confidence, I do mean 100% confidence. I mean complete.
Why do you need the word faith?
No,
without evidence.
Did you guys listen to what I said?
Yes, we did, Tippy, and I'm telling you that your first definition, your second one is correct. It is faith without justification. It is belief without justification. Belief without evidence. Okay? Your first one is incorrect. Your first one is a conflation of faith and trust, or trust/confidence. Faith and confidence, or faith and trust, are not synonymous.
You can have trust in
and confidence. Trust and confidence are synonymous, but faith is not synonymous with these.
So, for example, you can trust someone with a task.
There's an easy way.
It's something completely different to have complete confidence in someone. When you have complete confidence in someone, you're going to be treating them completely different than someone who you just trust.
We all agree. We can test this. Is there any position?
We're in semantics at this point. Forgiven, Jerry. We absolutely are.
Any position I couldn't hold? No.
No. So you can have contradicting positions. You can hold to contradicting positions.
Yeah, and you can have a logical deductive proof that's wrong.
Hey guys, we've run out of time. I will just give Tippy Top another 30 seconds to give a final view on this before we go.
This is perfect. There's 30 seconds where I'm uninterrupted. So let's go over those three conclusions again.
You got 30 seconds, man.
We went over. I got interrupted in those 30 seconds. So when we talk about you're wrong, proofs. Firstly, logical proofs have nothing to do with the fact of the matter. And when we talk about a pantheist or deist God, fuck yeah, it's unfalsifiable, but we make
we've already knocked that down, so I'll be right. I gotta let the
time.
dogs in.
Secondly, what was it? You're wrong. You're stupid. All humans are ignorant. I should change that to all humans are ignorant. Thirdly, your bad faith. We didn't really finish that one, but based.
No. I can help you out with the last one.
Peter.
Answer one.
One
question.
Peter, we're ending this. So no more questions. Okay. He got his chance to say his last 30 seconds. Tippy Top, thanks for joining us.
No worries.
You can join us again in a future episode. We run this every fortnight. We'll see you again in 2 weeks if you like, and we'll be happy to get into this a little more. Hope you had a good year, and thanks for tuning in.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we end this, just wondered if anybody had any final thoughts. Peter, it sounded like you had something to say. Did you want to go first?
No. So I had one final thought. At some point, it came up about aliens and whether or not they're intelligent. I don't think that I want to meet aliens, because the aliens that are coming here, they only abduct Enos and Jimmy Joe Bob, and probe them anally, so they can't be that intelligent. But this was a fun conversation for the most part, and we had some pretty good guests as we always do. So I'm already looking forward to the next one. And if people have some time to spend in an hour and a half, we're going to read the Book of Mormon on Ross channel. So would invite everyone over because it's comedians reading the Book of Mormon. Always a lot of fun.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and that's on Aaron Ra's channel at youtube.com/ARANRA. And thank you very much, Peter. IX.
Right off, it is at Aaron Ra these days because YouTube has handles. So it's youtube.com/@AaronRa. One word.
Yeah, the at is optional. It both work for his channel. Yes, you're correct. X, have you got any final thoughts?
Yeah, it occurred to me since we changed the name to Atheist Helpline that some people might be attracted to the topic who are actually experiencing the distress that comes from the great discomfort involved in reevaluating your beliefs, whether it be personal or family and work and community strife that you're afraid of or going through. In any event, if you are experiencing a challenge involved with questioning or exploring questions about faith, there are a bunch of great organizations, and the best one to go to, especially if in an extreme case, is called recoveringfromreligion.org. Recovering from Religion has a phone line you can call, which is 84-I-DOUBT-IT or 844-368-2848, in addition to the recoveringfromreligion.org. And you can actually call, and they help people deal with stuff like families that are excommunicating them from all, community, all sorts of bad stuff. And even if you think, oh, my case isn't as bad as that, still, if you're having a tough time, they're actually there to talk. There's also some really great communities like the Atheist Community of Discord, and of course, communities like this are a good place to talk to people. But I encourage you, check out Atheist Community of Discord, recoveringfromreligion.org, and religions.wiki and Rational Wiki are all good places to look into debunking various kinds of superstitious, unskeptical habits of thought that you may be encountering.
Oh, yeah, and you can include in the list of communities the Canadian Atheists. We operate in Canada as well. So
Canadian Atheists.
Thank you. It's Canadian Atheists, plural, so CanadianAtheists.ca. We also have Discord listed on our contact page there. So thank you. That's Recovering from Religion is a fantastic organization, and I highly recommend them as well. They are really excellent. They'll listen. There's people there who are familiar with a lot of different situations that people have been in. And then there are also groups out there that can help people who are in dangerous situations, and groups like them or Canadian Atheists, we are able to get people in touch with those groups as well. Amy or JL, Warren, JL, did you have some final thoughts?
No, that was well, as far as like the stage today, this was great. We had some good conversations, really interesting stuff. I finally got to present because I presented that argument, the state of the universe, the structural state of the universe, and the nature of God, how these two things contradict one another. I'm glad I got to finally present that to somebody. But otherwise, I thought this was a really good start to 2023. So, and I thought everybody contributed really well. So, good stuff.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you very much. And Amy, I'm sure you have some final thoughts.
I do just want to thank everyone out there, especially in the chat and everywhere on the interwebs. I can't help but add on to the website. So the Recovering from Religion Foundation is fantastic. They do really great one-on-one work, especially if you're going through a lot of pain. I'm just going to throw out also the Freedom from Religion Foundation if you are dealing with some sort of legal problem that deals with secularity. Go check them out. And then if you happen to be a clergy and you are stuck, you have been doing this for years and you think that there is no way out, please check out the Clergy Project. A lot of these groups interact with each other. They're all amazing, and we should support each other as a non-believer or skeptic community. And I want to thank Randolph. I want to thank Taco for hosting, Peter, Alex, JL Warren, T-Jump, Randolph. You should be liking, following, and subscribing on Randolph Richardson's and JL's and T-Jump's. And I also have my channel over at Amy Newman on the YouTubes, where James W. and my co-host do skeptic, comedic content.
If
as
it's taken
well as
off, have a
get
good
all
one
those
for getting Jerry.
apologists, but I can't help but saying it one more time. You guys should all be hitting that like and subscribe button.
Great, and a special thanks goes to the Politics Discord Guild for hosting this stage and making this available to so many people and bringing us all together here. We really greatly appreciate it. Their help and support has been nothing short of wonderful. There's one of the topics that came up today. It seems to be that there are some concerns about how people describe things. And what happens in these conversations sometimes is people will put forward an argument like, omniscience and omnipotence are two of the characteristics of their deity, of their god or goddess. And then they'll backtrack and try to say, I'm not using this term this way. I don't mean this by omniscience. I mean omnipresence instead, or something like that. So when people are bringing up their arguments here, for future note, if you are using a term in a non-standard way, a good thing to do, and this is a good thing to do in any kind of conversation, is to ask people if they will agree to a certain term or recommend a better word to use for something. And if you know that you're using it in a way that's not commonly understood. So I'll leave you with those thoughts. Happy New Year to everybody. Thanks again for everybody joining in and partaking in this, and to everybody in our audience, both on Discord and YouTube, and anybody looking at these later on as well. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Bye, everyone.
Take care. And if you're interested, the conversation will continue over at Bridge the Divide. We're currently still live, so if you have any questions that didn't get asked, feel free to come on over and jump in the live chat, and we'll talk there.
Oh yeah, and the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel is at youtube.com/JL Warren. That's WARREN.
You should also check out everything that Peter does with Aaron Ra, AJ, and all the wonderful people. And of course, CanadianAtheist.ca.
Oh, and of course, my own channel. Gonna go for it.
Gonna go for it.
That's a good one. Okay, take care, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
All right. I think we can stop that. Fantastic. So, woo! That was intense. Intensity in 10 cities. Let me see here. Let me back out of that. Give me 1 second. I got to respond to a message. All right, cool. So, man, I got a bunch of messages there. McGruber said, chatters saying in your live chat that the Christian pushing back against them deserve to be attacked by a dog. So, yeah, McGruber's apparently in my live chat currently saying that, I don't know, I've noticed that there's some conversation going on with Warren OB 1000. So Warren OB 1000 is a theist who's predominantly hangs around Jefferson Spatchcock's channel and makes a lot of claims about stuff, doesn't back much of them up. We shouldn't be threatening people. We shouldn't be alluding to people need to get hurt or like that. I mean, I understand how the conversation kind of got in that direction, but yeah, so let's try to avoid that. Try to keep it as civil as possible. And people should only really be muted, like mods. You should only really be muting people if it's a bot, or of course if they're openly violating TOS. I know that sometimes the things can get heated, but let's try and avoid that. So apparently, God420 is about to talk with Aaron Ron. He was was there. Charlie Welch said, and T kind of blah blah. Smith, so somebody was mad. He was like, humans can't manipulate God. Yeah, but we can look at the logical entailment. So, yes, I did say if you have any questions, to please feel free. Megan, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I assume that's me, because I know me. Good to see you. Yes, please, me. Ask whatever question you like, and I will start, and we will address that. But first and foremost, let's star these. So some old dude for 20 US stated, doesn't every child's mind begin to exist? Absolutely, it begins to exist. The formation of their brain, eventually, their consciousness is an emergent property of the brain itself as it forms. That's why it's kind of a spectrum as to the extension of, or the depth of that consciousness. And then, of course, deficits can occur and damage can occur, and slowly as the brain begins to deteriorate with old age, that consciousness can also begin to become aberrant. So, but yes, it does eventually begin to exist as it emerges as a property of the forming brain. Thank you very much for that super chat, some old dude. Again for another 20 US. Thank you so much for the generosity. But says how to get to the Discord when I click the link. Yep, then you got the link. That's the Politics Discord where we host this every 2 weeks. Some old dude said, for 5 US, said, whatever happened with the prediction registry? And did anything ever come of that? I'm not 100% familiar with that, so I may need some more information. But I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you so much for the super chat. John Rapp, actually said, Bridge the Divide, Pascal's Dare. God strike me now with lightning and I'll believe, but dead, so can't believe. So that's actually quite hilarious. I had to bring that because John Rapp is amazing. And Turing Test 2 for £5 says, hey JL, thanks for the stream. My absolute pleasure, Turing Test. Thank you for the generous super chat. I really appreciate that. All of those super chats go to supporting this channel and ensuring that I can keep doing panels like this, and of course having people on and all kinds of cool stuff. Thank you, God for 20. Yes, tell Aaron Rob that I say hi. I would love to do a panel with him sometime or talk with him sometime, because I have this going on right now, so I can't divert my attention. Let me go back to me. Oh, it's Megan. Great, fantastic. So yeah, Megan, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I'll be happy to address them. Gregory Nitsky said, how do you survive in the hot seat? I survive pretty well, I've been in the hot seat many a times, and I've engaged with many different kinds of theists and many different theological ideologies, or theistic ideologies, and it's really not a problem. The biggest issue recently that I've been running into is when the person who's asking me questions, the theist who's asking me questions, wants me to define the God we're going to talk about. And I find that is quite often a tactic that is being utilized to weasel out of the logical entailments of that particular God. So I from this point, literally from this point on, I really don't hold to any particular standard definition of a God. I don't believe that the thing exists. I don't believe that there is a standard definition of God. You could say a standard definition is a supernatural being, that has super powerful or whatever. But there's so many different gods and so many different ways to define them. And even Christianity has so many different variations of their Abrahamic God that it's kind of like, just present your God to me, and then we will sit here and we will break down why it doesn't work. We'll break down the logical entailments as to why this thing cannot possibly exist, like I did with the explanation as to why the biblically understood Christian God is not a thing that can exist, because by virtue of its own existence, it violates the very fundamental fabric of this reality, the fundamental structuralism of this reality, and therefore would have to either hide those effects, ergo dystheism, or it doesn't have the power that says otherwise it doesn't possess the attributes that the Bible says it does, which means it's just deism, or it doesn't exist at all. So that's it. So let me see here. I know there's a lot of conversation about dogs in there. I love dogs. I have 3 of them myself. I have a purebred German Shepherd. I have a blackmouth cur, and I have a Shepherd Pit mix. So Peter Vandelay says, I normally say I don't believe in magic people beings. Agreed. I agree with that as well. I absolutely do. So, and Belgian Malinois are so freaking cool. They're extremely high maintenance animals. So even though I would love to own one, they're so high maintenance and so high energy and require so much attention that it's just, I don't have the home space or the kind of a schedule to be able to deal with one. I have enough to deal with one purebred German Shepherd. So that's Oso. Oso is the purebred German Shepherd, and he takes up a lot of whenever I'm not doing this, and Angela's not here, he takes up a lot of time and a lot of energy because he needs it. He's got to remain focused. Otherwise, he'll just run around and destroy this place. They want to work. They are definitely working dogs. Otangelo did not get to talk. Otangelo had, when he first came on, It sounded like his mic was being interfered with by the cosmic background microwave radiation. And then when he came back on, it sounded like he was in a Faraday cage because we couldn't hear him at all. So he went from one end of the spectrum to the other. But yeah. Let me see here. Yep, they're hard enough to keep up with. Energy. I already have the 3-mile walk daily. Yep. It's a lot of intensity, and they have to be focused and have work to focus on and tasks that they do each day. I find that teaching Oso to walk the perimeter of the outside, like the outside backyard area, like the big expanse along our fence that runs on the outskirts of our property, that having him patrol that is really, really good. It's just that's the habit. So going out the exact same time every single day, that this is what we're going to do, and that his job is to go out there and go all the way around the property and check it out and make sure everything is good, that he really, really likes that. So that's one way we keep him busy. Let me see here. OCS Spanish for bear. Absolutely. All right. Me says, I'll spare you looking for my question. I was half joking about questions, but I guess my question is similar to the last one. How do you keep from getting triggered? Okay, so that is interesting because it took a while to get myself to the point where the attacks that theists levied at me, it took me a long while to not take those personally. That they're just reacting because a fundamental aspect of their identity, of what they believe, that they've incorporated into their identity, they feel like it's being attacked. So when I attack that belief, they interpret that as an attack on themselves. So then they react defensively and they lobby attacks at me. And it was really, really hard to differentiate that when they're saying really cruel and hateful things, or when they're saying objectively stupid things or just ridiculousness, to not freak out about that, to literally back up, calm down. And it was through my history of debating that I was able to focus myself on that and not freak out and try to keep it calm. And doing stages like this. It took practice, though. Lots and lots of practice. So Charlie Welch says that Warren is doing the threatening for God. Okay, so Warren OB1000, I have seen you over in Jefferson Spatchcock's channel a lot, and you spout nonsense all the time. You reference the Bible, you cherry pick specific things from the Bible in order to justify a particular God view. Now, the problem is this, Warren, is that you can make claims all day long. You can cite the Bible all day, depending on which Bible, because you have to believe, I don't know if you're a KJV guy or not, but it doesn't matter which Bible you cite. The first problem that you have, Warren OB, is that you have not solved the problem of hermeneutics. The existence of hermeneutics literally debunks the existence of an omniscient entity, because an omniscient entity would know that whatever it was revealing to human beings would know infallibly from the jump, that, as knowing all true propositions, that the way it presented information to human beings would result in the problem of hermeneutics. And it would be illogical for this omniscient entity to present this information in this style, knowing it would create an insurpassable problem. So, especially given the entailment that it wants to have a relationship, and that's what's ridiculous. The Bible, okay, when you state that the Bible's claims are self-attesting, that doesn't actually say anything, okay? Because the Bible's claims are the Bible's claims. But predominantly, the Bible itself, there are things that are alluded to in the Bible that there are places that actually exist. There are people that we know historically existed, but there's also interpretations of history that are incorrect because they're the Jewish interpretation of history. They're conclusions that the Jews drew from what they understood, but it's incredibly biased. So there are problems there. Saying that the Bible is self-attesting doesn't actually say anything. Now, the Bible, claiming that the Bible came from God, is circular reasoning, because you're presuming that God exists. You're presupposing God exists to make the Bible true, and justifying that by saying the Bible says that God exists. So, no, you're begging the question. You beg the question of God's existence in order to assert that the Bible is true. You first must demonstrate this thing exists, and then you must demonstrate the truth of its existence, and then you must demonstrate its truthful relationship between itself and the Bible, because you can debunk the Bible all day long, and that still doesn't eliminate the possibility that a God exists. It just means that humans got the Bible wrong and that God still exists, and that we are erroneously conflating the two things. So it really depends. So there's a lot of different claims here. That's the problem. So whenever we say, bring evidence for your God, see, that's a claim. See, Warren O.B. said, my holy book written by an omniscient God is proof. You can't demonstrate that it was written by an omniscient God or that it was inspired by an omniscient God, because there exists no methodology to determine the difference between someone who is talking to themselves and someone who is talking to a God. You can't make that determination. There's no methodology to determine the difference between those two things. So you can't eliminate that possibility. So you saying that you know this is actually intellectually dishonest. It's just straight up dishonesty. That's not a thing you can demonstrate to be something that you know with evidence. And you have not brought evidence. We've already explained in the stage that anecdotes are not evidence. The plural of anecdote is not data. The plural of anecdote is not evidence. It doesn't matter how many personal subjective experiences you bring up, because those are personal subjective experiences. And you can't eliminate the possibility of confirmation bias, because all the people that you cite who had personal experiences all held a prior belief that the God existed, so they're inclined to interpret specific events as having the handiwork of God in them. So you can't eliminate that either. The fact that you can make any claims at all implies that there is something guaranteeing and sustaining the verisimilitude of truth claims. Okay. So this is an interesting point. So Warren, no, I am not stealing from the Christian worldview in this. Absolutely not. And flat earthers don't steal from physics either, because they actually get physics wrong as well. Because if they understood physics, they would understand why the earth is not flat. So here's the problem, is that you are making an assumption about something that we don't know that may or may not exist. All right? So if the structure of the universe is as it is, and things are predicated upon the four fundamental forces within this universe, and the way this universe operates, according to what we describe using physics, all right? Truth is that which comports with reality. And there's a philosophy of truth, and then there is, of course, the truth as we can demonstrate. So we can demonstrate that certain things are true by taking the data, making predictions with it. Those predictions come true, then we validate the model, and therefore we validate the data that went into the model. So there are ways we can determine things are true, and ways that we can determine things are false. Determining the truth or falsity of any given proposition does not require something to literally say that these things are true or false. It doesn't. Unless you're talking about humans, that we are the ones who conjure up propositions about the universe, and then we determine if those propositions are true or false. That doesn't require a God to be done. That just requires a mind to do it. But essentially what you're claiming is that these things were true regardless of the existence of human beings. Well, they would be. If no human beings existed, the gravitational constant of Earth would still be the gravitational constant of Earth, by virtue of the Earth's mass. That's still a true thing and does not require a God. It just requires physics. So the problem is that if there were even a thing, and here's the problem, Warren O.B., you keep running off and just making claim after claim after claim without stopping and listening. Because you know the response to every claim you make, because you've made them in the past. And you know how we're going to respond, and then you turn around and just jump to the next one without taking the time to try and break down why I might be wrong. And that's because you know that I'm not on this. Now, if there is something in the universe that is literally the instantiator of all things that are true, okay? Of all things that are true, there could be something like that exists. But that does not entail that does not logically entail that thing is the Christian God. That's the point. You are simply asserting it as the Christian God because you've defined the Christian God as that thing. All right? So if there is this thing out there that does this, which we don't know that there is, and it's not necessary for this thing to even exist, because we don't need it. All right? We don't need the ontology of truth to understand, to have the epistemology of truth. All right, we know what true things are. We don't need to know the ontology to you don't need to know the ontology of a car to understand how a car works. All right, so you can propose, you can hypothesize that your God is the ontological foundation of truth claims. Great. Now demonstrate it to be true, because as far as we can tell, and the evidence says, this thing does not exist, and we can still make truth claims. Which means that truth either doesn't require an underlying thing to say everything is true, or truth is just a matter of determining what is real about what is consistent with reality. So you're jumping the gap. You're literally saying there has to be this thing, which there doesn't, and that thing is this particular entity, which you cannot demonstrate with any evidence. You're just making the assumption predicated on a prior belief that this thing exists and has been defined specifically to fill this gap in our knowledge, or this potential gap in our knowledge, because we don't even know legitimately if it is a gap in our knowledge. So you're saying, oh, so this is why in this day and age, 2023, okay, from the time that Christianity, came into being, this is why God, the Christian God, has been pushed to the realm, purely to the realm of metaphysics. All right? That is why it is in this realm. It is now pushed to like a spaceless, timeless, immaterial mind that grounds all ontologies in the universe. Well, how could I possibly demonstrate that this thing actually exists? It's a completely unfalsifiable hypothesis. You have no justification other than your emotional appeal, because you want this to be true. But that doesn't make it true. And you running around to everybody's channels saying, repent or perish, doesn't tell us anything. Why do we need to repent? Who is in charge of doing the repent? Who is in charge of the state of affairs that requires us to repent? Why were we made with the need to repent? Why do these events take place this way? You never examine the logical entailments of your God, because your God dies on them. That's the problem. Okay? So what he says, God sustains that there is a skull in your background. If nothing grounded in that ontology, that skull would become a tricycle. That is not true, because that would be a violation of physics. We only need physics to understand that. We don't need a God to do that. And the physics that we understand, the arbitrary language of physics that we use to describe reality is predicated upon the function of the four fundamental forces. Those four fundamental forces are predicated, the necessity of those are predicated that this is likely the most stable version of the universe that could possibly exist, which means other versions came into existence and then failed because structurally they were not sound. This one does. You still have not eliminated the possibility that this is a cyclical universe, that the death of one gives birth to the next, because there is no logical contradiction posed by a infinite regress. And even then, you accept an infinite regress by accepting a God that never began to exist. So literally, I can shut you down on that. And Warren, I'm not screaming, and thank you, Peter. I am speaking with passion in this. But the problem is this, Warren. You keep making these claims. I've watched you make these claims on Jefferson Spatchcock's channel. You've made them in other people's channels, and you never have anything to back them up. You just parrot claims. That's it. You have no evidence to support it. I can logically knock it down. I've already demonstrated in that panel how your biblically understood Christian God is not a thing that can exist. Now, if you want to argue for deism, because my position is that all modern day Christians are just deists with a faded Yahweh label slapped onto it, so you can maintain your sense of like cultural identity and your persecution complexes. But when it comes down to it, dude, you have nothing to back up your claim beyond your appeal to emotion and your confirmation bias that human beings are in some way special, which we are not. There is nothing to indicate that human beings are more special than any other organism on this planet. If you eliminated human beings from the planet, the planet would spin on indifferent. Okay? But if you eliminated every other organism on the planet other than humans, we would swiftly die out. Human beings are not inherently special in any way. We just reason better than other species as far as we can tell. There is some some cursory evidence that cetaceans actually reason better than we do, which is why they don't do things like go to war with one another and shit like that. But, and no, you weren't, OB. I don't believe, I will actually call you out for the first time. I will call you out that you are lying. That you are a lie, that you were not an atheist for 20 years. I will say that what you are calling an atheist was that you actually held to the possibility that this thing exists, but you didn't accept it. And then you were convinced that it does, and the reason you were convinced was bad. But you were never actually an atheist. Because if you were an atheist, that would entail that there would be evidence presented that would convince you otherwise, because an atheist does not predicate things on logical fallacy. Your worldview is predicated on a logical fallacy. That's it. It's predicated on the fallacy that human beings are special, the confirmation bias, that humans are special, inherently special, that the 10 to the 35 planets that exist out there, of all of them, we are the most important thing amongst them. That is inherently ridiculous. Okay? And what did he say there? He said something about, I didn't want Darth Dawkins to be correct in presupposition. I thought it is a jerk. Presuppositional apologetics is the worst, the absolute worst method for trying to justify Christianity or justify the existence of God. Presuppositional apologetics does not have the intention of converting people. Presuppositional apologetics was designed specifically by Cornelius or essentially he was kind of like the proponent of Cornelius Van Til, who then Bonson kind of took it from him. That's what Darth Dawkins runs with. But the reason this was formed, and I went through Cornelius's history on this, I did a video on it. Cornelius Van Til employed presuppositional apologetics because he was able to fit God into the slot of areas that he was able to presume that there is knowledge we don't have, and that he was able to fit God into the slot of that knowledge that we purportedly don't possess. It's still a God of the gaps. It still begs the question of God's existence. The reasoning behind it is still circular, and so it can be rejected on those grounds. The whole point of presuppositional apologetics is to keep people from leaving the faith and to shut the mouth of the unbeliever. That's it. You will never convert anyone with presup, because those who are atheists will recognize presup for what it is. It is begging the question, it is completely fallacious, and we will reject it on those grounds alone. The reason Cornelius went this route is because he felt that too many people were becoming liberal and leaving the faith. So he needed to establish a grounds of justification for God that fit within the Christian worldview and couldn't automatically just be discarded, but technically we can, but because it's unfalsifiable, that we can't know what we don't know, then, or that we don't know what we don't know, because he's lodged it into that little kind of groove right there, we can't just arbitrarily dismiss it. But he circularly reasons from there. It's vicious circularity. So that's why we reject it. And plus, it's ridiculous to predicate a worldview on like, well, you don't know what you don't know. That's the dumbest shit ever. If I don't know that I don't know it, then what bearing does it have? Logan Sandman, it's amazing. Yes, you are correct. I will say this, Warren. The Bible does claim to know the mental states of others, which obviously it would be wrong on, because the Bible. So the whole claim that everybody knows that God exists, and anybody who denies it is just doing out of their own, or what was it? What's the fucking phrase? The goddamn quote. Denying the truth of their unrighteousness because they love sin or they love their autonomy, whatever assholes like that want to say. So the problem is that what that is intended to be a measure in order to trap people in the faith, okay? And to poison people against engaging with non-believers, because it poisons the well of anybody who is a disbeliever, because the Christian can say, well, you know, and you're automatically a liar. So what that does is it keeps Christians who believe that aspect of the Bible it keeps them from engaging with non-believers. You say, well, I know I don't need to engage with you anyway because you're a liar. All right, that is literally one of the fail-safes that is built, one of many fail-safes that is built into Christianity to protect it from critical inquiry. That's all that is. Well, that's true, and Jay is also correct. There are lots of verses that talk about people not knowing who God is, which is a direct contradiction of everyone knows God because it's written on their hearts, and they just deny it in their own. They deny it in their own righteousness. There's contradictions all over the Bible. The Bible is fucking ridiculous and should not be adhered to beyond some interesting parables written by ignorant people of the time of like Iron Age Palestine. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, Vestafray is correct. The only sin that atheists acknowledge as sign equals opposite/hypotenuse. No, I don't lie about my unbelief. I do not believe in a God. My conclusion is this, that what you interpret as written on the heart was a primitive and ignorant interpretation of what empathy is. Okay? Because I can demonstrate that empathy exists, but I cannot demonstrate that your God exists. Now, empathy is that kind of that intuitive feeling that you have regarding our interpersonal relationships. We know you say we know we shouldn't do harm to others because we intrinsically know it because it's written on our hearts from God. No. We instinctively know it because that is our evolved empathic response. That's what that is. We have evolved as empathetic and oof. Dried out a little bit. I think my vocal cords weren't having none of that. Whew. I tell you what, I'm going to get some water real quick, and I'll be right back. Oh, sorry about that. Yes, lubrication. Very important. Okay, so what I have come to understand with my understanding neurophysiology, neuropsychology, human evolution, the evolution of the brain, literally comes down to what the biblical authors were interpreting as inherent knowledge passed by, given down by God, was actually a poetic way of describing empathetic response. Now, we know that empathy exists. We know that as a result of mirror neurons that we can internalize the experiences of other people. We also know that empathy exists in other species, especially social species. So we can observe it. We can make predictions with it. We can test it. We know where it comes from. We know what areas of the brain are involved in empathetic response, and we understand what mirror neurons are. So no, because the authors of the Bible did not have a concept of what empathy was. In fact, the word empathy never shows up in the Bible once. And you'd think that that word, being a very important word, God would have given to them if we're inspiring this, but it chose not to do that. Nah. So it's just an ignorant or a primitive way of describing, a primitively poetic way of describing empathy. That's all that is. They didn't know where it came from because they didn't understand what the brain was or how the brain functioned. So all they did was they said, oh, I just know it, so it must be it's knowledge that I have, so it must have been given from someone. So I extrapolate that it was given from an external thing without understanding that, no, this is how your brain works because we are empathetic creatures. That's it, man. Then it doesn't matter that you think that God can do whatever he wants. If you just say that God can do whatever he wants, then your God is a moral monster and is unworthy of worship. And just because it created things does not, and that was the funniest thing, is that just because your God, if your God existed, just because it created human beings, doesn't entitle it to shit. Especially when it creates thinking things that can reason about the universe and then wonder where they came from, and then it provides no evidence for its existence. Your God, what you're arguing for, is a moral monster. That's it. That is the logical entailment of the God you are arguing for. Your God is a piece of shit and a weak-ass motherfucker who thinks that faith is better than reason, critical analysis, and critical evaluation and logic. It's beyond just stupid. God can define himself however he wants, but it doesn't matter. I can define myself as good and then run around and do a bunch of immoral shit. Just because I define myself as good doesn't make me good. To determine if a person or an entity is good or positive or benevolent entails from that entity's actions. Just because God defined it as, oh, I'm good, so I can do whatever I want. Fuck off. Fuck off. Come on. Ugh. D. Bernovsky says, if you think God can do whatever he wants, then he can take the body of jail too, so you better listen to him, or me, or everything else. Right, it's just ridiculous. And there's logic. Warren, you keep jumping to other stuff. You really do. Okay? There are logical problems with stating that God is omniscient. There are logical problems with stating that God is omnipotent. And no, just because he's omniscient doesn't mean he can define himself as good. You're basically just saying he has the right to do whatever he wants because he's the biggest, baddest motherfucker on the block. And that's not how that works. Just because it's the biggest, baddest thing on the block, the biggest, baddest bully on the block, doesn't mean that we can't say, hey, that action is immoral and wrong. It's like, well, no, you can't declare that because I can destroy you. Okay, well then it's good? Fuck off with that stupid logic. Give me a break. I created all the toys, so therefore I can break all the toys regardless of how the toys feel? Fuck you. Idiot fucking God. It's like literally you just define God as an idiot child. And if you want to believe in that nonsense, go on and do your thing. Okay? But unless you've got something substantial to bring, then bring it. But if you don't, then what the fuck are you doing here? Other than trolling people. Yeah, God is fucking special ed. That's what he is, Warren. He's special fucking ed. Oh. Fucking ridiculous. He thinks that physics were different in biblical times? What the fuck? It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Okay, Warren. So, Warren, let me ask you a question. You just make that claim that I am in no position to question God. That I am a worthless sinner in his eyes because he has given you... he has given me a way out from your fate in the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. All right? Do you recognize all of the problems with that statement that are entailed by that? That what you're saying right there is deeply problematic. Okay? One, to indicate that to preface that sin exists entails that God exists. To declare something sinful. Otherwise, it's just an immoral, amoral, or moral act, which we can determine as human beings. So, sin being specifically that God exists. But you haven't demonstrated that the God exists, and therefore you can't demonstrate that sin exists. Okay, because sin requires a God to declare things as sinful. 2, why am I being held accountable for things that I didn't do? Because I haven't sinned. I haven't sinned against God. Okay, so my morality, if I go by the Bible, my morality is actually better than your God's. I have arbitrarily constructed a moral framework that is better than your God's. Okay, so I was born a worthless sinner, but I had no choice in being born. It was just me. I didn't choose to be born, but my parents smashed and I was born. I had no choice in this matter. So I'm guilty by association? Is that what that is? That's unjust. Guilty just by virtue of just the random happenstance of being born. That means I'm guilty by association, by simply being human. That's fucking unjust as hell, which violates your notion that God is all just and all merciful. And then why did Christ need to sacrifice anyone for any? Why did he need to sacrifice Christ for anything when he could have just forgiven us? Why not just do that? Why require the violence and the bloodletting? Not necessary. Not in the face of an omniscient, omnipotent entity. This is what I was talking about on the stage, which you probably didn't listen to. This is what I was talking about when the God that you describe, that you define, behaves in irrational and illogical fashions. That's the problem. And you can't reconcile that. Okay? And apparently a Logan Sandman says, and the corporation stole me away, gave me a number, and put me on a flat earth. Apparently it did. It's ridiculous. And every time one of his things is, and then he just like literally he falls back on the idol threat. It's not unjust. God could do whatever he wants. We're all identityless slaves in the face of the big bad bully of the cosmos, and we just have to like bow down and take that shit straight up the tailpipe. No. Fuck your God if that's the reality. If that's the reality it's created. Okay? Whatever heaven it gave would be a hell. All right? Just by entailment. Let me see. Mr. J says, oh, Mr. J, I'm probably going to be calling here in a bit because I've been going for almost 7 hours now. So, there's no God to get right with, Warren. All you've done is spouted bullshit. You've come in here, you come into the chat, you go into Jefferson Spasscock's chat. Anything that I presented to you, you did not debunk or refute. You just said, well, that's just the way it is. Fuck your teleological bullshit. I don't care about it. It means nothing to me. Okay? Take your teleological nonsense and just go hang out with Darth Dawkins. Okay? Because you have nothing to justify your bullshit here. Jay Patrick is well aware of the vast majority of people in here are well aware of your bullshit. And you can't back up any of it. All you have are idle threats to run around and be like, I'm doing God's work because I'm threatening the unbelievers. That's not the way it works, dude. At all. And we don't care. Because if that's the way the world is, then your God is a piece of shit and I wouldn't want to hang out with it anyway. So yeah, Jay, I'm going to be closed out here in just a moment. But I'll definitely try to have you on in the future. I absolutely will. Let me see here. My group says, claimed that I didn't claim to be an atheist. Technically, I wasn't because Romans 1 states all know God, but I thought I was. I thought Christianity was silly, no evidence. Well, no, that's just... So, McGruber, you need to substantially claim that I didn't claim to... That I didn't claim to be an atheist. Technically... Oh, wait, so McGruber... Wait, Warren O.B., are you McGruber? I wonder if Warren O.B. is McGruber. Ah! Okay. So this is the dude who. So this is so MacGruber is somebody that I had a conversation with one time who pretty much lacks a fundamental. Okay, so I actually didn't know that. Okay, I didn't make the connection between Warren OB and you on Discord. So I actually had a conversation with you in the past. All right, and I see you messaging me on Discord now. Okay, so now I know that. So one thing I can say from the previous conversation we have, you lack a fundamental understanding of science in and of itself, of multiple scientific fields. Your conclusions are erroneous because you lack that fundamental understanding. The fact that you keep spouting claims with nothing to back them up, and literally, I just keep knocking down your claims. I haven't made any claims myself. Well, sometimes I have, but I can back those up. Okay, so the problem is MacGruber, is that you come in and you just spout this nonsense and you come off as trolling. That's what you come off as, because you spout a bunch of stuff from the Bible that no one has any justification to believe. And ostensibly, you're either doing it for one of two reasons. You're doing it because you're a troll and you're just having a laugh. Just to see if, oh, well, look at them, ban me, or look at them, like time me out. Or you're doing it because you think that it satisfies some requirement that is set down by your God. Okay? But the problem is that I've already demonstrated how your biblical Christian God does not exist. All right? I've straight up demonstrated that. You have not refuted it. You cannot refute it. I've explained how all of your breakdowns well, the reasons you could, well, I can say this. The reason, so I didn't get that from our Discord chats. I was cheerleading you for 6 months prior to my conversion. You and I had a conversation where you literally were claiming things about the universe that are like fundamentally incorrect about science. I remember the conversation well because I got really, really irritated about it. Peter Van de Vliet, the link to the Week in Horror Discord is in the description. The link to the politics Discord is right here. MacGruber, you and I had a conversation in a chat room where we were talking, not in text conversation. I'm looking at the text conversation right now, January 8th, okay? Well, that was today. And then January 5th, then November 25th, where you're talking about... we're talking about Mr. Batman. You and I had a conversation in a chat, like where we were talking, and then I think you went off about on flat Earth. So if I remember correctly, that's what really irritated me, because flat Earth is just fucking. Flat Earth is just fucking art. Is just the worst. So give me 1 second. Hang on a sec. That's all right, Jay. Here you go. Hey, Marcus Dresden. Good to see you. Hey, what's up, Jay?
Can you hear me okay?
Check your volume.
Yep. Hello.
Okay, give it a test.
Test.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Hello.
There he is.
There we go. There it is. So that Gruber's got actually, or Warren in the live chat right now. He has a history of.
Oh, you're breaking up really bad again. It's like you keep fading in and out.
Okay, let me jump out and come back in.
Oh no, now you're good. Now I can hear you.
Okay, weird. Maybe
just like that, yeah.
Yeah, maybe the battery is getting low. So there is a. He has a history having conversations with Pine Creek.
Okay.
And I think Pine Creek actually asked him or speculated on this because Pine Creek has speculated about this in the past with other Christian males, that their motivations for doing all this, the reason they get into Christianity, is for pussy. It's because they're with a woman. And you may have missed it earlier, but he asked you in this very live chat if you wanted to have a private conversation with his fiance. Now, why would
no,
you?
I think I did see that. I just didn't get a chance to respond to it. But yeah,
he's reinforcing his religion to keep that ass. Yes, I'm meaning to be foul, but I believe that's his motivation for being a Christian, is because of who he's with. Lots of men have done that, have changed their beliefs because of. We've seen it. Lots of examples of this. We've seen women do it. It's not just men.
That's hilarious because my ex, one of my exes, I was together. I was with her for 5 years. She was a Catholic, and I never converted to Catholicism. But I found out. But the reason I stayed with her so long because she was nut bar. But the reason I stayed with her so long was because she was a freak. She was a straight up freak. So.
The bicycle was a little weird, but it was a great ride.
But it was a fantastic ride. It was like, this is amazing. It's like sure, yeah. I'm not just because at the time I was a believer as well. I was a Methodist, but she was a Catholic, and she was like a strict Catholic. And then once we got past the kind of trepidation in the beginning, once we kind of broke that door, the floodgates.
See, Warren right now, he's going, not true. I think that is, because I think that's been speculated on by Pine Creek. Because I don't see any reason for him to invite you to have a conversation with his fiance that would convince you anyway. What can his fiance somehow convince you better than he can? And what do you need to be convinced of when he's saying that you are to blame for the fact that you know something to exist but are denying it? Like, he keeps appealing to this idea of opening your heart. What does my heart have to do with open? Why do I have to open to anything if they're claiming that I have some innate knowledge for this thing, this God? Right? And then when you bring up the Bible, well, what's the point of the Bible? And then what he'll do is he'll equivocate. You need the Bible to know of God, right? But that means know of God, like know who God is, not know that God exists. So then it's like, okay, I still don't understand why the Bible is even necessary, even in that regards, because he's already claimed that this God arbitrarily, just by pure rule of its own, dictates whatever truth is. So how do we ever know what truth is? We only know truth by authoritarian dictate.
Right.
Exactly. It's all subjective.
I brought this up in a previous video that I did, that if this thing exists, then ostensibly there is no truth. There's only the arbitrary demarcation of things that are real at any given point in time. But truth in and of itself would not exist because it could literally alter or change everything, even though it says it never would, because the possibility exists that it could arbitrarily just change things to whatever at any given moment. That possibility entails that there is no essential value. There is no truth value because it's all just arbitrary determination.
Yeah.
It's all like subjective. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that one guy was gonna, I don't know if you saw this, but when you guys were talking to that guy, Your Honor, he was having a problem. I think that person has a problem the same as Warren does. He has a problem with what we call propositional truth and things that are actual and discerning what's different. Because if we can propose something, when we say what's truth, it normally goes to the weight of the propositions that we're making that comport to something that is actual in states of affairs, or something that is true, quote unquote, right? So when Your Honor was saying, well, I see this claim in this book, and this seems to be true, like the Bhagavad Gita, or I'm fucking up the pronunciation, the Bhagavad Gita, or however
the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, that. And it makes that prediction about the age of the earth. Right. Just because it makes that one claim true, just because it gets that right, does that mean that the whole thing is proposition? All those propositions that it makes thereafter are true. Now, I don't know if he would really truly understand that, but that seemed to be what he was appealing to. That claims being made by people. If I make the claim the sky is blue, then I can't make any false propositions thereafter. And that's completely illogical.
That's beyond. That's beyond. Thank you for putting it in those terms, because now I'm grasping. I was like, that's okay. I can see where the disconnect is. Where the
because by propositions, yeah, my propositions, my way of communicating to you is to communicate things that I'm seeing, that I'm experiencing, that I'm witnessing, and hopefully I can relate that to you in some way that you can come to know the same thing. Like, watch out for that rock, you'll stub your toe. I don't have to make that proposition for when your toe strikes that rock for it to hurt. That's just something that can happen in states of affairs. The proposition being true is because the proposition comports to an actual state of affairs. I think Warren, and I think a lot of atheists that I'm talking to, especially now, have a really hard time with that.
Ah, okay. I get that. That was well articulated. Better than I could have articulated. So yes, that was really good. I'm glad I decided to bring you up, because you trying to type that all out would,
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, okay, let me just, if maybe he'll let me come in so I can just say that real quick, but I don't want to be Peter and just keep talking. I hope he's listening. Yes, Peter.
That poor man, I swear.
Peter and I give each other shit all the time. I just wanted to throw that out there. But I will back out of here. Thank you for letting me get that out there, and that way you can shut this down, because you've been on for fucking forever.
Yeah, I'm going on 7 hours now. So no, man, but thank you, Jay, for coming up. I appreciate that, bud.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
All right, Chief. So apparently Christ Brings a Sword is back in the chat. So Christ Brings a Sword is returned, and Christ Brings a Sword is doing the exact same kind of crap. That's literally idle threats with nothing to back it up. So while I was on the stage, I actually caught a lot of what Christ Brings a Sword brought up, and I was kind of responding every once in a while to some of the ridiculous stuff that they were saying. So Warren or McGruber, I'm sorry that the presuppositionalist argument convinced you. It's a bad argument. It should not have convinced you. That's bad reasoning. That's straight up bad reasoning. Because presupposing that is just ridiculous. Occam's razor would say that you would not do that. That if you're going to presuppose anything, it would be the initial presupposition that you would rest on is that you exist as you experience, and that you have experiences from external things. That the reality you experience is the reality that exists. So yes, we do have to presuppose that. Essentially, Descartes, I think therefore I am. And we can start from there, we can move forward. You can't eliminate, there is no solution to hard, there is no solution to hard solipsism, but all we can do is go off with what we have to work with. Making additional and in multiplying entities unnecessarily beyond that, especially when the evidence points in the other direction, is just ridiculous. That's why presuppositional apologetics was only intended to shut the mouth of the unbeliever, and giving reason for why, and to basically tell other believers to not leave the faith and not engage with unbelievers. That's all it was. And I explained how Cornelius Van Til broke that down, how he did that. So yes, at least I'm still hydrating, because my vocal cords locked up on me for just a moment. And let me see. Take it easy, Jay. Thank you so much. Yeah, be sure to hit that like button. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. This was a good one. So, and Christ Brings a Sword. You can tell Colorado bikers all over you. So I've already been saying Pongo the Gigantic. Yes, Pongo. So given that, quite possibly McGruber, I may have confused you with someone else that I spoke with. It's entirely possible. But I did speak with someone named McGruber who made those same claims. But same names exist on the internet, so that happens. But regardless of that, I've already broken down why presuppositional apologetics is not a good reason to believe in a God or believe that Christianity is true or any of that other nonsense. So, no, I don't have a chest cold. It's just that I've been talking so long. I've been on here for 7 hours. And I really hadn't hydrated. I'd had my morning energy drink and I had a Diet Coke. So my vocal cords kind of like dried up on me. So I needed to rehydrate. That was it. So, yes. Thank you, Random Name Generator. Says, Occam's razor requires the least assumptions. Essentially, don't multiply entities unnecessarily. So any presuppositional argument will be ruled out by Occam's razor because it multiplies entities unnecessarily. There you go. I get sick. Bridge is divided according to jail. He's not a real Christian. So Christ Brings a Sword. I don't know what You'll be smoking on a sulfur brick. See, that's an idle threat. Take it easy, Jay. That's an idle threat that bears that doesn't bring anything to the table. It's just like, well, I guess you're gonna find out. Well, I guess when we die, we will find out. But get JL some throat. Logan, I swear, man, you're killing me. Thank you so much for the. Oh, my pleasure, Jay. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, D. Brunovsky, for $2 Canadian. Says talking for 7 hours is a talent. Take care. Absolutely. Oh, look, I got a visitor. Come here, bud. Come here. Come here. Come on. Good boy. There's my buddy. There's my buddy. There's Oso. Ooh, kisses. I got some kisses. Oh, thank you for kisses. He's a good boy. Oh, down we go. Down we go. There we go. Don't hit yourself. Good boy. My spotty dog. Look at him. Oh, big yawns. I know. Big yawns. Give me 5. Good boy. Good boy. There's Torque. Come here, Torque. Torque, come here. Ooh, yes, there's a little man. There's the little man. We call him Torque because he has a torque foot. Yeah, when we rescued him, one of his little feet were off. So, but good boys. There's my good boys. And Mama Dog, Shotzi, is out there in the living room, holding down the fort. Oh, thank you, D. Bernovsky. My pleasure. My pleasure. Yes, those are my boys. Those are my boys. And yes, I will say this, running this whole thing, those super chats go to helping them keep them in puppy chows and pig ears and all kinds of stuff that they love. So let me see here. Yeah, what's going on here? He's got his elk horn and he's dropping his elk horn all over the place. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in spooks. I don't believe in spooks. Oh, let me see. Charlie never looks at Chili the way Oso looks at you. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you, Logan. Yeah, he's a beautiful dog. He's such an amazing. He's so smart. He just turned 1 year old. So he's literally just I think a couple of days ago, just turned 1 year. So very, 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 very proud of him. He's a good dog. Yes, Oso, Spanish for bear. Absolutely. I noticed that Chili went live. I was like, should I go look? I don't want to go look at his stuff. I have another video that I'm putting out on Tuesday. So in closing, MacGruber, thanks for coming along and having a conversation. I think we kind of broke that down. So I think we said enough on it. Christ brings a sword. Still got nothing but idle threats. In fact, from what I saw, all you've done is present idle threats in the chat, which we're just going to laugh at you unless you have some evidence to bring. But otherwise, it says like you were trying to convince us that you don't, but we all know the truth. Random name generator, you're killing me. You're absolutely killing me. All right, so I've been live for like 7 hours, and hey, Tsunami, good to see you. Thanks so much. Caliban as well. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. So, so this stage, we do this every 2 weeks. So you can continue to see us every Sunday, every 2 weeks. We're going to do this where we engage with theists and talk about what they believe and why they believe it. And so I hope you all enjoyed it. So we had a chance to have some interesting conversations and, talk to some interesting people, and Otangelo and other people. So anyway, thank you all so much for joining. Here on Bridge the Divide, I've got new content coming up. I'm shooting to have a regular schedule of Tuesdays and Fridays. I think that will work best. And so look for new content come Tuesday. I've already got it recorded. I just need to edit and put it out. So I'm looking forward to putting out that and having a stable schedule that y'all can follow. Plus, I'm looking at expanding the benefits of being a channel member here at Bridge the Divide. If you'd like to be a channel member and have access to all the cool emojis that I make for you, and of course the channel badge, it's 99 cents per month. It's about as much as I value my content. So feel free to support the channel here. And then of course it helps me do all this and keep all this stuff going. So I appreciate it. And thank you to also, and over at Week in Horror, the horror film podcast that I run, which is youtube.com/weekinhorror. We do that every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Time. So come out and hang out with us, with me and my filmmaker friends, as we talk about the horror films that released that week in horror history. It's a lot of fun. We have a lot of, it's me, Johnny O, Eugene, and Alex and Aaron. So a lot of really fun stuff over there. So this was an absolute blast. I had a lot of fun on this one, some interesting conversations, and got a little heated there, but you know, it happens sometimes. Hopefully, eventually, I'll have I'll get some legitimate debates, some good, solid Oxford-style debates coming up. I really want more of those. Every time I try to schedule one, they ghost me, or, you know, typically they just ghost me. They just kind of disappear. So, absolutely, Charlie Welch, thank you so much for hanging out. So, and I love having y'all here. So, an amazing stream with an amazing audience. All of you rock. Thank you for hitting that like button. A giant thank you to all of the channel members, and a huge thank you to all of the super chats. I appreciate all of that support. Thank you very, very much. And of course, thank you to each and every one of you for hanging out in the live chat. I appreciate it. I love hanging out with y'all. I love having these discussions. I want to have more of them. I want to do this more regularly. I want to, you know, so the bigger the channel gets, the more we can see these kinds of things. So this was fantastic. And yeah, love to the fur babies as well. Thank you so much, Janice Farmer. So thank you, each and every one of you. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide.